Ori kan PC Gaming selalu kalah di kapan gitu dia.
Wah, ini dia.
Nggak tau.
Anjir, dia
Oh iya.
pakai layar sebesar itu, tak?
Wah,
I said
Gibbonson!
racks, not
Is that
paws
the real
for
Gibbon?
snacks.
Pantai kok gede kali. Layarnya gede kali Pantai.
Ay, anjir.
Di stretch gitu anjing.
Hi, it's Gabe and your
Kok tuh gede kali kan, Jo? Kok bisa lihat kanan kiri anjing?
Newell.
Iya, makanya.
Well, we're tremendously excited that we're all getting the Dota 2 community together again. It's been another
Udah tua kali
crazy
dia,
year.
Mante.
And
Udah mau
during
mati
that year,
dia.
there's just been a lot of incredible Dota played and some
Kasian kali dia.
Not so
Dia jujur ya, dia kayak
incredible
CEO yang paling
Di stretch gitu,
relate
anjing.
apa gitu ya.
You know.
Nggak sombong gitu dia.
But now we're putting on TI-11. I think it's going to be fantastic. And
Steve
whether
ini
you're
terkenal
there in
gara-gara dia
person
dong
at the
aja.
arena
Orang
or
pada nggak
watching
benci
from the
Steve.
comfort of your home, I'm so excited to say, welcome to the International.
Wow, Gavin!
International Grand
Ngapa lagi? Aku juga nggak mau ke Singapura. He actually still care guys yo. Wow, keren kali anjing.
And welcome to the international. It is finals weekend. We got ourselves a
Production.
sold out, absolutely packed
Iya,
Singapore
PC Gaming-
Indoor Stadium. So welcome to that.
PC
Everybody
Gaming nggak
watching
pernah sampai
inside
sini
the
anjing.
stadium
Dia nggak pernah
and
juara
out,
4
because
gitu
I know
sebenarnya.
there are a lot of
Ini pertama kali mereka
There's
juara
also
4. Jadi
a
si
lot
Ori
of
pertama kali
players, 20
juara 4 di sini.
players, to be exact, to see them standing there and they are ready to battle it out. Only one team can lift that Aegis, and only one team will be properly remembered at the end of this weekend. Only one World Championship, a lot of pressure. There have already been 16 teams falling down, dropping down like flies here in the lava. Those
Whoa.
final 4 teams, the pressure that has been mounting up over the last 5 days. Who will crumble under that pressure? Who will thrive under that pressure? We're about to find out because we are ready to kick off today with
Ali.
some
Trivia jelek Ali,
awesome
Pantai
top-tier
Azio.
Dota and top-tier
Jelek kali anjing.
accompanied by
Dia
top-tier
nggak
analysts.
mungkin
That's right,
anjing.
I'm Shiva, I'm your
Jelek
host for
kali
today.
Pantai.
And we got ourselves Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Couldn't wish myself a
Wah,
better
parah orang Singapura banyak orang bisa
Feeling
apa
good,
special
feeling
level itu jelek
excited,
kali
every
anjing. Aku
single
bisa
time
milih
we
bagus
have,
itu kayak.
last couple of days of TI, you know, the nerves are gonna kick in. You can feel the nerves also off the players. Like you wanna,
Kayak
you know
freelance,
that they wanna
kayak
get on the
apa aja,
stage
mereka
and get
hire
this
orang
Yeah,
apa
they
itu
want to
intern
take that
gitu anjing
ages.
Pantai. Kau urus lah nih anjing international portal.
Everything just feels so
Jenkins,
real.
Effie,
The
and
second you see Gabe on your screen saying "Welcome to the International," the butterflies kick in, the excitement kicks in, and I honestly can't wait to see the conclusion of what has been an amazing main stage.
It's true. This is the man that forged the Aegis himself. The man that gifted immortality
Players like
to
you wanna-
Roshan.
Dia freelance
And
jadi
finally,
gitu.
after all of this time, we get to see who will become the immortal one, such as Gabe Newell himself.
Or which 5 players will become the immortal one, and coaches, of course, cannot forget those. We've had quite the long road to get to this weekend, and I would not blame you if you missed some of the matches. But here's a little bit of a recap what's happened in terms of brackets. Today we'll have the matches that are listed with the red there. We're going to kick things
Who
off with Liquid
will
versus
become
Aster, and later today we'll have the upper bracket finals with Secret versus Thunder Esports, and then tomorrow it's lower bracket finals and grand finals time. But that means that this is our finals weekend bracket, and every series that we're going to watch from here on out, Lacoste, is going to be a blockbuster.
Oh, definitely. I mean, look at these names: Secret against Tundra, Acer against Liquid. I don't think you can ask
Kepotong
for
anjing.
better
Oh.
matchups. Like we did see a lot of those
Tama,
matchups,
jelek
especially
doang.
in the European region throughout the DPC. So that's going to be a super interesting one. And also we have, you know, Team Astra against Liquid. They only met once this year, and that was at this TI in the group stage.
Yes, and that was pretty one-sided for Aster. But since
Iya,
then,
aku
Liquid
juga
has had a
gitu.
little bit of evolving happening, and I think a lot
Iya,
of
orang pada
people
F
will
semua ini.
remember where we left off, because
Udah
our
buat
final
PGL
series that
loh,
we had
Pantai apa
last
nih
weekend was Liquid versus Aster, and I think that's a series that's going to be in our minds for probably forever. It's definitely going to be in the minds of Team Liquid as we hear them talk about it.
I mean, I think the Thunder series, as a group, that's, you know, our best moment so far. I think, I mean, we got away with one.
This throne is going down here and now. Thunder, are you fucking kidding me? Game 1 against Liquid. Unfucking-believable. God, this team, how do they win from that position? They were 2 minutes off buybacks for everybody in that engagement. What a demoralizing way to lose, honestly. They are going to have to mentally reset from that game again.
After game 1, I really felt like death. Like, I don't know, why am I doing this? You know, why am I doing this to my team? Why am I not strong-willed enough? I didn't take this 0% to lose route that game. I was really angry at myself, and then I went to bathroom and I started resetting my mind. I was like, here we are again, you know, like against VG Gaming, but this time it's Thunder Awaken. We still gotta win the 2 games, like no matter what we do, go into the next game and, you know, like really smash them in that game and like, yeah, let's go, you know. And for the 3rd game, it was truly a roller coaster.
We're gonna see another mega creep situation. How blessed are we today? It's such a scary position for Thunder, who are the ones making the shot here. They're making the call.
I know this was like one of our most stressful games, for sure. Like, I think everyone was stressed out of their mind.
I kept dying in a very silly way in fights because I never had a guy next to me to infest. And I was like, I mean, I'm dying every fight. My gold is not going up. I'm probably like the bottom net worth of every core. Like, we're not winning this game. Like.
They do not have the buybacks, but they do have an Aegis. They have this overwhelming advantage for the next team fight. But Tumba bought out. He bought out for AC. He is short buyback. 400 gold. Oh, there's the hook. The ball. The first snap. They're trying to deal with this ward. And it ends up getting a freebie. Now it's a 4 versus 5, 4 versus 6 with the Aegis.
Everything had to go right. Even like the second to last fight in our base when they pushed, like I died without buyback, yeah, and a guy dies and I get assist gold to get my buyback back, and that's the only reason we're actually still in the pushing the base.
And that is going to be enough to be able to finish off a top of but he doesn't have the buyback. Foxy, he's going in. Side, the second life for him. Get back to the fountain. The Havoc Hammer pushing him away. Melting them all. Running him down the blood zone. Gets on. Rampage kill. Rampage on the mid stage, but because Matubamik got the buyback, he's going to die once. Nobody else. It's just Dark Mongo. It's just because a 2-on-2. Sania now joining in with the Dark Mongo's going to try and deal with him where he can. The freezing field going out with the Suns. The Bashes doing so much damage with Matubamik with the Bashes, making it 12. One fall, the other to follow. No buybacks. Team Liquid, they hold again.
It never felt like we were fully out of it, even though maybe the numbers and
Sekarang
statistics
support nggak impactnya udah nggak segila lu ya. Dulu support impacnya gila
at the
deh.
end of the game, it comes down to literally 1 HP.
Sekarang support tuh impacnya
and Matu is like,
ya
if doesn't save him,
apa aja ada aja dia buat
probably
udah
game over.
atau nggak.
Hard fight, you have to pick your jump well.
Aku ingat dulu support dia solo carry, solo kick core gitu. Lo kok jadi core kayak susah gitu mainnya ini.
One HP.
I'm speechless.
I think it's Arteezy who said this.
Itu McDonald diskon parah kali aja.
He said, God give us and God take us.
Iya.
And yesterday, God give us.
Grab.
During the 7 years, that has not happened to me. Even winning TI7 when the last round died, it didn't feel the same. It's just the build-up wasn't there for it. But this time, it really like hitting top 4 like this. Damn, that was the best thing ever happened to me.
Oh, if we only get like one game that lives up to that hype, I'm gonna be happy, and I think the players will be happy with that too. That was insane to watch. Also, it hasn't happened to Matu yet, even though he won TI. I think it's very cool that there's been 3 Mega Creep comebacks ever at TI. Zai has been in every single one of them. That's pretty impressive. And we got to talk a little bit about the Dota as well, because of course we've had a lot of Dota played. We had a lot of heroes picked.
FA so
There's been
beautiful lah,
114
napaka
heroes picked so far. And that means that there's a couple that are not picked.
What a
8
goddess Casio.
specifically have not been picked. 219 games. And Purge and I are here to tell you why you're probably not going to see the other 8. Purge, let's get started, my friends. It's been a lot of Dota, but there's a couple of rejects here. Tell me about Clinks.
Clinks, vulnerable early game. His team fight's weaker than a lot of other carries. He's just not as good ultra late as a lot of other choices.
He's garbage. Get out of here. Wind Ranger.
Farm's mediocre. Not very many people like her. She needs BKB to team fight. She's really bad versus Leshrac. It's a lot of things.
It's a lot of things that sum up to garbage. Boom. Bounty Hunter.
No stuns, no team fight. Like a third as good as a Marcy on your team. Why would you pick Bounty Hunter?
Why would you pick him? Garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. DK.
Dragonite, let's see, he's survivable, but like he's so much worse than all the other good offlaners. Enigma, Primal Beast, Marcy, Brood, Beast, Matt, should I keep playing?
No, you shouldn't. All I need to hear is garbage. Boom. True Protector.
Teams are farming a lot right now, so like tower push defense timings aren't as important, and he's not even that good at it anymore. The heal comes out slower.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on board. He's garbage. Boom. Coddle.
Weak at laning, not good at ganking, tries way too hard to be cool. Lesh doesn't even need mana anymore. He's got Bloodstone as his friend, so why do you need to Coddle?
Get him out of here. He's garbage. Boom. Techies.
Decent lane, good damage, but he doesn't have any stuns. His ulti is very counterable. There's just better heroes than Techies.
There's a lot of them. I'm really going to enjoy this one because he's garbage. He's garbage. He's...
Oh, wait. I got it.
Get him, Purge. Get him, Purge.
You need this for your own good. You'll get buffed after. Oh, wait, there's one hero left.
Oh, there is. Why are you even here? Nobody likes you. I might think that you're one of the worst things to ever happen to Dota. There is nothing that you are good at. Also, Meepo was uncontested.
That was brutal.
Neil, it made me really sad, and then I got a chuckle, and I feel a little guilty about it, but here we are. We are also here with the first series coming your way very soon. Of course, Liquid is going to face Aster. It's their only elimination series of today, and I want to make sure that people watching that are tuning in, maybe only for finals weekend, just a recap, what type of Dota do these two teams play? You want to start off with Liquid, Jenkins?
Yeah, Liquid.
Halo. Oh, udah sampai. Ya, tunggu bentar ya, Mas. Ini saya keluar. Iya, WA masih berapa? Bentar. Sebentar ya. Oke. Ya. 8321. Oke. Berapa? Berapa, Mas? 7745. Oke, saya WA aja ya. Bentar, Mas. Makasih.
From a gold deficit just by virtue of outfighting the enemy team. They play a really tight-knit formation on the map always, and the way that they distribute farm around the map is so intentional. Everything that they do, you feel they've discussed, they've calculated it, and they will always play for their specific timings, right? It doesn't matter if they don't have the items or the gold at certain times. They will hold their areas very well. They will not give up Roshans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Team Aster, they've always been in the shadow of LGD because LGD was always performing so well, and they showed that, you know, third place at the Arlington Major and also second at DSL 1 Malaysia. They came here to play.
They came here to play indeed, and guess what? We came here to watch some Dota 2. And we're gonna kick things off for game one with the draft. Let's go.
Team Liquid. Vultures.
Versus Team Aster. 我正补，我反补，我正补，我右反补啦！我正补，我反，我正补，我右反补啦！
Greetings! Welcome to TI11. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We got Stormstormer and Toby from Entity to help us out with this draft, because God knows, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, doing great. Hyped to be at a TI, and I don't know, TI vibes are really good, right?
Yes, they're. Can we hear the crowd? You guys hear? What's going on? Oh, awesome. So Aster versus Team Liquid. Lower bracket, Team Liquid comes in with a ton of momentum, but now there's been a bunch of days off. I don't know how that would affect them. What do you guys think?
Well, I got some background info. I know that Liquid was hella bored in some of those things.
Yeah.
Having a day off, but yeah, gonna be exciting. They had like insane momentum from the lower bracket, obviously. Had to come back from this 0-2 now against Aster. It's gonna be wild.
I think a lot of the time when you have this long of a break, it's about not getting into your own head, right? Because you run this mock draft like 100 times and you start overthinking, okay, what are the enemy team going to do against us? Start playing this rock, paper, scissors with yourself. So there's different ways of approaching a 5-day break like this. This is kind of, you know, unprecedented territory for us. Like, are the teams going to bring something new? Are they going to play what they did so far? And so far, nothing too surprising here, I guess you could say. Maybe aside from a first phase Sven ban. Did you expect that?
Well, we just spent 5 days preparing to give the Marcy first pick.
10 seconds.
So let's see what the plan is.
We highly respected Boxy Marcy all the time. I think that Marcy is still the top contested hero at this TI, I think, in terms of picks and bans, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Boxy Marcy is probably the most spooky Marcy that is out there right now. I think we literally banned it every single time we played against them.
So what do you think makes him spooky on this hero? Like, what is it he does better than other Marcys?
I don't know, he just gets to like 20 minutes, gets a BKB and one-shots your carry.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I like when my 4 does that.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, in the upper bracket when these two faced, Aster had Lesh every game, both games, and they 2-0'd. Very, very powerful and popular hero these days.
Yeah, Lesh is crazy. We see the next first ban.
Wow.
To enable the Lesh.
So, I mean, very standard though. Like the Maiden, I think Maiden Leshrac is just pop up at this TI. Maiden is an insanely strong hero, and Lesh is probably the most contested mid lane hero right
now. I'm not sure what Psy's gonna do with it.
So I think we've seen in multiple series now Crystal Maiden as a direct response to Marcy. Obviously a good lane counter because you have a slow and a root as a support. Is there anything extra about this that makes Crystal Maiden a good response to Marcy? Is it just that the other 5s can't really handle her, or is it really that simple?
I think the CM was more preparation for the 8-pick that was coming out, especially the Brood. And I've seen Sven and Lich against Marcy to give armor. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Maiden's just, in any case, probably a pick that you just would love to have in the draft from the beginning on. Just a strong laner and, I don't know, just rounds up a lot of holes already before the draft. Second stage bans are pretty interesting too. Mars and Naga against Aster. I mean, just high contested heroes as well. I think Naga is a Brood counter as well, right? The man carries love to lane against the Brood Mother, so that's why they get it out. Aster, meanwhile, banning the Lone Druid. I mean, there's Matumba, man. There's one guy on Liquid. He's probably the best Lone Druid out there playing this hero, so no surprise for banning it. And the 1 HP hero is getting banned out as well, the Pangolier.
Do you hit some crazy timing with Lone Druid Brood when you get the Lone Shard? Is that what they're considering? Or is it just like
kontol apa yang dilepas sama dia anjing?
Facing us is just like extra strong, or just a targeted player ban?
I think what's scary about Liquid is that if they pick this Lone, they can flex it onto lanes.
Pasti mereka lepas bermother lepas apa anjing? Marcy, right?
Carry roll. So banning Lone Druid against like, whoa, super crazy. Banning Lone Druid against Liquid is just a safe shot in many cases if you're not sure what to ban.
I was going to ask, what is left in the pool that's good against Brood? Because we've seen a couple of Brood games where they pick it relatively early and it's been punished. Spirit Breaker is obviously very good. There's Kunkka. Anything else come to mind for you guys?
They still need a carry hero that can lane against Brood.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you see this Brood Mother. The thing is, nowadays I think Brood is almost always on the off lane. You don't really see it mid. So, the thing is, like, obviously there's only a limited amount of heroes you can pick into this, right? You cannot pick any carry. So, I guess it's to assume that they're gonna pick it on 18.
Knowing Mane, he plays both Monkey King and Gyro, who I think both fare pretty well against Brood, right? They have a way of dealing with the Spiderlings once you get the Flak Cannon up when Brood gets level 6. Is there anything else you're looking... You're assuming this is a Marcy Brood lane, right? And you have the Crystal Maiden covering you. I guess most carries can kind of float this lane until Brood is 6 and then it gets super scary, or am I underestimating Crystal Maiden's impact on this lane right now? Are there some carries that just can't play this lane at all?
I can see a patch coming for either team in this phase.
Hell yeah.
Lich first. Lich Lina. Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I didn't see that one coming. Double Spellcaster. I mean, they're just setting into the Mika Lina. I think Mika loves this matchup against the Lashrak. It's one of the favorite ones that I actually win 60-40 or a bit more even. And yeah, Sniper. After going for the 18 carry, it's a Sniper.
Whoa.
One of the only heroes that outranges Lina. If she's played as a core in mid, which is...
Techies, technically.
Yeah, that is the other one, which nobody plays. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you.
I can see mid Sniper. And Lash Carry. Lash Carry very good against Brood.
Do they flex it, ever? Does Monet play Lashrak though?
I don't think so. I think Astra's read here is that, okay, this Brood we can handle in the beginning with our Maiden, and we obviously have the Spirit Breaker rotation possibility, so we can get away with putting Sniper safe lane, and once Brood gets level 6, things might get dicey and they have to swap their lanes around, because Sniper cannot play this lane after Brood hits 6. It's one of the... It's actually interesting to see Sniper as a response here, because usually Brood was a massive counterpick to Sniper. I want to say half a year to a year ago when it was played mid more. Sometimes the last pick Brood would just ruin his game, so...
Yeah, it's a double range against double melee offlane, right? Maiden Sniper against Marcy Brood. How do you think that's gonna be like?
I think Brood can play this lane. I think it's a pretty good Brood lane. I hope it's Lash Carry, to be honest.
It's better?
Yeah.
Is it possible that Aster start at tri-lane for a minute or two? That's what we've seen some teams do to try to shut down Brood in the beginning. You see Liquid banned out some of XXS's best laning heroes against Brood to prevent that they set a 1v1 and just play an aggro tri-lane, right? They banned out the Pango as well as the Mars, which XXS has been playing phenomenally this tournament.
Kalau kita nggak predict game guys, kita nggak bisa dapat
kind of worried that the potential starting tri-lane from Aster is going to make Brood's game too difficult? Or are you happy as Brood that, okay, I'm getting shut down a little bit, but Monster's going to get a free game?
No, Brood definitely needs a good start, so if they can
Wow.
give the XXS a lane where he can play
That's
1v2,
pretty cool.
it's possible, but it's hard into Lich, I guess.
Yeah, looks already a spooky laner.
So regardless of the position for Lesh, Team Aster looking for off lane, I assume, and Liquid in position 1.
Yeah, except if XXS plays Subaru. I'm not sure if he can play Spellbreak.
Okay, but that is not out of the question, but I do think it's Bobocut playing that.
A thing I see on Liquid right now, what I would love them to adjust in the draft a bit, is that they have no clear way of initiating at a certain point in the game. They have Marcy, Lina, and let's say post 20 minutes or something, it's not the easiest to engage fights. And Lina and Lich, they want heroes to go in for them. So there's still a Master pick coming up. I would love to see Liquid pick up a hero that goes in first. I'm not sure what would fit that, because he also has to worry about the last pick XXS. Still got some time left though.
You also would imagine that it would be nice to have the carry use Frost Shield, right? You're picking this Lich early against essentially nothing that Frost Shield counters in terms of defense, right? So at the time when they picked Lich, they saw CM Lesh Spirit Breaker have basically 0 physical damage. So now that you've picked it in this manner, you would imagine Liquid have some sort of an aggressive plan. Like you said, carry goes in first, pop Frost Shield on him for the control. Or you put it on Marcy, but that doesn't really feel like that's maybe the most valuable. Bloodseeker is going to be the choice.
That's interesting. I don't mind it. I'm not sure how this looks against Sniper. What do you think, Toby? I think it's really good against the Lash of Barrow.
Yeah, it's good against Lash.
Yeah.
I think they have Sniper problems.
Yeah, there are some Sniper problems though, yeah, that's true. But I like the idea, it goes in for the rest of the team. Rupture is a very old school counter. Bloodseeker is not so popular in this TI, but yeah, it basically fits the gap of frontlining and sort of lockdown. It's not a stun, but it does 50% of it.
So if let's say you're entertaining the idea of running standard lanes with 2-1-2, what kind of an offlaner do you pick with Spirit Breaker against Lich BS? It's a pretty strong lane, right?
Just some melee hero.
Not a range? Not it's
too hard. I think it's too hard.
So XXS would have probably liked to play any of the like 4 last bands of Liquid. So, all right, they have made up their minds. So it's going to be another melee hero, the Underlord.
That's interesting.
What do you make of this?
That's
I'm not
interesting,
sure.
guys. Yo,
So,
but I
mean, both
think
strats are very interesting.
it's a good game for Liquid.
It's actually tough to do. The mid matchup is going to go pretty well for Liquid. They got the Lina against Leshrac matchup. He is playing against Ibarra, which has always been a bit annoying for her to deal with because he gets on
Liquid
top of you.
got easy game,
I'm not sure what
easy
bottom lane
late
is
game,
gonna go like.
easy early game as well.
Pretty good for Bloodseeker, but he shouldn't feed
Aster
on
need
Underlord.
to run away with
Free
sniper
growth game in my
always.
book. So we
Cannot
will
play.
Yes.
Understand? Cannot play.
Nice preparation.
You're both taking Liquid.
Cannot play.
I mean,
Aster,
I'm thinking.
I think Aster just
like,
throw
I
this
think
game
Liquid has
so
like,
hard.
a pretty good shot, but I think Aster is OP.
I'm Aster. I already
I'm
GG out right now.
Okay, split panel then. Let's go to Sir Action Slacks, who's looking like a mob boss
This
today.
Kono Boot
Very,
Gaming.
very nice. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, ladies and
Very,
gentlemen. Welcome to the
very dangerous.
International Game
Very
World.
dangerous.
Singapore is ready, my friend, and it seems like you guys are as well. Disgusting draft, if I may. A Broodmother, a Bloodseeker. You really are treating this like an elimination game, huh?
Yeah, shout out to Quakeva for the Brood. This one's for you, buddy.
First
Never left our
team
team.
to kills.
Attaboy. So, are you concerned at all? I want to know a little bit about how you guys prep for this. So you had a big, long break. I think most of it was on your big old brain. What did you guys do during that time off to get ready for a team like Aster?
We did nothing. We sat in our rooms, chilled a lot, watched a ton of Naruto, which I'm slowly trying to get into potentially. And yeah, and me and Matu just drafted. We kind of just enjoyed the moment, you know? We had a lot of time to think about it, and what an incredible thing to be up here. We just kind of appreciated the moment.
All right, well, all those weebs in my game with the anime profile picture, apparently that's all you need to do to get good at Dota. Let's see if we get a good match, my friend, and we'll throw it to our casters.
Thank you, Sir Action Slacks. A very informative interview as always. Lower bracket semifinals of TI-11, Aster versus Team Liquid, game number 1. Cinder, I didn't even get your thoughts on the draft here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting that you have this much time to prepare and you don't really know what to expect. And I would say, as far as surprises go, I feel like Aster are bringing something new here. They do get this D-ward, by the way, worth mentioning, as a little bit of a head start for them in that mid lane. They're bringing some stuff here that we haven't seen them play that much. They're playing the Underlord on XXS, the Spirit Breaker on Boboka. I don't think they played these heroes much, if at all, in the playoffs, whereas Liquid are more sticking to their guns of what we've seen. So this is something I'm very curious to see throughout this day in the next series as well, like how the teams prepare and have different approaches. I'm not going to say one is better than the other because I genuinely don't know, but it seems like the
I mean, that's the thing about having this many days off is the theory crafting probably gets to the point where it's not even helpful anymore. We're going to see the rebound here from Boxy, but Siamese Cat's going to be A-okay. And looks like the bounties have been split evenly to start us off here for today.
Yeah, and it will be the expected lanes here. So bottom lane will be Brood together with Marcy against Maiden Sniper. Mid is Lesh against Lina, and finally top lane Underlord, Spirit Breaker facing off against Lich Bloodseeker. So as we talked about on the panel, probably a slight edge in the mid lane to Mickey here with the Lina matchup against Lesh. We've seen this played a decent amount this tournament. Lesh has been incredibly popular, and Lina has been one of the best responses that we Lich Bloodseeker. So that set our eyes on. Speaking of which, setting eyes on, Boboka is playing very aggressively onto Insania, skilling charge level 1 for some damage.
As Mickey and Ori facing off in the mid lane, Lina versus Leshrac. You can see Zai getting harassed by quite a bit as we have a pause. And I don't know if those are ooze, Oz, or booze, or all of the above, Cinderin, but first pause today.
And the crowd goes wild.
The crowd goes ah.
What a pause! So I imagine we have a small tech issue. We have not been given a reason just yet for why this pauses, but this gives us a little bit more time. All right, so disconnect from Insania makes it seem...
Well, I've heard some players have to change their chat wheel to be not GG, but of course that might not relate to these teams at all, considering they're all good manner players.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine a player like Insania having GG in his chat, but you never know. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised once you might have your opinion on players, and then you meet them in real life.
Never meet your heroes.
Totally different beast, you know?
Never meet your heroes, and that's why I regret ever meeting Sir Action Slacks.
He was your hero?
That's true, actually. That wasn't accurate at all.
I just wanted to throw that out there regardless.
The conclusion is never meet slacks.
Yes. Yeah. I think that was what I was trying to get across. Appreciate that, sir. That's why you're here. You're analyzing my thoughts.
Telling you what you wanted to say.
That's right. Very good. Tell me, how does Zai play Brood this game?
Yeah, so it sounded like, so Toby is quite the Brood specialist, right? And it sounded like he thinks this should be a free lane for Brood. I don't play the hero much. I feel like, from my perspective, Maiden Sniper probably does okay, at least for a few levels. Once Brood gets level 6, you're screwed down here as Maiden Sniper. You have to evacuate and solve it, but that's where Aster have a hero like Underlord who could go there. They could park the Lesh there if they really have to defend the tower. But for starters, I would imagine this double ranged lane does fine against Brood. Zai will just try to stay alive, get some CS where he can. You're seeing Boxy currently planning on pulling the wave down there to try to get a little bit of a different lane positioning so that Brood can get closer to his tower. And then,
well, we're about to unpause. I want to get the crowd's reaction here. Let's do a live poll since we have some time here. Can I hear who is rooting for Aster today? Aster. Okay, that was kind of underwhelming. I'm not gonna lie.
That was lukewarm.
And what about Team Liquid? Oh my. Okay. So we have some bias here in the crowd. First it was OG, but they're not here anymore. So transition to the next EU team. As we're underway again. Insania pushing back Baboka. Mid lane still relatively even on, but 2 denies already from Mickey, but relatively a wash at the moment. Baboka still taking damage from Insania. If you had told me 6 months ago that Lich and CM would be played to this extent, Cinder, I would not have believed you.
Yeah, it's a really interesting development. I think especially Lich, because Crystal Maiden has kind of had her time on and off recently, but Lich, it's been quite a while since we've seen given this priority. A little bit of poke back and forth.
Yeah, Zai. This is kind of a weird setup right now. With Monet kind of on the other side of his tower. But the rebound is there on top of the sniper for Monet. Only right click away, no dispose yet because Boxy's still only level 1, but in the end, a lot of harassment damage traded each way.
Yeah, if you play Dota casually, you'd be like, why are 2 heroes behind the tier 1 tower minute 1? And this is simply what happens when the position 4 in the enemy team repulls and repositions the wave behind there. You have to go and contest this experience in gold. You can't just let the Liquid side get that for free when you have this double ranged lane. You are willing to take those trades, and ultimately what ends up happening is that Zai has a grand total of 2 CS to the 10 of Sniper with a good head start here on Monet. Getting it behind there.
The rebound. Dispose is available this time. Shrapnel comes out to do some residual damage. Monet taking the brunt of it though. Do they have enough to get first blood in this game? Boxy continuing on.
Nice.
And there it is. Boxy with the first blood as Sniper goes bye-bye. A great start for Liquid in this lane, despite, like you said, the CS for Zai not being too respectable, but this should open it up at least a little bit for him.
Yeah, so he's not the one getting the first blood, but he gets the space in the lane now, right? He gets to, I believe, deny 2 range creeps here potentially. I think the second one will be secured here. It will. By Pichu. But yeah, Zai will be very happy with that. Even if you don't get that first blood, just getting a little bit of time. He's now going to get his level 3. Currently holding the skill point. Curious what he's going to choose, because it feels like all of the skills here actually have some decent merit with how this lane's playing out. He's eyeing up his options, not choosing just yet. We'll go for the Silken Bola now.
Okay, very nice.
More aggressive approach, I guess you could say. It's kind of hybrid, right? You can also use it to slow and run away, so.
Yeah, but like you said, once he hits 6, should be scary times for Aster. I mean, at that point, what is Monet doing? Like, where can you go as a sniper? See another rebound, this time onto Siamese Cat for the Crystal Maiden. Looks like that's going to be another death in this lane for Aster. As Boxy and Zai kind of punishing, which we've seen so many times with the Marcies in this tournament. Insania in the top lane, though, getting chased. Looks like he'll live as Matu trading some right clicks with XXS.
Yeah, obviously the Bloodseeker benefiting massively as well. Whenever they play aggressively bottom, gets that thirst bonus up top and trying to turn that into even more advantage here for Liquid. Yeah, you've got to be really wary of your positioning, and it's easier said than done, right? Your Crystal Maiden, you kind of want to at least put some sort of pressure and do some damage, but at this point, when Marci and Brood are both level 3, I think you have to backline behind the Sniper. If he gets jumped on, you use both your spells defensively and you try to reposition and stabilize. At the same time, if you have to sacrifice somebody, it's better that the Maiden dies than the Sniper. And then ultimately when Brood hits 6, I think the Sniper is just going to sit maybe mid, or you open up top and you play up there. Okay, Zai taking some serious damage bottom. Not enough to die, but he doesn't have any regen except one level in Spin Web, so it'll take quite a while before he's online to fight with Boxy again.
And Boboka able to TP out. And I would expect the kills to start ramping up a little bit more now, just because we have such aggressive heroes overall, especially with the Spirit Breaker on the side of Aster. As we haven't really seen a gank mid. Does that surprise you at all? Because I feel like that's a Spirit Breaker special, as I say that he's charging right now.
There you go. I don't think it's surprising we haven't had it yet, but I think this is a pretty good time to do it. Mickey's running out of mana. There's no power runes, but we'll not be able to find the angle here. Bobokov is charging from base. Oh, Boxy.
Trying to turn this around onto Monet, as Zai is going to be able to get the Insatiable Hunger off as well, and Monet's in a lot of trouble with the Frostbite, dealing a lot of damage to Zai in the meantime, as Boxy looking for another kill for himself onto Monet. That is the second just for him.
Kasih apa Bro Mother lah, main apa?
If Boxy got
Kayaknya kasih pantai mereka apa cuma bis juga. Tolol. Kayaknya sih tolol ini. Bunga.
The charge coming from the other side from Boboka, but Boxy is ready for this. But the Split Earth is there with the Pulse Nova. Mickey taking tons of damage, does get off a good LSA, but it does not save him in the end, as Boxy getting run down now by Ori's Pulse Nova.
Coba Ori bisa menang game di pantai. Sesi saya mereka cuma mau kita kasih Ori aja ya guys ya. Kasih Ori.
Oh my god, look how many creeps are mid too. They get the double kill. This is 2 full waves and a siege creep just hitting this tower. So first of all, you get a lot of tower damage in here, but the death stings that much more for the Lina losing.
Getting low, and Boboka's charge will finish the job, as Aster now all over the map, as we kind of expected with the draft. Able to take full advantage of this space cow.
Yeah, this is the luxury you have in this position with having this Underlord top. It's hard for Matu to put meaningful pressure onto XXS, who's running a Bracer and Ring of Health. He's just buying a full self-sustained build. He's going to finish his Vanguard now as well, coming out on the Courier. So if you want to kill this Underlord as Liquid, you need to bring 3+ heroes. I don't think they have any other way.
Okay, no comms at all. Interesting strategy at TI-11. Monet at the bottom. They do get that tier 1 tower, like you said, but very even game despite that. And top lane is the one we haven't really talked about too much, but Matu...
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
What's that?
Maybe they were all watching Knowledge.
That's true. I mean, I talked to a couple Liquid members as well during the break, and I mean, they couldn't find Scrim, right? None of these teams probably could find many Scrims, so... Kind of a weird situation, and you kind of overanalyze probably. I think taking some days off was probably pretty important for a lot of these teams just to reset, because especially for Liquid, who had all that momentum, that I don't know, I would have been super drained.
The overall consensus that I gathered was that I think most teams, if not all of them, took 1 to 2 days off and then started getting back into it. You know, you take a little bit of a break, make sure you don't overwork yourself, because it is very, very mentally taxing to prepare for these games, and you've obviously played a very long tournament already to get to this point, so getting that little bit of a breather, definitely helpful. Aster with I don't know if we should call this a recovery. Obviously the bottom lane was not going too hot, but the rest of the map looking very good, and with that rotation bot where they killed Zai, they managed to take the tier 1 tower. They almost got the tier 1 tower mid as well, minute 8, which is very good news for Aster. Zai.
Wants to go on Monet, but he's going to get Frostbit and charge. Already at half HP, and Monet can just right-click from afar as the charge connects, and one more right-click should do it, although Siamese Cat nets himself the kill with another Frostbite. And this Broodmother feels like it's getting shut down a bit in the last couple minutes.
I love playing Spirit Breaker against this hero, I gotta say. It feels so rewarding and so powerful that if Brood shows at any point, you get this connection, and Crystal Maiden is a great support to play it with in the early stages because you have this long route and slow. You see Pichu in this game choosing to max out Frostbite, which we've seen sometimes. It varies whether people prioritize Frostbite or Crystal Nova, but against the Brood, the route is just so good to allow a sniper to get in all of that damage. Let's see if Monet's skills assassinate or not, because we've seen different sniper builds here on level 6, whether you take that route at all, or if you focus on maxing out headshot. All right, Boxy with the job.
Initiation, and that is enough burst damage, but Boca charge not in time.
It's the humiliation.
Mickey gets credit for that kill. That is his first of the game. He has a haste rune still, and with the Falcon Blade going for the BKB as a pretty fast item. Matu is getting chased with just on the other side of the fog here. So
Very good ward there.
Catch up.
Pichu will realize this. Like he read that all too well. So gonna get the D ward, and they force out the glyph. Lesh will immediately rotate into mid. They don't want to lose their mid tower. Ori is gonna show here.
Yeah, well, Mickey is getting charged, so now there's TPs coming into the mid lane. See if he can get the LSA off. Oh, uses the Horsey and gives himself enough distance to get away. But in the meantime, they're going to find Boxy instead, who is trying to help out Mickey, but wasn't really needed in the end.
Yeah, it looked like Boxy was trying to find an angle where he could maybe get a dispose onto the Lesh rack, but what Aster did really well there was that they rotated not only the Lesh, but also the Crystal Maiden in the tree line. So when Boxy did try to go for that, it just gets frostbitten from the side and does not find any move. At the very least, the good news for Liquid here, bottom tower will be claimed. Brood is starting to build a new home here. As Brood does. Build Zai goes here. We've seen a lot of Broods go this Arcane Boots into either Pipe or Wraith Pact, these kind of auras. I assume this game will be no different, but I wonder what the priority will be.
Pipe is pretty freaking good this game.
Yeah, there is a lot of random magic damage, and it's a great way of keeping your spiders alive during fights.
Yep, as he is taking control of the bottom lane. I mean, that's the one thing about transitioning out of this lane against the Brood. He'll just take over, which he has done already.
Has to be so careful with showing on the lane, though. He's actually showing his hero, and that means he's opening himself up to being charged at any point.
Yep, all they need is a little bit of vision here. As a couple members of Aster in the cover of smoke, Zai in the trees, but his spidey senses are tingling for once that actually makes
literally.
sense. Yep. Looks like he'll be okay, so a little bit of wasted time, although I have an idea that he's in the area
wasted,
here.
though.
Pops. Oh, Crystal Nova just off. Actually did connect, and now they have the vision. There's the charge from Baboka. In comes XSS as well. And that is a big kill onto Zai. It took some time, but it worked out, and now XSS can just go back to where he came from.
This is a pretty cool duo of heroes that we like never see played. The Spirit Breaker plus Underlord combo. You charge someone, you Fiend's Gate in, and Spirit Breaker has that natural follow-up that he needs. This hero's one of its weaknesses, even though it's one of the best roamers in the game, is that it doesn't really solo kill very well. But, you know, if you have something like Underlord connecting or Sunstrike, like whatever it is at your disposal, then situations can suddenly look quite promising. Baboka with a charge, no rune here.
Moxie is here. Nice pit of Malice though, but the dispose keeps XXS at bay. Already at half HP, and in comes the Lich as well. But look, 4 members of Aster are continuing on here as Insania gets off his Chain Frost. Looks like he will drop in the end as Matu has finally come to play, but the Laguna Blade on top of the Rupture is enough to find himself a kill. Now the focus is on...
Masih Monet anjing, pantai buat Masih Monet.
Will be next. Big turnaround here for Liquid. Great transition from Matu.
Buat Monet
Sure to
anjing.
bring the numbers there. Matu coming in, Lina with the double damage. It's just too overwhelming. And Monet, yeah, would have probably been wise to not get involved there. You can understand why he's trying to help out his teammates, but Boxy isolates him with the rebound dispose combo, and once Sniper is repositioned, he's not getting out of there. Does not have any way of repositioning himself for now. Wonder if he's going to buy a shard later to try to help with that, but for now, obviously going a pretty standard route, Master Madness to...
Dia kalau Monet lari selamat dia anjir, apa di depan.
Pike, another way to reposition, of course. And he should need it this game. You gotta be feeling really good if you're Liquid with that exchange, though.
Yep, absolutely. The lead has slipped into their side, just barely though. As we get in, I'm gonna rehash this conversation again, Cinder. You know where I'm going with this, I'm sure, but
Tier 5 neutral.
The old Roshan. As we're gonna see another strike onto Insania. Ori's in the air, he gets off the Lightning Storm.
Kalau nggak kena Q selamat. Easy ya.
The rest of Aster away as this takes
Dici-puci ya sih.
They get a high five for their efforts. Which team would you say has the advantage in the Roche pit for both killing and fighting in the area?
I guess for killing, I would imagine Liquid does it maybe a little bit faster. It's kind of close.
Rupture the Underlord, okay? Yeah. I'm gonna jump in too here. I think we can fight. I'm really sure. Sniper! Okay. Fuck yeah, let's go!
That was an Eternal Envy type showdown. That was nice.
They got done with their Naruto episode and now they're playing. So
Furion kita titip hitap. Furion kita titip hitap. Furion kita titip hitap.
Anyway, you were saying about Roshan, Cinder.
yeah, so I think overall, I guess the Dire...
Sniper.
Depending on I guess it's level 1 side peek. It's kind of hard to say who's faster at it. I do like Aster's chances of fighting in the area in general, though. Underlord, Lesh, and Spirit Breaker, as well as Shrapnel level 4. He's very, very good in that area. But I think neither team has any interest in even thinking about Roche for quite a while. Neither lineup's particularly good at it. There's a lot of risk involved. Boxy, good charge.
Charge in the top lane next to the tier 2, but the Frost Shield comes out again. Chain Frost not really bouncing, but finally does off of the creeps, and that is going to cause Ori to
Get
drop.
bastard!
Boca gets disposed. TP canceled. Second kill for Liquid.
Get bastard.
A big punish in this top lane. That Frost Shield has been kind of pretty annoying for Aster to get through.
Yeah, they chose to go for that with 5-second cooldown on Nether Strike. They didn't have Spirit Breaker ult, so missing that component, but also Liquid seemed like they just read that play like a book. You know, Mickey was in position immediately, getting that counterplay. Nicely done from them. They get those two. Mickey now rocking a BKB. Is very ready to fight. Liquid actually hitting a strong time here. And
the Horsey is there. He gets stunned and brought down. Huge kill for Liquid, but XXS has come to play with his ult. Gets off the nice Pit of Malice and Firestorm, and Sania looks to be the sacrifice at the very least, but Mickey and Matu want to continue to fight potentially. They're going to try to focus onto the Crystal Maiden, and a nice stun from Boxy onto 2 heroes with Mickey's LSA to follow. 4 dead for Aster, and Liquid, I mean, they got the big kill to start, and Aster still wanted to fight, and they get punished.
Yeah, just Lesh didn't get to play his hero there. Got chain stun completely, rebound into the LSA, took the full burst there from Mickey, and they get that job done easily. You're gonna see on the replay here, so really nice way to open this with Boxy getting the rebound. They kill the sniper before any assistance arrives. As XXS comes in and does kill off the Lich, it's a pretty small consolation prize. Nice fear here, by the way, from Insania.
And Boxy stun coming up soon.
Yep.
Which absolutely destroyed.
Perfect.
My
Triple
God.
stun into double stun.
And that was the Bloodstone.
Get by Aster,
well,
boom, boom,
and
boom,
it
boom,
just
boom.
gets
Get by Aster,
destroyed.
boom, 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 boom,
Not
boom.
literally, not a Kyle. But Baboka now in the bot lane. He's going for the Shadow Blade. As Zai, again, he's just been chilling in the bot lane. He's close to finishing his pipe, and we talked about the amount of magic damage that Aster has. That is going to be a huge pickup for them.
It seems like the play call here from Liquid is just leave Zai alone. Let him do whatever he wants. He needs to get that item before he really offers teamfight impact. Curious to see what the idea is now. It's coming out. Are you going to see a bigger rotation? Are we looking at a bottom tier 2 tower? Are we looking at a potential rotation into killing a hero mid and then getting Roche? There's plenty of options for Liquid here with the game state they have set themselves up for. And I mean, essentially, if Zai doesn't have to join, why would he, right? He can also just keep farming down here and keeping a Pestilence, forcing heroes to rotate down here and defend, putting pressure on the tower and just farming up, get toward his next item. Maybe an Axe could be on the menu. Extremely annoying item to play Spirit Breaker against, the Brood Axe. So definitely could be something he's considering.
And Liquid want to keep up the aggression. Mickey now, or the BKB from Matu. So 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid. And they are definitely ready to fight as the tier 2 tower will take a little bit of damage, but XXS is going to show himself with the Firestorm, but Liquid want to kind of reset here. One thing we didn't really talk about is the fact that these two obviously face in the upper bracket, and we've seen it so many times. The upper bracket team that wins, that faces the team again in the lower bracket. The lower bracket team ends up learning more about that matchup overall, and they got to see Tundra beat Aster as well. But potentially that's what we're seeing here right now. But standing onto the high ground, he is so tanky at half HP, but he will be the sacrifice. As it looks like it's going to be a trade for the position 5s. Nice freezing kill coming out, but it only delays the inevitable.
Oh, they ruptured Lesh.
Yep, he gets his Bloodstone off just in time as Matu pops the BKB, but the Lesh is dead. Laguna Blade into the grave, and Baboka getting chased, but a nice Pit of Malice keeping Boxy and company in this area. But the Dispose comes out on Baboka, but he does have the status resistance and gets the charge off. That right click is coming for him. Is that enough? It doesn't look like it. He shall live.
What an amazing escape from Baboka there, turning around to dodge the stun and then finding the charge through everyone to survive. I definitely had him expected dead there, but he gets out of there. Still, the big kill for Liquid is the Lesh. They keep finding him every fight. Zai, okay.
Yep, he's here all alone. Insania on the outskirts, but the Assassinate is coming, and that's not going to help you there. So Monet getting a nice pickup for himself as he's kind of struggling. He's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, and this is a hero that you do not want in that area. I mean, how much of a comeback mechanic do you have on this hero, would you feel, based on the items that he's going for? Because he has Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, he's going for Hurricane Pike, so it feels like more mobility / utility than damage.
Yeah, I guess with this build, you definitely do farm slower than if you had, say, Mom Maelstrom, but you probably just have to get the Pike at this time. If you go Mask Maelstrom, it's gonna take too long before you have the essential items to be any sort of presence in a team fight. In skirmishes, this is also a pretty good single target damage build, right? You have a long range, obviously you can activate the take aim for the guaranteed headshots, which by the way are only level 2 on Monet currently, so his damage will ramp up significantly when he levels up to 13, 14.
Oh, Matu getting charged, and there's a Fiend's Gate here as well. He pops the BKB, but still gets stunned. That is 4 members of Aster, and that is a nice pickup for them. Very nice team play, and now, I mean, the Fiend's Gate is so cool, but Mickey, he's in the area. He's in Viz right now. Oh, the LSA does not connect, but they still get the stun. Laguna Blade to follow, but the Bloodstone healing up a decent amount. The BKB popped by Mickey, and that is enough to take out Ori again. He's left by his team via the Fiend's Gate, and Liquid taking full advantage.
Yeah, that missed stun from Mickey ends up costing him a BKB charge, but still well worth it. You're happy to get that kill. And probably the bottom tier 2 tower, I don't think you have a chance of defending this as Aster. Well, maybe they are gonna try.
Finally comes out, it's only going to connect a couple times, but Mickey looks to be mega dead, and Zion Company have to get the hell out of here. Insania is successful, but Zai inside the Pit of Malice charged up, and it looks like he's going to be brought down as well, so Aster successfully defend the tier 2 tower.
It seems like Liquid had the same expectation that I did, that tower was just going to be given to them with a dead Lesh, but the crucial part in all of this is that Mickey with the missed stun ends up using the BKB on the first kill, and Aster are like, wait a minute, can't we just go on this guy and kill him with Spirit Breaker and Underlord? And they could. There wasn't enough protection there. I don't think there was a defensive dispose from Boxy to try to reposition and keep him alive. And that's huge for Aster.
Yeah, we have a rupture onto XXS, but the rest of his team is coming. A nice charge onto 2, but the Blood Right does connect. Silence that Space Cow. But Boxy just getting right-click from afar. And Matu, despite having the BKB, does have the move speed to get away. And no range for the Assassinate, or no vision for the Assassinate.
If they had any way of getting vision, that could have been so much bigger for Aster, but they're very, very happy with this for sure. The game was starting to look a little bit scary for a while with the control Liquid were getting, but...
And the first Roche attempt is here. Aster know that they're in a 5v4 situation.
No BKB on Matumba either.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is just not a very good hero in this time in the game when you don't have that BKB. It's so hard to run in and do anything. You can just get turned on and blasted. So as it looks, Liquid, I think they really want to try to poke at this, but it's just really difficult. They don't know the exact timing either. Every spider's got killed outside the pit.
Yeah. Looks like Monet will get the Aegis. Not putting on the Lesh. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's good on both. A lot of the time we do see it on Lesh because you get so much value from getting the full mana refill when you die as well, but maybe the logic is Lesh is less susceptible to dying straight away. He has more health, he has the Bloodstone, whereas if Monet gets jumped, he can just die instantly. And this way you also maybe open up a little bit more for the potential of poking top tier 2 tower with just the Sniper. Lesh needs to go closer and expose himself to do that. Sniper can just safely take it from range, and if you do try to jump on him with your Marcy combination with Lina, you know he has that second life you have to worry about.
Both those fours have 4 deaths each for Monet and Ori, but they've kind of brought this game back, Cinder, and this is net worth-wise very even, and obviously with the Aegis, it's going to help them potentially extend that just a bit, as the tier 2 tower is not being defended yet.
I think it is worth keeping in mind for a game like this that a lot of the expectation of how the game goes kind of rides or dies with Brood, right? And Zai's impact, aside from, you know, pushing out this bottom lane being there, has not felt like Brood has been a first phase hero, right? Or arguably it has, because Aster solved it so well. A lot of Liquid's Brood game wins, they would be in a much, much better position than this now. And I think even just in an even game state like this in terms of gold, the Radiant lineup is having a pretty solid time scaling late game. I think a lot of what Brood offers becomes less and less important against this lineup. Whereas Aster's lineup is just going to scale to the moon, right? Sniper, Underlord, Lesh, Tricor.
And then That is true. Wraith Pack has been there for a little bit on the Underlord, as we see a full smoke here from Aster. And we can see that they are trying to go into the enemy triangle is the question. As a Force Staff picked up from Mickey, actually, so he's going the full Hurricane Pike as well.
He sold it again.
Pante, aku nggak ngerti anjing, kok masih bisa kalah Liquid?
He's still, oh, he's changing over to Silver Edge. Okay. So
Kayak draft tuh nggak penting sama Liquid anjing, mereka bisa ya nge-throw game ini anjing.
And they need some more damage.
He's gonna get spotted, charge, right clicks, dead. Easy kill for Aster. See if they go for this tier 2 tower bottom now that they have the top. Or if they're just happy to farm away. I mean, how important is it for Aster to use this Aegis in an effective way? Or are they fine just farming? Like you said, they do technically scale better.
Yeah, I think they're fine farming, but I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to use this Aegis for another tier 2 tower. Probably mid is the most accessible one for them right now, because I think Brood really thrives in the bottom tower area. There's so many trees, so many angles you can find there to be annoying for the support. But
he changed his mind again. He went Hurricane.
Oh, he changed again. All right. Well, maybe the gold lined up nice.
Dire's bottom tower
Liquid are not too phased by the Aegis though. They're still gonna look to cross the river and maybe make an aggressive move. They do have a double damage on Mickey, which would be really nice for them to put to use. Boboka will push out that wave and reposition himself. It looks like Aster are aware that Liquid have some big plan here. Ori also farming very defensively over on the ancient side, making sure to stay all the way left to not get caught. And this move from Liquid will bear fruit in the sense they get some good aggressive wards out. You see they get the good ward over at the Radiant Triangle, and they get a good ward down in mid, so definitely looking for some sort of catch against the Aegis team at some point in the near future. But looks like they'll have to settle for Mickey just, 10-shotting the top tier 1 tower casually with sidekick and double damage. Packing 400 damage with that per hit.
Not bad.
But now it's run out. And Aster will opt for the bottom tower rather than the mid one. This was the one they had the option to access. I think they would have been happy to take mid, but that's where Liquid were grouped up and covering the lane. So they will settle for a trade in the off lanes.
They will get it successfully. So 2k lead for Aster is the Aegis.
Okay.
It's expiring in 40 seconds.
Yeah. They will knock on the Hydra though. Sniper very good at this. Obviously, massive range. The only repositioning tool Liquid have is, aside from an offensive pike from Mickey, which is probably a bit naive to think is going to happen, you have level 2 dispose. So he's feeling pretty damn safe standing down here hitting this tower. You just keep throwing out one shrapnel if you want to hit it some more. There we go. It's gonna keep poking at it.
Now pop the Math of Madness. The defense is coming for Liquid. Ori up in front. He's going to get ruptured. Pops the BKB. That's not going to do too much for him. But he's kept himself away far enough as the Aegis is expiring in 3 seconds. Trying to get through the Fiend's Gate. He does so successfully. And Aster retreat.
Kena ruptur pakai portal kabur kan dia Pante.
And Ori can just refill and does not want to take the Fiend's Gate. Wants to farm up mid.
I'm surprised Ori went in an edict at that tower. I think letting Sniper just keep doing his thing was pretty good. It only cost him a BKB charge, which isn't the end of the world. And I guess he did force the glyph, so maybe it's okay. But if Liquid find a move off it, the story will be very, very different. Ori is going to walk straight into Matu.
Laguna Blade, but no LSA connection, but they still find the Crystal Maiden nonetheless. The right clicks are way too much. BKB already popped by Matu as they find the kill onto Ori. So 3 dead overall, the complete segregation of that fight, but Liquid coming out way on top.
Yeah, so what ends up happening there is Lesh has BKB cooldown from bottom, and he's walking in the mid lane together with Spirit Breaker. I think a pretty crucial mistake there from Aster, actually. The 2 heroes were even stacking up, so they got chain stunned and didn't get a charge up to try to protect Ori. He just walked straight into Matu, got ruptured and killed, or actually didn't even rupture, I think. They just hit him. He couldn't get away anyway without the BKB.
Zai able to clean up to tier 2 mid.
That is a huge swing for Liquid.
And we won't know for the next Roche for another minute 40, but that is going to be an extremely important factor in this game, as it usually is. But looking at Ori's item progression, obviously they've had the Bloodstone for a long time. BKB is on 8 seconds. He's only used it once, surprisingly. Has the casual plate mail, and I would assume an eventual Shiva's, but still going for his boots of travel.
Mau rank nggak kok?
Kok nggak ada yang di ya?
I think he's had a couple of times maybe pushing one wave too many and Liquid.
Tapi aku bilang kau pergi Bante.
Overall, the 5 deaths on
Mana ada
Rush
yang
is a major
Kan ini aku yang kemarin ya.
Mickey on the Lina with only 2
Si Sun tuh
has a
Bante
50 CS advantage.
Kau bilang iya ini.
Ya biar kau
The
main
thing
lah.
I wonder here for Ori is if Travels is actually the right
Tapi aku nggak
choice because
bisa
you're obviously playing against Rupture, right?
sama
So
temanku
having
sendiri
extra
tuh.
mobility in the fight isn't necessarily going to translate to more safety or more damage.
Nah, nanti lah.
Whereas having
Ini
items where
TI.
you just stand your ground and survive longer, like you said, the Shiva or
Nonton dulu, coba naik MMR kau.
something to that effect could be an
Berapa?
interesting choice. But
TI 11.
maybe even
Game 1.
Ya, jam berapa? Jam berapa?
Sekarang.
Bloodseeker and an
Udah mulai.
damage Lina build. Nihilism. I think Nihilism could be interesting.
Kau nonton di
but,
mana?
well, for now, it is going to be the Travels. And
Live ya, ada kok.
obviously, it depends
Di Twitch.
whether the flow of the
Enggak,
game will
enggak
turn
kah?
into a little bit more of a stalemate where the teams are just pushing out waves and farming because then Travels are obviously great. But if we have a key fight coming up sometime soon, this might not be the best allocation of net worth that Ori can have at this point in time.
Nggak asik nonton di Dota nih.
Getting those Travels up. Roche will be known to us now. It's a long respawn. Yes. 2:33. Will be quite a while before Aster potentially get their hands on that. And I do say Aster because they are controlling the area for now, and they did get the first one. There's no saying that Liquid can't make a team move in there and contest it.
Yeah, Matu has his Mjolnir now. Zai has had the Wraith Pact
And
pipe
there's the Axe
and is
coming
going
up.
for Aghanim Scepter. Spinner Snare, really.
Yeah, it is very good, this Axe. When you're playing a Brood role where you don't have to deal very much damage, this Axe is just incredible for map control.
Smoke up, but they see Boxy. They're going to start charging him next to Liquid's outpost, technically in control of Aster right now. The charge is there, but the Frost is going to keep him healthy for the time being. Ori,
Siapa menang nih ya?
Baboka end up taking him out with the help of Monet. Just like that, it's a 5v4, but BKB already popped by XXS as they find Zai in the trees, but the charge onto Montu.
Cipra susah, Cipra enak mainnya nih. Banyak cover dia. Ada Baratum, Underlord, iya, sama ini sama Lesla. Cipra free hit ini semua. Ini Viper maju asal-asalnya udah bisa bunuh semua, karena nggak ada yang bisa incar dia.
Aster looking very good now, but like you said, Roche is not going to be up for another minute, so they can't take advantage of that.
Definitely consider
Hit
themselves
sniper ya.
because this would have been an easy
Karena nggak ada
final
general sniper,
for
makanya
Aster
carry tuh nggak boleh gini.
Liquid, but yeah, just a very different
Tapi
fight
masuk akal sih.
Gua nggak bet
right?
kok.
So you get the charge
Enggak
onto
lah,
the
ngapain bet
boxes,
aku.
she doesn't get to play the fight at all. Ori gets ruptured, they get this
Kalau aku
monster
bet
back,
ya,
and then they
orang
get
jago.
Kalau aku bet ya, cuy, aku kalah semua, cuy.
Is running in with a pit of malice and just frontline.
Ya ngapa gitu ya kok?
Keeping them at bay with shrapnels. There's the Crystal Maiden ult coming
Pantek
up.
kali sumpah.
It's just too difficult
Giliran
for
kita
Liquid
bet
to
kalah kan.
engage here. And a nicely played fight here from Aster will secure
Nah,
themselves
emang aku
a
banyak salah,
position in the game
banyak
once
salah.
again.
Ya
And
ini
with
beda
control
kali
of the
sama
pit,
TI dulu ya.
30-second respawn on that. Both teams will want to get access
Susah
to
banget.
this. This is the
Ya TI
second
ini
row, so
prediksinya salah semua.
will come with a little bit of a bonus.
Bukan cuma kita anjing Pantai Pro. Semua orang prediksinya salah semua anjing.
MK has the data list.
Bukan
so
satu,
he will
5 game tuh semua 5-5 salah prediksi semua anjing.
is opting to go for a Lincoln Sphere.
Siapa yang kira Boom bakal menang lawan?
Okay.
Ya makanya.
I like that approach too. You know, you were
Pantai siapa yang kira EG bakal kuat kali, si LGD bakal lemah kali anjing.
the rupture.
Siapa yang kira si Team Spirit bakal lemah kali? Siapa yang kira Hokori itu menang anjing Pantai? Siapa kira si Pantai Thunder Awaken tuh kuat kali anjing? Gak ada yang kira gitu Pantang.
Yeah, that one makes sense.
Kalau ada pun cuma fans dia doang cuy.
The charge is very annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
And the only way to take full advantage of
Yang
that,
keprediksi cuma Liquid,
Spirit
Secret
Breakers to get
sama
the
Liquid mainnya Dewa, sisanya salah semua anjing.
So
Ini
it's
Aster
not be
nih.
that big of a deal at that point.
Sudah.
So we have a smoke now from Liquid.
Atau cucu.
Both the Roshan went out. They feel like Liquid are
Atau
going to come
cupu
contest this, and they are
Berapa
very
hadiah
right.
TI
The top
sekarang,
lane
Bang?
is all the way in the tier 3
20
tower,
juta
and
ya?
no one from Liquid's defending. This is a
Anjir, anjing,
dead
kemarin
giveaway
sampai
that
40-an
Liquid
juta.
are on something
Dari
here.
rumor katanya
Roche
karena
has a
will
low
do the same. Baboka is terrifying with that Shadow Blade that he's had for a while. If they get vision on anyone, they can just get stunned out of nowhere on Liquid's side with very minimal defense, except like we talked about the Frost Shield, but doesn't really save you from this Radiant lineup very well.
Yeah, Ori already used his Bloodstone, thinking that he was going to get jumped.
Apa lah, bawa
50
pacar,
seconds on
biar
that.
nonton dia main.
Success. Well,
And
finally,
very
Hotelnya bawa
tense
pacar
as
menang
both
aja.
teams know that Roche is up.
with the gem knows that Liquid
Alah,
Division
rumor
are
doang.
obviously not gonna
Oh,
go
saya bilang latihan juga kan,
Risk,
Jo,
he
kalau kau
could get
sadar.
jumped by Marcy and just blast
Anak
it
aja nggak pernah
there,
latihan
so-
di Wali.
Gets the information, gets back. They have Boboka clean up mid with a charge. Next wave will now be
Apa mau dilatihan, main aja kan?
as well.
Main aja.
Gonna clean this up
Mau
out of
main
the
aja,
shadow
rank
flames,
kau
killing
berapa
all of
anjir
those
kalau main
spiders
aja?
in one charge.
Yeah, ever since they changed
Ya lah, beda lah. Dia mendalamin, ya bukan mendalamin.
even better counter.
I think this is the most CS I've seen a Spirit Breaker have been at 34 since Xiao 8 played at mid.
Iya,
That's
udah
what's
pro
fun.
gitu mereka.
That is true. I mean, he's halfway to his Ags, and that thing is crazy how good. Invisibility.
Ada basic.
Kami masih main.
Side of the map.
Lalu sisa orang isi LG itu bukannya malas-malas semua orang ya. Mungkin tuh saya sering main.
The game. I mean, it's a little early to call that, but
Ya kan nggak ada gas doang.
the win percentage with second Roche has got to be really high for the team that gets it. As look how close this game was.
In-game Dota dan segala macam lain-lainnya.
68% for Aster. Do you feel that? Watching this right now as the Rupture onto Ori gets disposed. Ori at half HP. He's gonna get bashed out. Zamatu trying to recognize the play. Bloodsoul's not gonna get enough.
Padahal network Lina sama apanya jauh menang.
And Liquid trying to reset. Now the box is on relatively low HP. Dispose onto Matu with the
Masalahnya, iya masalahnya Stra anjing. Kalau sniper Pante, gimana mereka mau lawan sniper anjing? Rencananya tuh Nightfall kan, bakal perkosa sniper berhasil kan jing, early game. Saya tahu saya mereka collapse timnya, tapi tengah apa kalah mereka anjing sekarang. Apa yang terjadi aku main agak nim lab, tiba-tiba ini yang terjadi anjing. Kira udah pasti menang anjing. Sekarang red pack juga nggak guna pantang. Kalau Mike harus build agak nim aja, bisa belum sniper ya. Miki. Ini Matu Mamen betul-betul harus angkat kaki kali ini. Astaga, parah kali sih. Oke. Nightfall, BKB. Wah, mau nih bawa Ali sih. Bukan Nightfall aja. Aku lihat brother sama King Nightfall aja. Astaga, Miki. Oh, selamat. Selamat. Mati aja sih pernah. Pukul lah. Hah? Lagi pukul anjing. Matu. Oh, tiba-tiba mati anjing. Wah, salah sih. Linanya salah anjing.
Kok nggak mati snipernya?
Linanya nggak apa? Linanya nggak pukul anjing. Gak ada range ya. Dia kena lockdown. Boleh boxy mati di solo sebenarnya. Boleh boxy anjing. Boxy. Wah, si pernah balik lagi. TP. Boxy.
Anjir, Matungga.
Pantek oleh Matungga tahu dia anjing.
I mean, this isn't even accurate.
4 buybacks, I believe.
Bagus Liquid iya, dari 2k defisit jadi 5k ini kan.
Oh, not Liquid. They want
Masih mau main anjing mereka?
rebound available. Roche is relatively low. The
Enggak mungkin.
Bossy! Bossy!
Finally, Monet, he snatches the Aegis. So technically, Liquid get the kill.
What?
Boxy on top of that, but either way, Aster is happy with this exchange. Looks like Boxy, did he actually take the
Wah, kalau dia dapat Aegis apa gue anjing?
Igotnya jauh kali jadi.
I don't think that's the best
Oh,
shard.
Pantek serem kali game ini anjing. Kalau game yang mudah Pantek, apa yang terjadi?
Brood or Lina? Yeah, maybe it's actually the best. That they haven't had before. They can obviously rebound the target.
Boxy dapat shot anjing langsung dipakai Pantek.
Wow.
I mean,
Astaga, Mickey.
We just saw was how long Monet stayed alive, right? It's because he's getting Crimson guarded by the Underlord, so the spiders do zero.
Tapi nggak apa sih kasih sniper kayak Aegis. Itu masalah. Nightfall Zaini anjing Pantek Nightfall terus aku anjing. Kok dia nggak BKB anjing?
I've never seen a sniper stand still.
Kok dia nggak build kayak Yuragi anjir? Oh, Zai. Ngecok Zai kasih yo. Umat tumbang.
Liquid just don't have the damage right now, but Zai, he gets charged in on into the nether strike and into the right clicks of Monet.
Zai parah kali anjing.
And now with the assault onto XXS.
Mante apa nih Zai?
He's gonna add insult to injury, and his push will be even faster for Aster.
Wah, ini Zai parah kali Azio. Ini easy game buat Bro Mother lo anjing. Siapa yang bisa bunuh kau Zai? Kau tinggal BKB nggak ada yang bisa bunuh kau anjing. Kau BKB kan? Paksa BKB si sniper budak kalian. Jadi kau pergi anjing. Jadi kau masuk lagi patek. Kau sniper kali saya damage langsung sniper ya.
Still, you have to be a little bit careful about this high ground push. Marcy is
Snipernya full cover.
Nggak, tapi kalau Bro Mother bisa apa cow? Karena dia tinggal apa doang, tinggal jalan doang.
Dispose and rebound out to maybe force a BKB. Can obviously also rebound in and dispose and then blink out if he's fast enough. If he takes any damage, that is not happening.
Rebound his teammates.
He can also do that. He could rebound Mickey in and lose the game. That is another option he has.
We have seen it during the DPC.
Jadi ini editor jelek loh.
Nah. Itu ke-4. Nih, langsung dapat kan?
Dia dapat. Dia ketekan ini. Dia ketekan start, makanya gak dapat lagi.
Insania counting the buybacks there. Yeah. Wonder if he counted all of them and wrote down all the times. That would be very impressive. That would be inhuman.
Quality audio juga ada.
Indeed. It's nice to have a human calculator on your team, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yep, I have that every game.
Well, 2 minutes still on the Aegis for Aster. But Liquid, in terms of network, have the very
Nggak kepikiran Android drive-nya bagus di anjing. Bukannya Android, aku lihat drive-nya aku Android bakal nge-fit terus anjing.
And I'm sure that they're going to want to use it here to at least get a tier 3, if not, try to get a barrier.
That bottom lane is very, very open. Minute 50. I don't know how much is left on the ball.
Maksudnya dia nggak bisa sampai siapa kan
So if you picked it up around
dia cuma backline doang ya.
Spinner snares are starting to make life difficult for Aster. Very annoying.
Tekis was deleted, but
I actually think
lives on in Brood.
I was saying this is kind of the new old
Ya
Tekis.
cuma kan kayak tim langsung datang pergi gitu, nggak sampai kayak lama-lama gitu. Aku cuma ada BKB lagi, dia nggak bisa kontrol siapa gitu. Tapi tadi berhasil tuh aja.
Snares bottom just yet. Monet pumps the DD. Force out the glyph. They will get another glyph after this tower falls, mind you, with the changes. So Liquid do have another round of defense for the barracks.
Tower is finally down.
Yeah, Monet's attack speed is nothing to scoff at. He's got a lot of attack speed items. They have the AC on the Underlord, Mask of Madness activation.
Nggak guna sih Pante.
It's looking pretty good for Aster. This is a big moment now. Liquid will try to find.
Oh, game-nya seru kali sih mantap.
Pushing out mid for now. Do they even have any?
Imbang nih kok.
Iya. Aku ini harusnya menang sih Liquid, tapi waktu kenapa bisa imbang kali ini.
Challenge something here they can, but it's a very, very difficult position to access yourself into. You keep scouting them with spinners.
Dinoy kaya kali ya.
We can't flip another one. No, XXS however. They'll find another spinner snare.
Mana war nih, farming terus mereka.
Great time there.
Mereka saling ngepuk pau. Jadi si Aster mau war, cuman mereka nggak mau war dekat area si Liquid. Lalu Liquid mau war tapi Liquid nggak mau war dekat area si Aster itu doang.
I think my first game casting Broodags.
It's one of those things that's hilarious.
Sekarang
to
kayak
watch
gitu lah
when
caranya.
you're in being a player on Aster.
Oh, of course. Of course.
But that's Dota, right? It is very annoying. Let me tell you. All right, Liquid. It's time. Is this Aegis expiring just
Nah ini,
now?
mereka nampak Balatung di bawah pau langsung mereka smokean. Nah tapi mereka masuk ke area lawannya. Untuk masuk ke area lawannya mereka harus blink masuk. Kalau lihat Mickey langsung kejar si sniper. Pantes sekali anjing. Sakit kali. Let's go Agani first immunity. Oh kalau lihat tuh pantai pau.
Not able to get the rebound. Boxy has been playing out of his.
Dapat. Oh. Aduh, gak ada sentry dia.
7K lead, knowing that a lot of these buybacks will not be available. Only the Underlord at the moment.
Nah, aku nonton si Gok punya. Dia banyak informasi.
Sama nonton Gok punya juga.
Iya, dia banyak informasi aja. Iya emang Liquid easy game for Liquid ini 100%. Ada Bro Mother, ada Dina. Ada ada apa? Bloodseeker aja. Bloodseeker bisa out DPS si sniper cepat kali aja.
Karena Baratumnya tadi ke atas nih.
Jadi mereka kurang stun, instant stun. Makanya kalau lihat Liquid langsung lompat kan, karena nggak ada yang bisa stun lagi selain si Baratumnya. Mereka langsung lompat sampai BKB anjing. Lalu si Aster tuh kira mereka lebih kuat. Salah mereka, lebih kuat Liquid jauh.
Anjing kena N bro.
Ada glip nggak? Nggak ada glip ya? Nggak ada glip gigi. Kau gimana seru kali Pante.
Pante aku jadi Aster aku salah kali sumpah.
Kau sadar nggak sih? Tadi tuh harusnya Liquid menang, cuma Liquid kayak pura-pura break lemah itu kan. Oh kita kalah nih, pura-pura lemah gitu kan. Tiba langsung di end aja mereka.
Ini BO berapa?
BO 3.
Kok nggak BO 7 lagi ya?
Pak BO 7 Pante mau. Gila nggak mau? Udah kita main lagi pokoknya masih lama nih 10 menit mereka istirahatnya.
Bat dulu apa dulu gitu kan.
Sekali popau. Oh nggak mau gitu.
Their momentum, despite this break, is just ridiculous. This is like team spirit. Not to pat myself on the back. Team DC from TSX,
Liquid.
a lot of these memories are coming back to me, Sinner, and this team is.
Bisa dia nge-aktor acting gitu kan dia. Aduh kita lemah nih, kita lemah tiba-tiba langsung mati semua tuh tim aja.
Don't listen to Sinner anymore.
Lompat langsung kan bunuh si langsung mati tuh tim aja.
I know that a lot of people were wondering, like 5-day break, that momentum, it might be gone.
Emang aktornya dia kali ya, udah bisa tuh.
Taking one here against Aster, so they are one step away from getting to that final day of the International 11. I'm joined by Jenkins, Lacoste, and Effie. Effie, this game, where do you want to start breaking it down? Because it was such a close game till the very end when we saw Monet die without buyback.
I mean, that was a great game, just as we expect from Liquid, but I guess I just want to start from the draft, because I think that they did something really cool conceptually that game, which was they countered the Leshrac that they gave to Ori, which is one of his best heroes, with the same timing, the 15-minute pipe timing on the Broodmother, versus the 15-minute timing of the Bloodstone on the Leshrac. And it felt like every time Ori was taking these fights, he just was not healing. And the BKB from Lina came in so early as well. So I think if you just break it down to basics like that, they had a lot of really cool ideas that they obviously prepared for.
How does this keep happening? Every single time Team Liquid plays, it's just pure chaos, pretty much. You know, ever since like their days in Alliance, some of these players really know that they're not going to be able to close out the game. Something weird's going to happen.
Like
they're serious against Thunder Awaken.
Yeah. Brood coming through the portal of the Underlord.
Yeah, Zai's like, yeah, I gotta check it
out.
Oh,
mereka go high ground si Aster
anjing.
Pantasan mereka kalah.
He was at the bottom just chilling for something that Effie did mention. This was brutal. Like this fight right here, people life-stealing from both of the Wraith packs, having the life-steal from the sidekick, Paladin and Sword as well. I think Boxy is having the time of his life. Like this is some extremely good performance. This might even be, you know, Boxy Tasca really up there, but Boxy on Marcy completely different.
That TP was insane.
So many times clutch plays coming out from him.
It's like a redemption arc for him, I feel like, because you know, when Liquid lost Taiga, I think a lot of people were thinking, you know, Taiga, for this guy, he's an offlaner. He's coming in and taking Taiga's role, you know, fan favorite going over to OG, but it's like he has absolutely proven himself over the year. I think we were pleasantly surprised casting him in throughout the EU DPC, but this isn't just like a pleasant surprise from him. This is fucking insane. He's legitimately carrying his team. That last game was entirely on his shoulders. The blink up onto the high ground, the BKB TP out that we saw. He was not only initiating every single fight, his two cores were dead, and he was
kasih lagi ya apa Marcia.
This guy's a 4 position, not the carry.
No, he's definitely insane on that role, as you say. Someone who's also insane, a little bit, is Distraction Slackers in the crowd.
I thought that we would go and talk to some people about that last game. Pretty exciting stuff here. Hello, who are you rooting for in that last game?
Liquid, obviously.
Obviously, oh wow. Well, what'd you think?
I thought it was phenomenal.
And what do you think about this stadium here right now? You feeling it? You feeling the TI hype?
It's beautiful. Look at it. We got flags and banners going on. It's great.
All right. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada? I saw the hat. I thought you were one of my people. Can we get one yeehaw, please? Canadian yeehaw?
Yeehaw!
Yeah! All right, any Aster fans? Anybody like Aster? Oh, okay, we got an Aster fan. What do you think about that last game, my friend? They need some words of encouragement. Anything to say?
They're both pretty good, but I just support whoever wins the team fight, actually.
Okay, well, that's depressing. I think they needed something more. Don't worry, you can do it, Aster, right, boy? Everybody, we got Aster! All right, fantastic. Well, we're going to pass it back to the panel, my friends. But before we do, I just wanted everyone in the arena, those people that are watching, know what they missed. Can we please tell them from home how hyped we are? Let's go, Singapore! I'll do it. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Indeed, Slacks and banners. What more do we really need? I know that Aster needs a little bit more, though, because they got a lot of pressure on them now, Lacoste.
Yeah, most definitely, because they showed how good they can play on LAN, but if they don't win this series, this is going to be the second time in TI history that there's not going to be a Chinese team in top 3. There was one time that it happened, it was TI3, but other than that, they are carrying the torch for their region.
Yeah, definitely, because they eliminated the other Chinese team that was in the TIs, that was still in TI, and PSG LGD. Let's hear them talk about it.
打那个汤者的时候，我能感觉到我们队有一趟压力，就是自己给自己压力，就没有什么别的原因，就是可能感觉就是放不开吧，就我们。我觉得兰姆他就是，然后输给汤角之后，他还跟我们说了，是我们
Semua juga diberesin sama Tandra anjing.
太没有那个进攻性了，就是打得太怂了。然后我们总结过了，就改天就打败老干爹嘛，就是。
Apa nih kok dilik anjing？
就感觉老干爹一直是我们就是在中国赛区最大的竞争对手，然后之前也很多比赛被他们什么3比0、2比0，然后就各种被他们就是被他们干嘛，然后。
Minute 22, Gaben gave Radiant 88% chance of winning.
Damage is going to be enough to actually get beautiful rolls coming out from XXS. They take him out 2 for nothing to start this fight. He's A-OK as Ori. He's going to get the instant kill onto Nothing to Say, who does not have buyback. And now they're going to turn this around onto the Primal Beast. This is what's looking like the beginning of the end of game number 1 as Aster has come back with a vengeance. He's going to get the double spear with the shard. Triple kill on Ori. Nothing to Say is dead. Will he get the Sunder? No. 4 dead for PSG LGD as GG's come out. Aster eliminate LGD from TI11.
How did it feel knocking out LGD? What was it like?
打完之后感觉又是挺可惜的感觉，就有被死边什么的，看蛮可惜的感觉。
这次到了 TI， 肯定还是想往更高的名次冲刺，想把以前的那些输掉的比赛都赢回来。
我觉得我们今年这5个人在一起的那一刻，我觉得我们是奔着今年的冠军来的。
Dikasih Marsi kalau ada kasih Marsi sama Brother Pante. Untuk Brother sampai cuma tetap aja dikasih Marsi ke box
所以我非常珍惜这一把翻盘，然后也很珍惜和我的队友走到现在。
我觉得不管是老干爹还好，还是我们，还是RNG好，为了中国粉丝尽力去拿下这一个冠军。然后之前中国赛区的成绩都比较不错，然后都是老干爹，差不多都是老干爹打的。然后今年到我们了，所以我觉得我们也要接下这个重任，然后不负众望。
Oh, waktu nikahan Tanuki datang kan?
A lot of responsibility to carry on your shoulders, but if there's one coach that can propel you to do that, it is Alanam, because he's been at every international apart from one. He only missed TI7. This is his 10th international, his first as a coach, and he knows what you need as a player, I think, Jenkins, in order to make sure that you can focus on your game most of all.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's been one of the most experienced people at this TI at the start and at the end, which it is funny that for this TI, a lot of the newcomers, the new blood, we're actually losing them. We're down 20% in terms of new blood versus old blood. Turns out experience is reigning supreme here, at least in the main stage of TI.
Yeah, Aster still has also a first-timer, Effie.
Yeah, in Siamese Cat. Interestingly enough, we found out today that he's the oldest player on Aster, but he is the newest to competitive play, which I thought was really cool because he's kind of like Aster's troublemaker, and that he's always starting fights in pubs in China and coming up with memes. But I really like that you guys brought up the experience factor, because that really feels like it was what Aster was lacking. Last year, they had really great results within China, but not internationally. But this year, they brought in Ori, who has so much competitive experience, and it really felt like that was the piece of the puzzle they needed. Just some in-game shot caller, someone to play around, someone who knows their stuff. And if you combine that with Lanam, who we've already talked about has so much TI experience, you can really see the effect of it on this team.
You can indeed. Fun fact about Pichu, or Siamese Cat, is that he wants to open a pet shop. He wasn't playing professional Dota 2, but he is playing professional Dota 2. A cat shop specifically, by the way, what's in the name? And he is playing Dota 2. He's walking to the stage right now. We got Team Liquid and Aster for the second game of this best of 3. They'll be taking their places. The pressure is on. The crowd is there to give them more energy, though, to propel through for sure as they are taking their seats. Now, one thing we've been talking about Aster, and we can continue talking about Aster, but isn't it also a lot of fun to hear players talk about players or teams talk about teams? For example, to hear Team Liquid talking about Team Aster.
I think Aster, they're individually, they're very, very strong.
A lot of the Chinese teams tend to have like a very good idea of like cohesion, and they play together very well, and they understand like how to ebb and flow around the map. Like when someone's being aggressive on one side, the other side is defensive, and they play this kind of map very, very well.
I think their individual strengths, along with like, I'm sure Lanam brings a lot to the table because the cohesion and their overall strategies is also very solid. In a lot of games, you can see they get severely outfarmed, but it doesn't matter because they just construct this 5-man ball that eventually will win the game. No matter how much you outfarm them, they will win the game. Is their style and it works well for them, and we're gonna try to counter that.
Well, and they did already in that first game, of course. I want to talk a little bit more about the game plan that we saw coming out from Aster. This is one of the faster drafts we've had, right? Because you do have 5 days to prepare. We saw the Underlord Spirit Breaker, XXS Baboka have been playing together in the same team since 2015. 7 years, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, 7 years, some people have not been playing Dota for long in this tournament, which is, you know, pretty impressive. Sticking together, the chemistry is out there. And they're on to something. I mean, Monet did talk about, you know, I'm going to quote him, with the 5-day break, it feels like everyone's caught on a cliffhanger. Like, it's a lot of time to think about what you're going to do. And I kind of liked what they had in this game, number 1, with the Spirit Breaker and the Underlord, because you can have like a bit more of a global presence, and also Underlord against the Bloodseeker, where you can use the portal reset, going back to Fountain while you're ruptured and then come back in. So you know that they're theory crafted quite a lot. We could see this in game 1, but they might need to bang out something even stronger.
But to talk about the other side of the coin, I think Liquid prepared for this match so well. I was genuinely so impressed. I did manage to talk about it a little bit, but they gave away Aster's comfort heroes. They gave away the 2 heroes that they lost to in the upper bracket, right? They lost to Aster's Lesh and their Sniper in that game 1, and they just comfortably gave it away with ideas of their own. And I thought that Broodmother into the Lesh was very innovative, because typically you don't really think about them as a timing versus timing hero, but that's actually what it turned out to be. And of course, Boxy, who lost on the Marcy twice to Aster, just came out swinging, right? He had a great upper bracket performance, but this one topped even that. So I feel like Liquid, their momentum didn't stop. The fact that it did not hurt them like a lot of fans were worried that it would do. It actually seems to have benefited them. And you can really see the impact of the 3 coaches in Liquid now in this 5-day break. They really upped their analysis.
And going back to Aster, I don't feel like what they prepared is something that they want to go back on. I think they can feel pretty good about the game, especially Baboka on the Spirit Breaker. He was, I think,
some clutch stuff.
Yeah, the same way that we're talking about Boxy playing Marcy, if Aster had won, we'd be saying almost the exact same stuff about Baboka. Like, the 4 positions both carried so hard in both of these games. So I feel like the game just came down. It was very close for the entire thing. It was back and forth either way. And it came down to like 1 or 2 like clutch fights right at the end. I think Aster can repeat the same thing, maybe with a little bit of a tweak, and they can feel good about their preparation.
I mean, after the game, it's easy to say, oh, they should have done that, but I don't mind. Like, I think Aster played well. The shot calling, when to use the buybacks. This is where the game kind of went towards Liquid's way, because they used 4 buybacks, and they didn't get too much out of it. They got it did still shard, and it's a meme shot. You know, he also consumed it.
Okay, guys, it is time. We're going to head into that second game of Liquid versus Aster. Let's head over to some experts for the draft.
Team Liquid. Team Liquid. Versus Team Aster. Game 2.
Thank you, voice of God. Suns fan here with Cinderin. And again, joining us is Stormstormer and Toby from Entity, Game 1. What did you guys think?
Exciting match. Great to kick off, I think. A lot of action in early and mid game, a lot of fighting. I think you could see the nerfs a bit as well. Like, people tend to go for a bit more risky plays and stuff, but I mean, that's what the stage makes you do.
Mananya banyak kali ya, Jik. Oh, dia manggo terus ya.
Pretty back and forth game, enjoyable to watch.
Feels like having a player like Boxy who's not afraid to take risks is so powerful when you're in this game state, and he was on the Marcy, which he will not be this time, because it will be on Aster. I think we unanimously agree that it felt like Boxy probably the MVP of that last game.
Yeah.
Just tons of playmaking, a lot of confidence, just really landing stun after stun. When his smoke breaks, he's just blinking in, setting things up for his team, giving vision. This time around, though, has to find another solution.
Yep. Draft's looking pretty similar again. I guess the only new hero is the Tusk.
Oh, there's a Primal Beast.
Oh,
you're right.
Yeah.
Primal's in the pool, you're right.
So you talk about how Marcy owned, and these are fast picks, by the way. These things know exactly what's going on, but Boxy's Tusk has been pretty disgusting as well. Like, he's played like 3 or 4 heroes like S tier.
Yep.
For sure.
As
a counter 4 matchup against Marcy, is Tusk one of the better ones, or you don't really mind?
I think Boxy just went
down. Ada momen tuh kadang-kadang apa ya, harus momen kayak gini aja. Pas mereka maju kemajuan sini, maju-maju ke sini.
I mean, one of the very crazy things is the 8 sniper on Aster. It seems like they have very high confidence pick. Like, they rate it super highly. There's not a Lina this time, and sniper is usually a Lina counter, so they just like it no matter what. Bans are also looking pretty similar. Looks like Liquid is going the list down again. They banned the Mars second stage as well last time.
Yep.
Don't remember what else event. I think
Tuh, jangan. Sini, Jo.
Yes, they banned Mars, Naga, and Pango. I do think the Pango will go behind well. So
jangan ambil Jo tadi.
I feel like when you're targeting XXS in second phase bans, these are.
Aku udah bilang jangan lagi, pasti kau dekatin deh. Jangan dekatin. Apa yang aku lakukan kau jangan ganggu itu doang. Mas emang kau kira aku jangan ngapain anjir?
Lesh hits this amazing timing with blood.
Kalau aku bilang jangan ya jangan,
bukan someone else. So might be worth a ban here for Liquid as well.
I think it's also one of XXS.
Kalau aku bilang jangan ya jangan ganggu.
And they're gonna have to pick 16 to 17.
Aku tahu kau mau mendekat kan, makanya aku bilang jangan anjing. Lalu kau masih mendekat
I think Aster is one of the teams that might pick it up if it's not getting banned in second stage. If you think it's
ini bukan nggak mudah guys. Apa ya? Kita nggak mau ngegeng. Kalau kau nggak mau main agresif banget aja. Kalau kau agresif tadi kau udah cicil mereka. Maksudnya katanya tadi cicil mereka. Aku tuh yang cicil mereka. Kok nggak bisa digerakin krimnya? Nggak usah, Co. Mereka ulti aja, nggak bisa itu.
Getting rid of the Lich. This time around, I guess Aster, especially with this opening, are more countered by Frost Shield, and Insania did have a pretty meaningful impact in that last game with some Chain Frost too. However, would you say Lich is like I guess the Frost Shield component against snipers, just straight right click is nice, but he's never really going to be in position for Chain Frost. He's never going to be in range for the, and he's one of the heroes that can kill the Spire if Lich goes for that. He's kind of a hybrid mix.
I think the Frost Shield would have been good against both Sniper and Marcy.
Yeah.
Like it would have just countered them to harvest the Lash. Also the Brewbound coming out last from Liquid, I think that's very smart. As I said, like XXS really loves this hero and would have been a decent answer to the Lash Rack. The main coming out is no surprise, honestly. Maybe it's a surprise it didn't get banned. It's one of those heroes to play. It's another Frost hero, strong in lane. Surprised it didn't get banned, I guess.
Yeah, they're more afraid of Lich than Serum.
Yeah. But I think it makes sense against Marcy and Sniper with the Lich, no? Like,
I guess.
With the Frost Shield.
Do you think there's any downside to having a lineup that doesn't have a ton of flexibility right now? Kind of know where I mean, you said they could play position 1 Lesh technically. You said Aster wasn't able to do that probably, but we're going to see a Putka.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. This Sniper patches flex, definitely.
I meant for Liquid.
Yeah, I think Liquid, they don't flex the Lesh too much. I don't think Mato has played Lesh a single time this tournament, and Mika always had good results.
Mika can play safe lane Lesh.
I suppose, yeah, if there's a good reason.
Spirit.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's Silesh.
They really want a solution for the Sniper in their lineup here with that backline jump.
This is really interesting.
So I believe it was Liquid against Thunder Awaken where Thunder were picking Pudge into Lesh, and he is just insane against this hero. You pop Flesh Heap, you take basically no damage from, you take almost no damage from Pulse Nova if you have any sort of magic resist on top of it. So is a direct counter here from Aster to the Lesh. Do you feel like Storm's matchup against Pudge is meaningful though, or?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I honestly, I don't know to play any of those two heroes, but it's really a decent matchup mid for the Storm Spirit. He does very well against many melee heroes, and obviously an answer to Sniper, which I feel like they were lacking. I think the mid matchup is probably fine.
I've seen Storm lose mid really hard to Sniper.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking as well. So like they could actually opt to put the Sniper mid and the Pudge carry. That could be a very, I think, Sniper fair matchup of midding against the Storm.
Is there a world that you can play a 3 Pudge on XXS? Because he has also played that hero in the past, or is that just kind of outdated at this point? We've barely seen it this tournament, right? It's almost only carry and mid.
I think that would be wild. I think that would be a bit like crazy, especially because Monet and Ori are just insanely confident on it.
Yeah.
And I picture XXS as sort of the teamfight hero player, like the Panda like a band out the Pango, the Mars. They even banning like more and more the Tide. I think they want some AoE control on this last pick on Aster possibly.
Liquid, by being second pick, will have the ultimate last pick of the draft. You guys need to pick a hero for XXS now. What's it going to be? Like you don't know your carry matchup, so I'm assuming you're trying to pick an offlaner that initiates for your team and maybe has a solution for Storm to an extent, or Sanking?
No. No. You don't want to get counterpicked by Matu and playing his Sanking.
Yeah, so...
Casual Visage.
Visage? Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Any melee strength hero.
Yeah, Visage is pretty decent in this game. I guess Aster's teamfight would then not look that good. I'm still curious if Liquid is thinking about putting the Lash Track possibly on Matu, but I think it's almost 99% on Zai. He showed it multiple times.
I like Dawnbreaker against Serum.
Oh, Dawnbreaker's still on the pool.
Just killer.
Liquid might ban it though.
Yeah. Dawn for XXS is definitely an option. He was banned last game as well by Liquid. It's kind of going down the list again. I wonder if there's anything else they have their eyes on as a potential threat that Aster might go for, but yeah, Dawn seems pretty solid.
What else is in the pool even? So Brood is out, Enigma is out, Mars, Pango, Brew, Tide. So many 3s are banned. And the Visage.
Higher. Okay.
Right. Toby got it.
It feels like Dawn is a nice layer of protection for the Sniper later on as well. Like it could be the difference maker about whether he stays alive or not if he gets jumped by like Storm Tusk. Maybe a Dawn ult can buy some time. You also have the hook obviously to try, and you have the... If it gets really crazy, maybe you can get a dispose off, but most of the time that's going to be tough. So what do you feel now? You like the Visage, right? And now that's not an option for Aster anymore, so what
I don't really like Dawn, but it's like the only thing left.
Still the best one? Okay.
Yeah, this is a tough one, honestly. I'm not sure what else is even still left in the pool, and you have to consider that Liquid has the ultimate last pick against it.
I'd say I've seen Lone Druid do pretty well against Dawn in games that I've watched. Not really here at TI, I don't think it's been a common matchup, but just high-ranked pub games, Lone Druid fares well in that lane a lot of the time. Is that... Are you thinking about Lone as Aster? You probably are, right? As an option here for Liquid, so should you Is that a concern for Dawn, or is it still just the best choice you have and you just kind of have to deal with it?
I think you just have to pick it. And
there's also the Underlord that he played last game. Maybe it's a tough line pick, but it's a decent pit.
Omni Knight. Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Who is a core? Marci or Omni?
Or Jakiro.
Or Jakiro.
So what's the idea?
So this is a Matu hero, right? Lone Druid, you're saying. What do you guys think of Spectre? Good against Sniper, good against like pure damage through Omni Knight's ult.
I think they have Pudge problems. They need
Pudge is too good against that?
Yeah, they need someone
They need damage for Pudge.
Yeah, the Lifesteal Arsenal. The Spectre is not really needed because you already have the Storm against the Sniper. You could double counter him, but I'm not sure also how, like, Spectre's a pretty outdated hero.
Is there actually even a carry left that counters Pudge on that matchup? Ursa, Bloodseeker, and Lifesteal are the 3 best. They're all gone. Something like CK can sometimes overpower it, but you're still against Flesh Heap and you're against GA. So it's kind of worry.
Yeah, it's not a good CK.
You have no dispels whatsoever against Omni in this game. I actually really like this last pick from Aster, given that they don't have ultimate last pick. I think it puts a lot of pressure on Liquid to find a perfect hero that might not exist.
Morphling is the perfect hero, but Matu doesn't play it.
Matu plays more? No? Maybe he hasn't played it this tournament. He definitely plays it.
I guess. I mean, there's always like, it depends what you practice the last couple of months and how confident you're on it. So, in any case, is this an offlane Omni, you think? Or acting against Marci? That's actually like still an obvious.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily.
What if it's an Ori
Sounds
Sniper
like
and
offlane Omni.
Carry Marci with Omni support? That's also an option.
All right, looks like
Probably
they've made their selection. They're going to wait till the last second. The whole gyro meme, I believe, is what Blitz said. Just to make Insania sweat a bit. And
the Morphling.
Okay.
Nice call, Toby.
Toby proved.
Well, you said it was the best pick, but you also said he wasn't playing it. So you get 1 point out of 2.
Matu was laughing, so I think he
he's
understood.
like, it's perfect pick,
like,
but I don't like
hero, guys.
Toby on the case predicting every hero.
All right, so whose draft do you guys like?
So it's a 5 Omni for P2.
Offlane Marci.
Offlane Marci XXS. Ori mid Pudge.
Ori mid Pudge, exactly. I like Liquid's draft, honestly. It's confidence coming out from this Morphling pick. I think it's a very good Morphling game. Also, Zai has done wonderful things on the Slash, Boxy Tusk. Curious to see how this mid matchup will go in the end, the Storm against Pudge, but I think Liquid's draft is...
I like Liquid's draft as well.
It's pretty damn good with this Morphling last pick. I think they got them.
How do you think Marci Sniper fares against Lesh Tusk? I feel like that might be the lane to watch here. Is that clearly favored for either team? Assuming it's... Or, sorry, I said Marci Sniper, sorry. Sniper Omni. Do they have the tools necessary to lane?
Sniper Omni should do very well in this lane, I think. Okay. Unless they get outplayed.
And Marci in any lane will do well, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what we've learned at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is still bonkers, I guess. XXS can also do good things.
Jakiro, by the way.
Yeah, so Marci Jakiro against Morph Maiden probably is going to be a farming lane, largely, right? But the Omni Sniper is definitely an oddball.
I guess the Marci is also like not counted in any way this game.
Nah,
Except the Morph Maiden. I'm not sure what the lane goes like, but it's a decent Marci game as well. Oh.
So, Sir Action Slacks, I believe, is with us here with a nice interview before game number 2. Let's hear what he has to say.
Absolutely. I am here with Lanham and Helen. Hello, everybody. Welcome. First question for you. You're up against the big blue team, the big blue meanies here with that draft. Sniper last game, Sniper this game. I know Liquid has not beaten Sniper yet. Is this on purpose? Do you think that's their weakness?
你们对战一支全蓝的队伍，在本次比赛当中 ，Liquid 没有击败过火枪，你们是做了功课针对他们的吗？
这个英雄对他们的英雄池有一定的克制作用，
Well, this hero kind of counters their hero pool.
A standard answer. All right, all right. Let's talk about Omni Knight. Now, we don't see this hero a lot coming out here, last chance here. Do you believe in the omniscience? Do you believe that this is the power you need to come back in the series?
其实全能在本次比赛当中并没有选的很多，你对自己的全能有没有信心？信不信他？
我不信他，我也不会选出来吧。
Why would I pick him if I don't believe in him?
Yeah, baby, all right. And I just wanted to give you a moment here with the crowd. Of course, the crowd is cheering for you. They love you. I want you to have your last moment, so take it away. Say whatever you want to say.
现场观众有很多人都替你们打气，有没有什么想跟他们说的？
希望兄弟们打气的那个声音再大一点，我在里面听不到，好吧
Can you guys cheer louder? Cause I can't hear you.
Oh, we want you to cheer louder. Can we give him one more before he gets to the game The battle begins. I think that's pretty loud enough. All right, we'll throw it back to our casters.
Thanks, Slax and Lan M, Cinderin, Suns fan. You're welcome. Hello, Suns fan. Thank you. Liquid versus Aster, game number 2. And we're going to see a Matu morph, as we already discussed. We're going to see the Omni Knight support, which is a hero that didn't exist until recently, it feels like. Tell me what this hero offers.
Yeah, so Omni usually will, on level 1, skill Hammer of Purity, which is also what he has done here. So it's his trading ability in lane. You just do some damage and effectively trade HP off. You bring your tangos yourself and you try to trade with either the enemy support or the enemy offlane or whatever is better. And then later, okay, that's a start from Ori.
Yep, the hook looks good. He's all warmed up from game number 1.
Yep.
Just give me Pudge. This is an elimination game. Give me Pudge. I want to have fun.
I will say, to be honest, this has been one of Ori's most impressive heroes to watch this year. After it became relevant as a core hero, he's been one of the standout players on it, so I think Aster will feel confident having him running that. To finish off on the Omni thought, aside from this early laning trading that he does here with Boxy, who's pulling the wave, what Omni is going to offer is a lot of defense. It's one of the most defensive supports in the game. You have a strong heal, you have a Dispel that gives regen, and your ulti, obviously the full physical block, which Liquid have done a very good job at. You know, with their lineup, they have solutions for Guardian Angel.
Okay.
Ori.
Yeah, he pops the Fairy Fire, so he's going to live as a result. Matu getting pretty low in the bottom lane, and Zai getting low in the top lane. Action in all three.
Bloodseeker in this lane, he would have a million move speed right now, but...
Talk to me about the mid matchup. So Ori on the Pudge, Mickey on the Storm Spirit. Pudge is just, I mean, we've talked about this hero a lot, but very level dependent. Yeah. And the fact that he's being played in core really gets benefited from his passive, which is now an active. He has great base damage. He can write good attack animation. Like, it's really hard to deal with this hero.
I think this lane is pretty dangerous for Storm, because if you do get hooked, you have no way of repositioning yourself. You have 285 move speed, so you can never outrange the Pudge.
Yeah.
Even if you Vortex, the slow isn't enough, slow yourself. So it's kind of a balancing lane where Pudge needs to gauge whether he can go for a kill or not. And if he can, and lands a hook, it probably just gets it. Oh boy, insane.
Yeah, dispose, and first blood this time goes to Aster.
Look at that. It's the same as last game. Marci jumps Maiden and kills her in the safe lane.
Marci is, I mean, we talked about it. Wait, Primal Beast wasn't banned at all? Or was that in the second?
He was ignored, I think.
Completely ignored. Wow.
I believe so.
Yeah, Primal Beast and Marci, we were both expecting to be the most picked / banned, but to get through at this late in the tournament, shocking.
Yeah, and there's that trade-off. Ori
with the rod. We got a TP coming in, but Boxy is a little too late. Gets the ice shards off. Water Rune is popped by Ori, and it looks like he's fine. Wants a high five. Will he get a high five back? No, Boxy just focusing on CS.
Oh, this is concerning for Liquid. Once Ori gets going on this hero, he has the ability to completely take over games. He's gonna now go and get the bounty rune for a refill.
Oh, yeah.
Also gonna hook the Centaur for some added benefit. He's gonna get a Tango, a Heavenly Grace. Everything to make good old Pudge happy here. And yep, that solo kill mid is enormous. He's 600 net worth now ahead of that Storm. And the level advantage is nothing to ignore either. When Storm hits 6 after Pudge, he's constantly at risk. Any connection on a hook is a kill. You can even just walk up and dismember him if the lane positioning is unfortunate for Mikro. He's not paying attention, being careful enough all the time. Yeah, it's scary, this mid lane start for Liquid.
Definitely not even taking into account that there's a Marci on your team that has not even bothered to help out in mid lane because they don't need to, because he's winning that, and now they're going to go on top of Insania again as Matu trying to deal some damage to Boboka, but it looks like Insania will be the death for Liquid again. 0-2 thus far in this lane.
Yeah, Maiden Morph just not the strongest of lanes, especially in the early levels. Liquid obviously acknowledging that Morphling has a good core game, but the Marci Jakiro lane, insanely strong matchup. Like, you're gonna hit level 3 now as well, Ori will.
They're gonna go on top of Monet here. Looks like they'll find the kill first before Zai ends up being the trade. So favoring Liquid here.
Yeah.
Siamese Cat just trying to harass Boxy away. All that success tries to go for a cheeky rebound play, but Matu, as long as you get that strength off, you're not gonna die in all likelihood here. And Ori, like you said, level 5. almost level 5.5 as Mickey just hits level 5 now, so he will have a kill opportunity. We'll see how passive Mickey will be at that point.
Mane is doing some serious damage to Boxy, not enough though. And yeah, this lane from Liquid, it's really fun to watch this lane because it feels so different from most of what we've seen. Not the Lesh Tusk is pretty common, right? But the Omni Sniper might be the first time this tournament this lane is even played, I would imagine. It's very special in the sense that Sniper has basically no way of repositioning himself, but Omni can make you strong enough to maybe stand your ground, even against Tusk Lesh. As long as there's creeps around that can eat part of the Edict, which, by the way, Zai isn't even skilling. He's going Lightning Storm stun for now, but Edict will be coming later. Perhaps it's enough. I also wonder how comfortable Liquid are playing against this matchup and Omni in general.
Boxy, he's in a rough spot. Gets off a nice ice shards though. Boxy, one of the best Tusk players in the world, of course. We've seen this time and time again. Looking certain death in the eye as poke onto the range creep.
And might have wanted the siege actually, but
yeah, possibly. Either way, the next creep should get him to level 6, and that is where Mickey has to be extremely careful. But Ori's taking a lot of damage here, so we'll see. Has 10 wand charges right now.
It is power rune time though.
Yeah, there it is.
And he's gonna go for it right away. Immediately, here comes the snowball to try to cancel, but the damage is already done on Mickey. Another TP to come out from Insania. Mickey dies first though, as Baboka is the one technically getting credit for that one. Zai in the meantime has to TP back to Fountain in the top lane.
Yeah, so the trade-off here is it's a 1-for-1 kill, but Liquid have to bring 2 supports mid to get the trade, and obviously that leaves their side lanes exposed, and Aster identify that and immediately take advantage of that top. Lesh is not a good hero 1v2. This hero thrives on playing with ideally a melee 4 that can set him up and tank some damage, go first. Once that's out of the window, even a lane like Sniper Omni can actually just bully you out. Put on a little bit of a Hammer of Purity and a Shrapnel and just run Lesh down, and he has to back. So
talk to me about back to Pudge, of course. Yeah. Stop talking about this fat guy, but
understandable.
Ori has his phase boots. He's going for the casual cloak into Ags. That's really fast.
Yeah.
Is that because he's owning right now?
It's that, and he has Omni, right? I think that that extra layer of protection really helps in speeding up your hero going for a faster pace. So I don't mind it. We've seen some different builds on Pudge. We've seen Blink Rush was popularized, especially in the China region earlier this year. Cloak into Ags has been run without Omni as well, so it's not like the first time. We've seen Hood into Ags. We'll see. If he dies once, he might just buy a Hood for value. But as long as he's balling like this, I mean, he has died once. If he dies again.
Yeah, but that death, it was a good trade.
It was a trade.
They got the XP.
Oh, close to hitting that hook on Mickey. Had the ward seeing Mickey's movement, which he's now going to ping, is like, why on earth would Ori ever hook here unless he saw me on a ward? Yeah. But Ori did not count correctly with the, didn't account for Storm's slow movement speed and threw the hook out too early. Mickey obviously not even having boots will make that movement.
Imagine being that slow and it benefiting you as Mickey gets out the Electric Vortex. Boxy is here as well. Ice Shards to connect onto Ori. He's stuck here. Gets off the hook though. Instantly cancel on the Dismember, so no kill comes out from Aster this time. But that is a haste rune.
Oh, this rune is insane on Pudge.
Indeed. And just like that, Mickey zips as far away as he can, knowing that he can't really contest here.
Or he's going to see Boxy. He might just go for it. No, it's not. So
it's time.
Keep in mind, Ori's going for a pretty standard Pudge build here. He's going 1-3-2, which means when he activates Flesh Heap, it blocks all of the self-damage from Rot. This spell gains so much from the second point. And when you have that haste rune, you can just run at people with Rot and Flesh Heap on the duration, usually enough to fight a key kill.
Team the
So
Lion.
you gotta be very, very careful as Liquid around the map right now.
Yep, and they actually just drew. I believe that was Boxy. They know that this gank attempt is happening. Zai TP's out.
I'm really impressed.
Good attempt from Ori.
Yeah, good read.
Pop the haste now and get back to mid.
Great read from Zai to TP there, because I think a lot of players in that situation just start running and probably get out from running, aside from the obviously Pudge connection there. So he knew that that was a haste play coming in when Sniper started playing aggro and instantly TP'd away, so well done. Still a very Aster favored early game. Last game was a lot more even at this point.
Yeah, but with all this this movement, it's kind of created some space here for Matu to catch up a bit. He's top 2 net worth right now, so he's off to a pretty good start. He, of course, went for... Oh, he's going straight Lincolns right away. First item. This is like super old school.
It's pretty old school. It's not a build we see
rebound
right now.
Insania is eventually, surely Crystal Maiden doesn't run away from somebody. Surely he is dead. They want Ori to try to get these Flesh Heap stacks. The hook connects, and Ori gets another Flesh Heap stack to his name, which is now at 3. But yeah,
that might be the longest that Maiden escaped from King ever.
So that was like, I thought it was slow motion at first.
Apa klipnya nanti? Lempar tornado ini.
Foxy, they're focusing on Baboka. They get him. Mickey a little bit low on mana as Ori is now TP'd in. Looking for a connection of their own, faking the hook, not gonna go for it.
That was with the power rune picked up from Mickey. He got a double damage, and that enabled that play to be very swift. So immediately converting that to a support kill. Not the biggest, but it's still nice for Liquid to force rotation, if nothing else, from Aster. They do get the TPs in toward mid, which I think arguably are worth more than the kill itself in that instance. Just getting Ori as well as Pichu's TPs on cooldown, which could potentially open up for something here up top. Boxy is thinking about it. He's getting level 6 from the next creep in Fog. But Pichu in a very good position here, covering Monet, and it is a difficult kill. Keep in mind, if he Heavenly Graces at the right time and removes multiple abilities, Monet just gets that bit stronger. That could keep him alive. He also has Raindrop and a decently charged up wand. So this play probably does not actually exist for Liquid. Hook, Matu with a quick wave form.
They could just go for the tier 1 tower on top of the Omni Knife potentially. Gets off the Heavenly Grace, but Boxy, he's the one kind of isolated right now. The snowball is going to buy him a little bit of time, but he's just going to get right-clicked by Monet. So a really easy kill here from Aster.
Yeah, and Liquid even brought a Maiden for that just to die in a 2v3. That feels really bad. You're the one allocating resources to try to threaten the sniper, and he's just standing his ground, showing to be way too powerful with the Omni Knight behind. You kind of settled for trying to go on the Omni, but just not possible.
Oh, we got Ori. He's going to get the Dismember up, but that's against another punch named Matu. Trying to get off a little bit of damage here, but he's going to get Ice Path inside the Macro Pyre. Hook back into the fray, and down goes Matu. Zip back in, but now the Heavenly Grace comes out as Mickey has to walk away in shame. Aster here in numbers. Not sure if they see Insania, but...
Yeah, he's got no resources left.
He's a pig.
Oh, this is one way Maiden can escape for a few seconds, but now she's...
Crystal Maiden jukes in slow motion, but XXS is here. And again, the longest chase of Insania's life, but he created a little bit of space.
I would think it's impossible for him to beat his record from 2 minutes ago, but here we are. He actually kited them for a good half minute there. That... If you're a Maiden, you take that. That feels pretty good, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Splitter the connection. There's Matu coming in with the waveform. Monet's just going to get right-clicked down in Oblivion, but Ori is coming into the fray as well. He's going to get stunned right off the bat. This is the 3 versus 1 against this tanky Pudge. Splitter connects. This is going to be a huge kill for Liquid if they're able to grab him, and it looks like they will. A little bit late on the Heavenly Grace for Siamese Cat. So 2 core kills for Liquid.
Yeah, and a tower. That could not have gone any better. And not a ganking duo you would expect in that instance as Monet. It's the Lesh Morph gank in the side lane. And the TP too late from Ori, and Omni Knight did not have one, I believe, so couldn't show up and protect in time. A big moment for Liquid, just recovering a lot of their early game deficit there. With 1 swift move, they find 2 cores in a tower. Doesn't get much better than that.
That was a Savior Friend Syndrome domino effect. Something. But on the bright side for Aster, Ori is more than halfway to his Ags, and once he gets that against a Lesh, against a Morph, it still works that way on Morph, right? The health reduction. Actually, can't remember.
Yeah,
that was changed.
It should favor Aster.
So a really good Pudge Ags game.
I'll cancel the Pudge out there. I'll cancel it. I think we can kill him too.
No cancel anymore.
His thing is running out. Yeah.
Yes,
Fucking get it, boys. I said only cup 2.
They sound very happy all the time, don't they?
They do. I mean, it did win game 1.
That's true.
That'll
help. Morphing aja. Susah aja, Aster main hero susah semua.
Path not able to connect here. But yeah, I mean, this game was definitely Aster favor, but that one move, it felt like it brought Liquid back into the game, and it's essentially even for net worth-wise at least. You can see Zai still working on the Bloodstone. Obviously, position 3 is not going to farm nearly as fast as the usual mids that we've been seeing. Mickey getting relatively close to finishing the Sange Kaya. And of course, on Matu's side, let's go back to this Linken Sphere. This is like a Dota 1 classic. Literally every game you buy this first item. And then early games of Dota 2, it kind of transitioned over and then disappeared pretty much. I don't remember why at this point. More items were added.
Yeah, a lot of the times you would see now, I think most Morphlings buy Falcon Blade into something else than Linken's. There's like plenty of item builds you can go on this hero, but I'm just looking for the reasoning for the Linken's. If is it Dismember, is it Dispose?
Oh, Mickey zips in, but there's 3 members of Aster. He doesn't seem to give a crap about it. There goes the Guardian Angel, and Mickey's just gonna get punished right off the bat. And Aster super happy with this exchange as Insania
no.
potential chase of the lifetime again, but they will give up on that.
Lebih Acer mainnya susah banget sih. Ada Strom, ada Morphling lagi. Itu sniper nggak main aja. Jadi cuma push itu yang main.
And the level 1 purification and Baboka all of a sudden wasn't even remotely close to dying. Yeah. But Mickey needs backup. This is not the greatest Storm game to solo kill in because the enemy supports are actually relatively tanky, right? There's a Jakiro, there's an Omni. If you want to get a solo kill on either, you really have to.
Buat kita jelek kali ya, siapa yang pasang buat ini? Masa taruh sini, taruh sini lagi deh.
You might not even be able to get out afterwards, so might have had to wait for the Sange Kai there. That could have made the difference potentially.
And Ori destroying an illusion here as we're going to see a bunch of items picked up. So Bloodstone for Zai. And we saw Ori's Aghanim Scepter now being completed.
Pudge is insanely strong right now. He's easily the strongest hero on the map. If he has Omni Knight protection and he gets Flesh Heap off, I think Liquid genuinely can't even kill 5 heroes during the duration of Flesh Heap plus Heavenly Grace. So they've got to be pretty strategic about how they approach this fight. Ori has queued up his next item. It's going to be the Blink Dagger. So, well, they're going to go on him top here. Flesh Heap is
going to try for it. Ice Shard's blocking him in. Nobody nearby, but he's going to go for Dismember. Instantly canceled thanks to the Split Earth from Zai, but this Rot is decimating them as Zai forced the TP out, but the hook back in. Split Earth is coming. He's faking it out. Doesn't do enough damage, though, as Zai can just be walked down on with another stack of Flesh Heap. That's up to 7.
And Butcher.
More heroes than that. That doesn't cut it. It looks juicy, right? It looks tempting. He's even half duration Flesh Heap when they initiate.
Hard game for them, Azure. But I believe Azure. I believe in Liquid's power to come back.
And Aster back to 2K now.
It feels like Liquid will not make that mistake again. It's kind of like you're testing the limits. Are you able to pull it off? No. Next time you're bringing probably the Storm or the Morph to make sure you get that done. But it's a costly learning experience. It's 2 heroes dead. It's almost a mid-tier 1. It's more Flesh Heap stacks like we talked about. Yeah, something else I guess we didn't mention. Marcy with Pudge is pretty interesting too, just for the rebound move speed. This hero isn't too fast, but effectively giving him haste when he initiates, he jumps on him. XXS will finish the tower here, no problem.
Really defended, rebound, looking for an opening, but none to be found yet. He's going to be shown, but no Blink Dagger yet there for the instant initiation from Ori.
Mau bagaimana lagi ya guys ya, sangat susah ya game
here. One of the best items to get against Pudge with the Ags. The stat steal is very powerful, and you steal this obviously stat resistance as well, so you can maybe lock onto him and bring him down. It's the Linkens that's a little bit unusual, I would say. Maybe we're talking about that a bit too much for it's not like
let's bring it up for the 3rd time.
It's not like an insane rarity, but I think a lot of players in this spot would have gone for a cheaper build-up with Falcon Blade into the Ags, or maybe
well, I would say
maybe it's a Manta game. I don't know.
First item is variant. Yeah. But there's Dismember, there is Dispose, and there's Assassinate. Yeah. Is that it?
Yep.
So I mean, that's one argument is Linken's is extremely good when there's only 3 things that cancel, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's also a feel-good item in terms of like being full health and mana when you're pushing around the map, in terms of farming. It is a good item on the hero, but
they're hunting a sniper, but he has a lot of distance there. Boxy looking for an opening.
He has the pike though. This is not easy.
Yeah, he's going to use it prematurely there.
They're spam pinging it out. They know.
Good awareness there from Aster as their lead continues to grow. Now at 4K with the Blink Dagger now online on Ori. So he can just jump in. I would assume a BKB would be next.
Let us fight.
As Zion Boxy just have to try to keep Aster at bay a bit. And you know what this conversation's going against, Synderen.
Yep.
Who does it benefit?
Who's tier 5 neutral? Roche.
The same joke every time. Eventually somebody will laugh.
That's the thing though, when you get toward the end of the tournament, you run out of content, right? It's the same with the teams. But actually, we should draft a bit creative today, so that's been pretty cool. True. Roche, I guess if Boxy had more levels in tag team, probably the Radiant is the best killers, but overall, Marcy will always be one of the best heroes at doing it as a core. Level 2 Unleash with forward sidekick. Speaking of which, Mickey.
Oh, zips just in time. Wants to get a little bit aggressive, but he's outnumbered.
He'll get out.
Be able to get out.
Good reaction. If that connects, that could have been really scary.
Susi Baka, yeah. Maybe call from an expector.
I guess either team can Roche relatively quickly if they find 1 or 2 core kills, and that looks to be the game plan here for Aster. They're rotating top to start taking control of this area so they can start threatening Roche. And if Liquid is showing 2 cores on the enemy side of the map or something like this, you could just sneak it with Marcy plus Sniper, I guess. I guess actually, they're pretty good at killing it. So, both teams looking at it more and more.
Kimber sama si Ruby.
There we go. They see cores bottom. Well, it's only 1 core in the Lesh, but let's see if he pops the Unleash or not. XXS is holding on to it, so this will be a slower kill than what it could be, but does offer the protection of, in case a fight breaks out, he has that BKB Unleash, which is very, very powerful. And yeah, Aster know that they don't need it at all to kill it. They will have it. Looks like it's going on Monet again, like last game.
Kalau Aster kalah tuh turun ke lawan mereka ya.
Definitely think Ori is in a position to just go crazy with an Aegis, but it's rather protect Monet.
Yeah, Monet always gets the Aegis. That's what we've learned here. No matter the hero.
Kok TXP kau nggak ada ya?
High ground, the hook connects. But seeing Sania trying to get away, but some good moves. Not going to be enough though. Split Earth onto the Sniper is the rest of Liquid trying to get away in this bot lane. Shrapnel slowing him to a crawl. Zai continuing to get headshot. Do they have the stun? They do. Ori with a double kill across the map. Now top lane, looks like Liquid want to try to get something out of this.
AK's out of mana.
He is. I don't know if he can get this kill. Has to TP out. Will live, but no kill for Liquid at all.
If Aster had any TP with a stun there, that could have been a dead storm, but they're all on cooldown or unavailable. So Mickey, I mean, that was just a full-on global fight, top to bottom to top again. Very understandable that Mickey tries for it with how many heroes from Aster rotated, but again, Storm just doesn't have enough in the tank to solo even the Jakiro.
XXS, that's who they want. Boxy has the Blink Dagger, Walrus Punch as well, but XXS gets off his BKB and Unleash, and now he wants to fight because Ori is coming to play. Matu, nice save on the Boxy.
Kalau dia pintar dah mati tu.
Crystal Maiden again. It could have been a lot worse for Liquid. But Aster able to keep their position 3, Marcy alive.
All things considered, that was not too terrible. Matu showing up with the Ags there.
Ulti.
Definitely helping out against the Pudge.
Anjir, kalau dia nggak apa tuh mati tuh.
From Matu, that is enough for a kill, but the instant initiation from Ori, they delete Boxy from the map, so it's a 1-for-1 in this little mini engagement. Now XXS, he's going to get split Earth with Matu, just right-clicking him. Looks like that's going to be enough with the adaptive strike as well. And Aster, like they're going to retreat despite having the Aegis for another 3 minutes.
Nice dodge on the hook there from Liquid. Both of their heroes sidestepped it to the right. If that connects this fight, it's totally different, but they dodged that Ori play. And also great play call there from Mickey to go for the Omni in this situation. It's not an obvious move that you're able to pull this off, but with the hook connection from Matsu, they get that kill. Sure, the trade-off for the Tusk isn't the best, but it's good enough. When Omni's out of play, suddenly you can access new targets. You know there's no BKB on XXS, and that dodge on the hook, crucial for how this fight plays out. Zai would have been in a very precarious position there, but gets to just run away and reset.
Yeah, we joke that Matu doesn't play Morphling, and he's not really. He's playing Pudge, right? That's probably the reason he was laughing.
Let's go Echo Slap
Getting the
Majama.
Magnum Scepter and turning into a big juicy boy.
Kau lihat skorku coba nanti. Aku nggak berusaha nyampah lagi tuh.
How many stats does he get from that when he turns into a strength hero?
So you steal 20% of their strength, and then he steals 40% status resist because it's a strength hero.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's very meaningful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still, obviously, part of the equation that Ori does have the Omni Knight. We cannot forget how much that matters in this instance, because even if Morph steals away a lot of Pudge's tank ability, Pudge is there, or Omni's there to return it to him.
Yep, true.
So,
Bottom tower has fallen.
it will be a tower for Aster bottom. Zai is doing a lot of damage top from the fog. With
I mean,
Lagi 25 aku
kind of what it feels like he needs to do at this point. It's only a 3k lead though for Aster, but again, with the Aegis, and now knocking on the high ground on the tier 3 bottom.
Tidak mau juga anjing.
Slightly different vibe
Aku
to
juga
this
mau
than the
tapi
last push they did
malah
last
aku.
game in a similar situation. Feels like they're in a stronger spot.
Under attack.
Yeah, but Monet continuing to get sidekicks, which he didn't get last game, so will definitely expedite the high ground offense.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top lane was being pressured a bit by Matu, actually forced out a fortification from Aster.
Foxy there.
But Ori, he wants to go in deep, instant initiation, counter initiation from Liquid. Snowball connects the zip in by Mickey, pops the BKB as well, but he gets dismembered. He's gonna die inside the BKB. No! Zips away with just a sliver of HP. Now can go heal up in the fountain. Now that the BKBs are down on Aster, but the hook comes out from Ori. Zai gets off the Bloodstone, but it matters not. The rot is too powerful. Now this Rax is under peril.
They're still pretty sustainable, Aster, with the Omni Knight. A lot of the time, Storm in situations like this can start finding kills when heroes stick around for too long, but Aster are not phased, they're not worried. They have enough in the tank to keep the heroes safe. You even see the salve here from XXS going to be up to full health again. And it's like nothing happened for Aster. The only thing that's really on cooldown here that matters is the Marcy BKB.
Oh, the blink hook, dismember, death for Insania. Aegis is down, but this is going to be a full set of racks now. Ori has a BKB. I mean, not that they could kill him anyway before that.
Yeah. I guess the silver lining here for Liquid is that Mickey survived because of the status resistance on Kai Assange, right? He would have died
that's a good
otherwise. So, I mean, it's a very thin silver lining. It's like, it could have been worse, but essentially you got basically nothing and lost a full lane. And Aster are gonna start looking to push out the other two lanes on the map to keep this pressure. Now, bottom lane's going to be a constant issue that Liquid have to deal with to get pushed out, and that means Aster will look to push out mid first and actually making a rotation toward top, feeling like they could find Mickey up here. This time he will have BKB again. It's been that long. Pichu's taking the outpost. That will be a giveaway to Mickey that they fear. He also has a ward there, keeping him safe.
Ori is eyeing a Shiva's as the next item.
He is. It's kind of incredible that Matu has higher net worth than him, actually. I just looked and I was like, that's very surprising. Ori has 10 kills.
Doesn't feel like it.
Like 200 CS.
Ini
Matu has almost 300.
He did go Lincoln,
Pertama
so
masuk
it's
posisi
not really a damage build, right?
Apa?
Yang pertama
But
masuk
now he's
posisi
going Scotty. He's only a point booster away. But I
Dia
feel like
main
it's going to be one item
dia
on
main
the
dia
Scotty before he's really
macam-macam itu.
dishing out
Dia yang
the,
paling
like,
percaya diri di
butterfly
game
or
tu.
whatever
Dia
he
yang
wants
pasti
to end
masuk
up
pertama.
going. I mean, is there any? No, you're not going to go BKB this game. It's way too defensive on top.
Kok Rubia nggak ada item ya? Kok ada item ku cuy?
Yeah, you probably don't go BKB at least yet.
Kok ada item ku aja? Mak ngerti kayak Rubia nggak ada item aja. Dia farming mudah kali aja.
Can you even go like dataless after this? Just really hard commit on the damage part so you have a way of killing Pudge?
Oh.
Because I feel like that's what this game comes down to right now.
Nggak
But the problem
ada
is they don't kill the heroes they need to kill. Aster's lineup's just way too tanky of a wall, and they're so confident they're going to go up without Aegis. Almost landing the hook there, already trying for a blind.
Masih bisa yuk Liquid. Hold the line.
It's an impossible fight for Liquid because there's no Aegis this time on Sniper, but if Aster continue to have good formation and very good coverage with wards from the right, it's hard to find that attack angle that Liquid need, and Aster are going to constantly pressure this tower with Liquid Fire, with Shrapnel plus attacks from Sniper.
Yeah,
We'll
there's
try
Dip on in. They want to get the Omni Knight immediately. Will they get him? He gets
Gets forced out to safety. There's the Guardian Angel just in time. And Mickey has to buy back after dying right off the bat. And Matu is dead as well. A terrible fight for Liquid as the BKBs have come out from Aster. Now they can just focus down Zai. Another death, another kill from Monet. Ultra kill overall. Ori wants another hook. He gets it. Mickey completely out of mana as Monet trying to finish the job. But able to zip away is Mickey again. But Boxy slowed to a crawl and a rampage. Monet just sitting in the back while his fat friend does all the work. And he gets 5 to his name.
It's just an insane strategy from Aster, but I really think Liquid's idea of jumping the Omni Knight there feels like the only possible way that they can win a fight. And Aster were just quick enough to react. I think it was a defensive dispose from XXS that threw Omni away. He gets Guardian Angel off, and the moment that happens, the fight is actually lost. I think it doesn't matter what Liquid do after that point. They just need to try and disengage and
Wah, dia
look for a
butterfly.
better
Kau ada
opportunity,
MKB.
but it's too late. They can't get out. Pudge gets on top of them with a rod. They lose a lot of heroes. Oh, try here.
Yeah, Mickey. Oh my god, the damage.
Don't underestimate Monet. He's just picked up a Silver Edge. He hits really damn hard now. They do get the melee Rex.
Oh, and there's a double damage.
And there is a Rosh in a minute 20, which neither team knows, obviously.
This was the attempt to delete Siamese Cat, but he got off the Guardian Angel, and Liquid just lose the fight after that.
There's just way too much damage. Matu can't stand his ground. He's pretty tanky, right? He's got Lincolns, Ags, Scotty, and he turned into Pudge, I think. Didn't matter. It's way too much damage. Good. This Aster lineup just proving to be formidable so far in the game. And if they... Oh.
Okay, Insania, he's dead.
Went scouting, he found them.
Yeah, we can see that Rosh won't be up for another 45 seconds, so Aster just biding their time. Just want to play disciplined Dota, make sure they don't throw any leads.
Here's the tricky part for Liquid, though. If they give away this second Rosh, I think the game is effectively lost. But the Rosh will spawn before Insania is up. So if Aster are in position at the time it spawns, they could effectively force a 5v4. And even if it's just the Maiden, it's still a pretty crucial thing for Liquid to not have there. It's a Force Staff that's out of play, it's an AoE slow that's out of play. Aster just need to keep scouting it, and if they recognize it, they will be able to grab it for free.
And I believe a Courier will be sitting in the Rosh pit. Never mind.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't work anymore. But Rosh number 2
will try to force it back. I like this. This is another approach, maybe. Maybe you can defend Rosh by pushing bottom. Force a rotation, but Aster just elect to use the Glyph here to maintain Rosh control, rather than TP back basically any hero that could have defended that tower.
Yeah, I think Matu's gonna... Maybe they just give up the Aegis and Shard and try to get a Rax themselves. Matu going to town on this tier 3, but it's gonna force a TP out. Onto Jakiro, actually cancels it.
But Matu will still be scared off, and that is the Rosh. And now the problem for Liquid is, okay, so you...
Pantek, bukan aku honorable mention anjing kontol, aku support lo.
So you're gonna try to make this split push play, but the only lane you can split is the one that the enemy team has strong creeps in. So Aster just gonna force down mid, and the bottom lane will defend itself no problem unless Matu knocks on the front door. He's the only hero that can do anything about it. He's not doing it. Too many heroes missing on Aster, he doesn't feel safe.
Monet with the Aegis, he takes the Shard as well, so has the concussive grenade. Even more slippery. It feels like the initiations from Mickey are pretty crucial. And this feels like a game you need to go Ags or something, but he's just going to be too far away. Actually, the Orchid is a good choice against the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
That is one way to try to counteract. But the problem is he has an Aeon Disc, he has a Force Staff. That's going to be
They actually can't prevent him from getting spells off anymore. It's just impossible with the lineup they have.
Need to get a Nullifier, which is very expensive.
Nobody wants to buy it. They have no Dispel for him at all, and yeah, he just needs to not get changed on to death and silence. Just get a Force Staff ulti off and a Heavenly Grace, and he's basically done his job. So yeah, so that play is out of the window now too. Pichu identifying that that is the one play Liquid had based on the previous fight, and he's eliminating that one. So if Liquid can't force them back, they have no reposition. I'm
Come on, Liquid.
Force Staff on Insania. I'm starting to look for kind of desperate approaches because it feels like
Force Staff into the splitter that is already on the ground.
I mean,
Kasih.
otherwise this just happens, right?
Mantel
my god! All right.
All right.
That was close.
That hook went right through the 2 polygons that exist for Morphling, not including the cosmetics, of course. Very quick fingers from Matu.
Wait,
But again, they are on the back foot. BKB picked up by Zai.
Yep.
And this is, like, they have good defense with Lesh and the Tusk to some degree as well.
They just have absolutely zero map control, right? That's the problem. Bottom is pushing in.
Kau
mid is
belajar
pushing
morphing
in,
aja,
top
Cok.
is now also
Mau kau
starting
ajarin
to
morphing, Cok.
cross the halfway mark, and if Aster want, they can cut the next
Maju,
wave
Cok.
top.
Cok.
So Liquid are completely cornered. Matu's going to turn into Sniper, so taking away some of that agi.
Monet takes a little take aim action to himself, little right-click action from Matu, but I mean, they're delaying it, but again, the lead is still growing in Aster's favor. There's no technical rush for them.
And Aster's probably going to find this ward now, too, that is giving Liquid some really good information, right? Because now this camp is blocked, and they're like, wait, what? And there we go. So the last little bit of vision that Liquid had left, given away by the camp itself. And you might wonder, like, why do you place a ward there? Isn't that going to be obvious to the enemy team when the camp doesn't spawn? Yes, but at the same time, it's really not an obvious spot to place it to begin with. So the sentries that you usually put in this area, which you see from Aster, the first sentry that they have did not find the ward, but ultimately they get it.
Yeah, looking for the jump onto Matu. They're all smoked on the low ground. Overwhelming blink, not quite up yet for Ori, but
yeah, this is kind
ready
of
to go.
telegraphed because nobody is, like, Zai is getting pretty far top.
Yeah, they
Nobody's
scanned
showing
it.
mid.
They just scanned it right now. Trying to delete the ward. They do so. The hook is in, but Ori not able to connect. Aster having to reset, still with a minute 20 on the Aegis. Now they can just do the old sniper trick again. Get this tower kill. That's the biggest thing preventing them from getting onto the high ground anyway, on top of the split earth, of course. Linken's is popped now. Hook not connecting again from Ori, but there's the punch from Boxy into the hook from Matu. Already half HP on Monet, but again, he still has the Aegis, and Zai getting destroyed. My goodness, he melted. Friesenfield comes out just for a split second, but it matters not. A second death for Liquid. Hook on into Monet, but he gets a concussive grenade off again. And Liquid crumbling here in game number 2. Aster coming back with a vengeance, looking to get the mega creeps. Fireback comes out on Matu as one last potential stand here from Liquid. McKay not able to do too much. A nice ice path comes out. The dual breath. They find the Pudge finally, but how much is it going to cost them? Boxy ticking away ever so slowly. Matu, the last remaining member of Liquid after the buyback now. He turns into Pudge, or he's still Pudge in fact. Has the rot, just getting kited. Finally gets disposed back into the ice path, and he's actually staying alive thanks to the strength morph. Has to reset back into the fountain. Boxy has to be careful. This would be a dieback for him. He's gonna tick away.
Matu had 6,000 health because he also had the strength from Pudge.
That is a very beefy boy as the mega creeps now come out. Aster, massive advantage here. GG still not called. It's only a matter of time here as the last tier 4 will fall. Matu and Zai trying to get something up. Really want to kill Monet now that the Aegis is gone, but the ice path is there. Hurricane Pike on top, and that is going to be the death of Liquid in game number 2. So Aster, they come back really nicely to push this to 3 games.
Yeah, that's got to be really good for their confidence. You know, in that first game, the first game was really close. There were plenty of opportunities in that game where Aster could have maybe started getting a big advantage. They didn't manage to claim it. Liquid ended it in a swift move. This game, Aster pretty much dominating more or less from start to finish. There were a couple of glimpses from Liquid, but for the most part, Aster just crushed them. I love their draft. I think the Omni Knight last pick was brilliant. They get their Pudge on Ori mid against the Storm. He gets a solo kill. That's about as good as it could have gone for Aster, so we'll see. Liquid have had their backs against the wall many times already.
Yep.
They're definitely not scared of a game 3.
That is very, very true. This is going to be a hype game 3 for sure. Let's go to the panel, see what they have to say about this Pudge performance from Ori.
Thank you very much, Suns fan and Sinner. And indeed, a game 3. We wanted a game 3. We're getting a game 3. Very excited for it. But first, let's talk about how we got there, because this game definitely was a little bit of a change up from Aster in terms of game 1 versus game 2, because it was incredibly dominating here, Lacoste, for them. They were so difficult to kill
It was. I really didn't feel the influence of this Storm Spirit pick. I think Aster put them into a trap where both supports, we're talking about Omni Knight, if he gets the Heavenly Grace off and Jakiro, a hero that has a lot of strength gain, they're very difficult to pick off, and they always had a really good read where Team Liquid is gonna strike. So Storm did try a couple of times at the early stages of the game to try to go in and get some pick-offs going, but it was not successful. And I want to talk about timings as well. Being able to get Aghanim Scepter on Pudge at the same timing as Leshrac gets the Bloodstone, and then taking a fight, reducing Morphling's healing and also healing from the Bloodstone. All I'm gonna say, if Pudge is played by Ori, you got nothing to worry.
Now, honestly, what?
Or you don't need it. Okay.
Sorry. Don't be sorry. No, I honestly think that was just an incredible performance by Ori. I mean, if your Pudge is solo killing the enemy Storm Spirits in the mid lane, that's more than you could ever ask for, right? His items came at right the amount of time. Siamese Cat on the Omni Knight knew just when to play with the Pudge and when to stop playing with his sniper, and it just felt like all of the pieces of Aster's draft aligned with each other so nicely. And I just love the fact that they took the Marcy away from Boxy. Right, they had previously beaten the Marcy twice in their upper bracket series versus Liquid, but they just lost to it. Instead of being shaken or maybe questioning their openers, they take the Marcy for themselves, which they then pivot into an offline Marcy with the last pick Omni Knight, which I think nobody was prepared for here. So I'm just really impressed by how Aster handled that game too. And these game twos at TI always turn into Pudge territory, Sniper territory,
Sniper Pudge,
SF
baby.
territory. Yeah, you don't want to get eliminated without potentially just trying your best and going for your cheese picks. So honestly, 10 out of 10 draft there.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the Omni. Like we've talked about, and Liquid even said it in the interview that Aster, they play together. You've said a bunch of times they play for team fights. What's a better hero to play this positioning death ball meta than Pudge, Sniper, Omni? So you have the repositioning on your side. You want 4 heroes that are all protecting the Sniper. You have the Omni who can save people if the enemy team tries to jump in, isolate one hero. It's if you are good at the team play element of Dota, this is one of the best drafts that I've ever seen for that. And I would expect a potential Omni ban in the later phases of the draft in Game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised with that dominating performance indeed. We actually have an Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Action Select. Omni Knight specialist as part of our talent crew. We're heading over to him right now. It is Sir Action Select. You bet your booty I'm an Omni Knight specialist. We have 90 seconds to give away 2 Storm Spirit pillows after that Storm Spirit. I want to hear the best Storm Spirit impressions. If you can do a Storm Spirit impression, so raise your hand. Can you do it?
Zip.
All right. Can anyone do a Storm Spirit? Right.
Haha, I'm here.
Audience? Oh. Storm Spirit impression, sir. Zip. Jeez, what is wrong with you guys? All right, come on, somebody. Okay, hurry.
Storm Spirit.
That was pretty good. Take your pillow. Thank you very much. Anyone else? We got a few more seconds here, my boy. Excuse me, sir. This will be a tight fit. Excuse me. There we go. Perfect. Sir, please be good.
Storm Spirit.
All right, that's good enough for me. Can you beat him?
I don't know.
Okay, great. There you go. Thank you very much. All right, back to the panel. Woo!
I'm not gonna remember.
Well, okay. Thank you, Slacks, for that. Yeah, I didn't have high standards set for the Storm Spirit sounds, but it worked out and people got free stuff, so we're all happy for them.
Yeah.
Who we're also happy for is Matumaman, because he made it very deep in a tournament that he, from the get-go, had already said is his last ever.
It's very sad, but
Atau rahasia
for
apa,
our
Cok?
last
Aku sengaja
run,
kalahin.
he's performing spectacularly. We saw it in that earlier video where he talked about how he felt like he messed up that first game
double
of
down,
Thunder.
Cok.
He went to the bathroom, he washed his face, and he said,
Double
you've
down
done this
kalahin
before,
aja.
you've done this so many times, and he delivered for his team.
Aku lihat drive-nya
And we
udah kelihatan
talked
kita
time and
kalah
time
aja.
again about how Boxy showed up, how Mika showed up, but Matu has shown
Tapi
up
tadi
in
lawannya
spades.
Pau Ali
I
kan,
think he's
dia
playing
hampir
some of
menang
the
anjing.
best Dota
Untungnya
in his life right now,
ngebantai
and
kalian
his
aja.
teammates are just so inspired to get this win for him before his last run.
And with that in mind, we actually do also have his teammates talking about
Inversoya
Matu's
temanku, Cok.
retirement.
Baik dia anjir. Dia bantu kalah anjing.
To put it
Tapi
frankly, it
double down gue
sucks.
udah habis Jod.
Because I think, you know, like right now I feel like I just want to keep playing with him.
He's a really good dude. He's very stoic, he's very Finnish, but he's also very good at Dota.
I mean, the reason why I'm retiring is I was already contemplating after last year's TI. Like after losing this, I felt like sometimes it hits harder, sometimes it hits a little bit less. I mean, in the moment, you always go with emotions that why you could have done better. Your mind just keeps like barraging you with these feelings and like what you should have done. Did you throw the game for your team? And it's truly miserable feeling. Feel like this was your worth, kind of like what you put into this year. This moment was the worth, and you weren't good enough. This year, obviously, I mean, I was crying after that lower bracket final against Team Spirit. I mean, it's heartbreaking to lose that way.
Will he get another rampage at TI-10? Absolutely, Yatoro! And they're gonna call GG. The underdog story is still alive. Team Spirit move on to the grand final.
It just doesn't satisfy me equally anymore. Like I just feel tired. I'm doing it out of sense of it's my job and duty to become better, or like stay at least like as good as I was before, or like maintaining the form. I feel like whatever you choose to devote all your life for, you better do it like fully hearted. Like there's no way I'm gonna half-ass this thing. Like it's gonna eat me alive. That's how I feel.
I think this year, especially on the team that we're on now, he's kind of embraced more of a leadership type of thing. So he's kind of got that. Yeah, he's our stoic, bearded Finnish leader.
For me, I think this year maybe not that sad because I get to relax after this and enjoy my retirement days. So for me, it's really a win-win, you know.
It sucks. There's no real other way to put it.
The Dota scene, I think, is gonna miss him once he's gone.
I don't think it's like a very reluctant leave, but hopefully he'll do what Jerax did and come back in a few years, and we'll be waiting with open arms.
They're with you. Wow.
Not dead.
Sure about that, guys.
I just saw him.
Don't worry, he's very much alive. And he has had a fantastic career. Still having it, by the way. He's not out just yet. There's, of course, one more game, and he could potentially go all the way with that as well. But we wanted to make sure that we highlighted because this is a TI winner, one of the two still remaining in the tournament. And Lacoste, it is definitely a guy to be celebrated.
Oh, most definitely. I like how like the rest of the team also does celebrate Matu in a way, you know, even after a couple of years, if he wants to come back, they're going to be waiting for him. Definitely a good dude, you know, gives you that energy. And I like the way he talked about, you know, giving his 100%. You can feel it in the way that he plays, also taking the leadership role a little bit. But he gave everything. This is what you need to do when you're playing professional Dota, like at this level. And I think we can, you know, see Matu in the next 3 months sitting at the boat, just enjoying himself.
Oh, you know he will.
That makes sense considering he was part of the 4 anchors plus the C captain.
I believe he was the C captain.
And if he wasn't if he was an anchor, he has definitely qualified as officially a C captain.
He's definitely not an anchor of this.
Not an anchor. C captain in the eyes of millions of people out there in the world.
For sure. We all know a retirement Dota 2
doesn't mean
it's hard. Apparently people can't.
It's too good.
The game just keeps pulling you back in.
I think that if you're competing at this level, you have this strong drive to just always be good, to be the best, to play for that glory and not necessarily for financial reasons. And this sense of competition inside of these players is so strong that it's hard for them to stay away. But he did mention in the video that at this point he's just tired. It feels like a chore to him right now, and when you reach that level of burnout, you do owe it to yourself to just see what your next step in life is. So I fully support him in all of his endeavors, and I mean, he's just one of the greatest players to touch Dota. His results have been excellent. He's been on some of the most emotional stories, from winning TI with a team to getting kicked, then getting 3rd place, to now going through the last chance qualifiers when people counted them out. I mean, this guy is just really part of so many awesome stories.
Yeah, he also was in the live stream here. They get the 1 HP Pango. I think that moment will be immortalized in Dota 2 history for sure. Just like I think all TI winners are immortalized, and all these guys want to be TI winners. Yes, Matu and Poppy already still in and are already immortalized, but they want to do it again. And all these guys going back to their booths, they just want to make sure to win just one game of Dota 2 to make it to the final day, because that is all that is standing between them and lower bracket finals. One game, Jenkins.
That's absolutely right, Shiver. He is from Finland, but of course Matumbaman does not want to be finished after this game. He wants to continue playing.
Yes.
High five, Lukoski.
Yeah, very good.
Go on, Jackie.
How long were you sitting on that?
At least 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for getting that out just in time. Now, we've talked a lot about the teams, and earlier on we heard Team Liquid talk about Aster, and now we're going to hear Aster talk about Team Liquid.
Liquid 其实在这么些年一直是一支很强的队伍。
我觉得他们因为一直在进步吧，因为他们首先从突围上打上来的，然后一直在就跟进自己的打法，然后再努力的改进自己的错误。
我觉得他们的那个教练挺能领神的，因为我昨天在网上看见了他们的那个语音聊天，他们在赛前，然后他们会一起团结鼓励一下，就是说一些大家能团结的话，这样。
我觉得他们主要是马图巴曼为这个队一直在改，就是他能适应各种的打法，就是马图巴曼就是为这个队付出很多。
虽然之前我们2比0了他们，但是他们能重新杀回来，但是然后也是不同小区的吧，所以我们依然还是会很重视他们。
And they have been taking them very seriously, which is why we're here in this third and final game of this elimination series. Who will take that spot tomorrow? We'll have to wait to find out. But I want to hear from my panel what's going to be the key element in this third game according to them, Lacoste.
According to them, I mean, Team Liquid, they did go like full 5 heroes, blue heroes, last pick, water, literally, and it didn't work out for them. And also one thing to know is if we want to like check the pattern that has been happening during the main event is all Western European teams are eliminated by other Western European teams. So, you know, Team Liquid does have an upper hand here, and then we have 3 European teams left in top 3 that can eliminate each other.
But to that, I would counter being the sole Chinese team left in the top 4, and after having eliminated PSG LGD, who are the fan favorites in China, Aster are really feeling that pressure of needing to perform here, because not only do you want to win for yourselves, now you feel like you're going to win for an entire region. You're carrying the hopes. So they definitely are equally as motivated in Liquid. But I just love seeing how much these two teams respect each other. I mean, the way that they talk about each other, the way that they just value each player individually and have obviously put in a lot of time preparing for each other is going to make for a great series of Dota. I mean, I think this last game is going to be a banger.
It's good for Aster that they didn't feeling the weight of an entire region, especially such a proud region, could be crushing, especially after game 1. So it's this is a scary team considering they feel that weight, and instead of it crushing them, it empowers them. And maybe that's our boy Lanham that's partly to blame for that success.
For Aster, I feel personally they perform the best when XXS is on an initiator type of hero. We saw in that game 1 he was playing the Underlord, who obviously provided a lot for the draft and the team in terms of map movements. But when it comes to the way that they've traditionally taken these team fights on the back of his other awesome initiations, if they lack that, it does feel like overall they are playing a little bit worse. So what I want to see for this game 3 coming out of Aster is just putting XXS on that initiation hero and just depending on him to win these team fights.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about Marcy in that case, because we have seen Marcy win both games and in very successful fashion. Obviously, Boxy was the star of the show for game 1. XXS on the offlane, Marcy Lacoste are doing the same thing.
Yeah, the hero, I mean, this is the reason why this hero is the most popular hero of this international, just being able to close the gap. Strong laner scales really well into the mid-late game. We saw Boxy in game 1 that he can also scale from position 4. Like, people did figure out Marcy going for BKB instead of the previous builds that we had, like Blink, Ether Lens type of a build. And you did say Marcy win both games, but also Lashrak lost both games. And that's a big question mark for me for the game 3. Whether teams are going to prioritize this hero in the first phase, I feel like it's gonna be a no.
I think there's still merit to this hero. They just have to kind of set up for it a little better, right? Because, for example, if that Pudge from game 2 had been a Leshrac potentially playing with an Omni Knight, it could have looked better for him. But I do agree with Lacoste that it does seem solved at this point. But for Liquid, what I do want to see is Boxy on another roaming 4 just demolishing the game. Like, he has been the bread and butter early game winner for Liquid. He's the one who goes from lane to lane. He just has so much impact early on. So absolutely do not put this man on some backline support. Do not do it. Just give him what he's best at.
Yeah, it's something that I was a little bit worried about seeing Baboka on a Jakiro, Jenkins, but he crushed that one too.
Yeah, he did very well in that game. I mean, especially after the game 1 performance. It's like, no, like, give him a playmaker. Like, this guy's clearly on fire right now. But in game 2, I guess he was actually literally on fire, given the Jakiro.
Only one half.
Yeah, only on, yeah, 50-50. But no, he played really well. I mean, the thing is with Jakiro is, like, for good Jakiros, it kind of is an initiation to a degree, because, like, if you're coming out of a smoke, for example, you can hit with, like, a clutch ice path. Like, at least there still is, like, clutch potential with Jakiro because of the ice path ability.
Other abilities are not as flashy. Like, you can't really do much, but he did some work. Yeah. He really put in some really good work.
It's time to find out what's going to happen. Game 3, Aster Liquid. Let's go.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 3.
Game number 3. Loser goes home, winner stays alive. A lot of storylines, of course. Last Chinese team, Matu. Talked a lot about him. Everybody's rooting him on, of course. But last game, what kind of adjustments do you guys expect to see?
Marcy, man. Marcy's bad.
Neither team will get Marcy.
Get that hero won both games when it got picked, and also once again, Liquid second pick, Aster first pick. I think it makes total sense.
I think these teams almost always first faced Primal Beast when it was in the pool.
That's
and
also
it was ignored last game.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Primal Beast got ignored last time, and Aster goes for Maiden, snatching from Liquid. Yeah, so if you're new to Dota and you haven't watched so much, generally in best of threes, a hero that loses the first 2 games is then first pick in the 3rd game. That's very normal. Happens all the time, because there's nothing better than seeing a hero that got crushed twice, winning the 3rd game to show that you're the best.
It's not her fault.
Give me Nick Slash right now.
Nick Slash?
Let's go.
I wonder also, I mean, what's in the heads of Liquid right now probably is a Sniper 8. Like, Aster seems so confident with that hero, they just literally picked him at 8 last time. And Liquid right now is probably, like, not in the easiest spot about this. You're probably already making up your minds for it. But Nyx Slash might be decent no matter what. Nyx is pretty good against a Sniper, you can carry base a Shrapnel if it would come out. So just to clarify, when you say Sniper 8, you mean the 8th overall choice of the draft. Teams have done 2 bans. Yeah. That means it's the 4th pick.
Yeah, sorry.
This is like pro player lingo.
Yeah, it's pro player lingo. So
sorry, yeah.
it's a good way of referring to, like, once you're in the lingo, of referring to the order in which heroes are picked. But if you're not familiar with the lingo like Sniper 8, I thought the highest roll was 5.
Aku ambil Tango tuh namanya, Bo.
Okay, so they do the Tusk Lina.
Karena saya cuma Tango dia bisa kasih.
So preparing for Lash.
Preparing for Lash, yeah, it's good against the Lash if they would pick it.
Astaga,
I think Aster could go for the Sniper once again though, if they wanted it. I mean, they picked the Sniper against Selena in the first series, in the first game, sorry. So they could just opt for it again.
Wah, mereka pull anjing.
It's also Nyx in pool,
Astaga, iya.
Is Lina good against Primal Beast net? That's the question.
I think it's definitely, like, decent, for sure. Like, you should do pretty good. Has Ori played Primal much this tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He has?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't recall, none of the games we had with Aster he has been playing Primal, but... Okay. And the Sniper is a ban out. They're like, okay, take the beast, ban the Sniper. So how likely is this Primal mid?
No, they play it offlane, but
I think pretty likely. It's still a flex in the end, but like Linas usually do fine, but it's a bit like two-sided because like the probabilities can also get on top of the Lina. So with like one rotation, for example, the Lina always has to be scared of like potentially dying. So Ori is probably fine with playing it, and it's in the end like they fix it into the Lina. Also, Oracle Lifestealer ban. I don't quite get the Oracle ban, what that is for. Did they ban it last game? I don't recall. It's a bit of a special ban. Lifestealer makes sense. Matu loves the hero, good against Primal Beast. Liquid sticking to the Mars ban as always. They didn't last or get that pick the last 2 times. Probably leading into Pango ban as well.
I guess something to say about the Oracle ban is, first of all, it's one of his actual best heroes. Even when the hero isn't popular in the meta, he will still pick it. It blocks a ton of Primal Beast's damage, right?
True,
I guess. It blocks the entire trample, it blocks the pulverize, it gives you a hard save against the primal. I guess it's one of the few things in the game that can even stop a pulverize, right?
That's true. Yeah, I guess the Fate's Edict is really good.
And you also protect yourself from a potential like Huskar Oracle second phase where they pick the Oracle first, and now you kind of have to, you know, cover that base, and then they don't even need to go there. So I do think there's value in it, but it is definitely not a common choice here that Astra are going with. Did they? I feel like they banned it last game.
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. They might have banned it. In the end, it's one of Insania's best heroes, or maybe his best hero after all. Also, we see the Pudge being banned out. This time Astra bans it, even though they did really well with that hero last game. But already they got the Primal Beast, which they might put on mid, so it's a bit weird to pick the Pudge with that.
Is this telling you that they want Lesh? That they banned the Pudge? Is that setting up for that?
Maybe they just think that Liquid also loves it. Like, they run a lot of this Lina Pudge combo, where like the Pudge is like a semi-core and the Lina out of mid carries the game eventually, and playing the Mountain Pudge. Interesting to note here that this is the first game where Pango is available in the second stage. As in, like, Liquid did not ban it, they banned the Omni instead, which looked pretty damn good too. So the Pango is definitely in both teams' minds right now. Liquid might pick it up right now as both Mickey and Zai play it.
Team Aster's turn to pick.
4.9.
Okay, let's go.
The hero that was first picked many games early on in the tournament.
And disappeared completely, almost, in the last few days.
Well, now Pango is pretty good.
Yeah, so how much importance would you put on Aster having a way of breaking Tombstone? Is that something they specifically need to pick for in this game, or can you kind of play around it? Primal Beast is obviously very mobile.
First of all, they need a hero that can even lane against Undying.
Yeah,
exactly. That's highest priority, I would say.
Yeah, Undying like has like these 2 annoying aspects, right? Very dominant laning stage, but also later the Tombstone, so you can kind of think about the hero in 2 ways. I mean, in terms of hitting Tombstone, the Lina is already on Liquid, which is a normal answer to hitting Tombstone. The Sniper is also banned, so they could also just go for the approach that if the Tombstone is put on, they just run away from it, basically.
Something that Liquid have banned in the series as well was the Naga Siren, which teams have used in the past. You just Song of the Siren, you break the tomb. Is that... I guess Naga doesn't look appealing enough here that you can pick it with these 2 picks before Liquid get a counter pick into the second ban phase.
It's interesting. It also depends who on Astra will play the Naga in the end. Some people play it on +3 and 1 as well. Oh, they go. Alright. Nice goal.
Oh, ternyata pas saya sini ada pohon, sini malah gak kena.
+4 Naga, maybe.
I guess it's flex for now, right?
+4 Naga is very
Dari mana?
Attack speed aura for the tomb as well. Probably not the primary reason they're getting it, but what's the Beastmaster logic in this spot?
Beastmaster, good hero. Can pick.
All right.
Does this mean anything for Primal Beast's position? Are you expecting a 4, or can he still go?
I'm expecting Primal Beast mid and +4 or carry Naga.
Yeah, I think so too. Interesting though, I think that Undying is a pretty strong lane against Beastmaster, right? So
yeah, but really bad against Naga.
Yeah. I mean, do you lane Naga Beast into Undying?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yeah, that definitely works.
That's interesting. And the Pangolier. There we go.
Whoa. They already have a hard lockdown for the role here. They have the Beastmaster. I guess if it's a carry Naga, you could see the Ags come out as well, right? Is that a concern for Liquid?
You can always shard the IX net on Pango.
Okay. So you can also shard, the net gets themselves, right? And then you keep rolling. It's a nice mechanic you can always abuse. I think if the Naga is +1, maybe she goes Ags, but she might just go for the other core items instead.
It's a pretty solid lane for a carry Naga. Tusk Pango doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of games, it's not the most free illusion game hero, I guess, because of the Pangolier. Pangolier is one of the best illusion heroes, but It's playable, I guess.
Monet loves Drow.
10
Drow still in
seconds
pool?
remaining.
Yep.
Yeah, Drow still in pool actually. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Might get.
5 seconds.
Drow looks pretty interesting, I agree.
I think Monet likes Morph. Also very good.
He played an insane Morph
Well,
at
well,
S7, I remember that. Why looked like the team that was going to win
you
the
still
whole
have
tournament at one point. Monet's Morph
Baru
was
jadi.
scary.
So Liquid thinks it's a carry Naga as they ban on Snapfire. So,
I mean, whether they think it or not, you kind of have to pick your poison, right? They probably identify the options that Aster have, and they just probably choose the path that they think is the least scary, which is a support that kills Tombstone on its own. Would you agree with that?
It's interesting. I think this is a better offlane Lash game than last game. But this game they went for Pango instead.
I mean, Pango was always banned as well.
Pokoknya nggak ada ulti. Oke, lagi kan harus dekat-dekat kalau bisa stun. Oh, bisa mati.
Aster bans a Bloodseeker.
Apa?
That's also interesting.
Pangwanya nggak ada ulti.
You know, Aster is a team who
Ada.
plays against
Barusan
Pango,
ulti dia.
so they don't like it.
Pantas kok mati kok ini.
Is that
telling? To tell.
This Bloodseeker ban, is that just, okay, well, what does Matsu play well? It's Lone and Bloodseeker that we're most scared of? Or is this setting them up for their next pick? They obviously don't have the ultimate last pick, so they're going to have to show something key here.
I think it is good against Drow.
Okay. The Seeker? Yeah. It's definitely already good against Primal Beast, I guess. Like, of course, Rapture counters like the hero who has to move to deal damage.
What if they would have picked it themselves against Pango?
That's what I was thinking. Like, they could have picked it themselves on Aster. For the Rupture on both, like, against Lina it's decent, against Pangolier it's very good. But they opted not to do so. They would have had a very melee-oriented lineup, so maybe that's why
That's true.
I don't like it so much.
So you're still Team Drow here?
It's not bad, yeah. It looks. The question is, what would Liquid pick if they would draw on Aster?
Aster picks Drow every game they can.
What a chrono.
Either that or Karen Naga.
What was Forza cool as well? I like the Drow. Drow against Lina is also legit. And there we go.
Nice. Is it Tumblum and Lycan?
Oh, that would be.
Lycan against.
That would be very interesting.
Drow. Does he play it? Does he like it?
I mean, I don't know if he likes it.
Oh, we've already established that Matsu doesn't play Morph for some reason, so I guess we can also say he doesn't play Lycan, which is like one of his best heroes.
Maybe it's a bit annoying, maybe, but I mean, of course, besides that, it's pretty decent.
For now, you have Beastmaster problems first of all, so
yeah,
you need to deal with that lane first.
You can't pull off Phantom Lancer, right? It's also one of the classic counters to Drow. It's too hard against Primal Beast, I
feel like they will even lose lane against Naga Beast.
Yeah, it's too rough.
This Naga Beast second stage seeming to work out. It's crazy. But I'm curious how that lane will go nonetheless. But yeah, PL also a bit annoying against to play against Maiden and the Beast. But that's still a pool even.
Lifestealer, which kind of sucks, right? It's banned actually. Never mind. They can't.
It's a random Ursa, but it's also not good.
No.
Matsu go. Maybe it's a Lycan in the end.
I guess Lycan or PL are our best ideas so
I
far.
like Lycan.
Lycan is the closest thing to Lone Druid that you're gonna get, right?
I feel like we're missing out on
True.
I feel like we're missing out on something. Knights?
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oh no.
All right. That's carry and
I feel like Naga will destroy this lane so hard.
Wow. Okay.
It's very special.
Yeah.
All right. You guys have to choose a winner now after seeing that.
Gary.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm on board with Aster, guys.
I mean, I feel like the Lina is like decently strong this game. She has to play against Raw and Drow though. It's not easy. I mean, this Night Stalker last pick I'm a bit curious about. I don't think it's the freest Night Stalker game. I feel like Beastmaster should have a good lane against it.
Do you feel like Night Stalker is a solution against Drow in general? Like, he can obviously get on top of her, but the supporting cast around it with Song of the Siren, with Roar,
yeah, sort of. I guess like this draft is really based around Mickey and Lina. Like this Lina is like the turret that is gonna stand at the front and 4 heroes go in for him. So if Mickey is like having a good start, he can carry this game.
Okay, so with that, I believe Sir Action Slacks is with Blitz. Let's see what they have to say about this game number 3 draft.
Hello everybody. I'm here with Blitz Dota yet again of Team Liquid. Sir, I know you guys usually run down the clock for the memes, but that one looked like you were really discussing till the end. Do you feel like this is one of the harder drafts that you guys have had to do this event?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Aster is such a sick team. We're really scratching our heads, and we told Matu, if it's the last game, what do you want to play? What do you want to go out on? What do you want to have fun on?
Harder drafts that you guys have had to do
we let him
this?
choose.
All right, and there we go. The Night Stalker, huh? Do you believe in his choice? Do you think he's got it? Does he feel it? He got the energy from the booth?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good. I mean, he's a pretty bad Night Stalker, but you know, it's his choice.
All right, my friend. Well, I gave Lanham the choice last time, so I'm going to let you have one more speech out there to everybody watching. You're a crowd favorite here, so any words out there to the audience?
Yeah, you know, if this is our last game and this is Lasse's last game, I know he really appreciated all the support. It truly means a lot to me just to be up here. We're blessed every single day. Thank you to the fans that are watching. You really make this all possible. Every year I realize that more and more. So thank you everybody who came here to see Lasse play and the rest of our team. This one's for you.
All right, we'll throw it right over to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you, Slacks and Blitz. And like you said, game 3 underway. And I believe the first 10-minute discussion here by both of us will be about Matu Night Stalker and what we think. I mean, the idea of a hero jumping on top of Drow makes sense. 3 underway, and I would assume an Aghanim Scepter might be something that he'll prioritize, along with obviously the BKB and a Blink Dagger. Am I missing anything else here? You can eat the boar when you get the shard. Actually, you can eat whatever Helm of the Dawn, right? Does that work?
Yeah, you can
during
eat
nighttime.
You can eat the Helm of the Overlord even. Right? It's the only thing in the game that counters that, which I think was a big part of what inspired.
Is that only during nighttime, or?
Yeah. I believe so.
So it's all about getting.
Now you're making me question myself.
Yeah, I know. I do that all the time. Sorry about that. Boxy's gonna ice shard his way onto the low ground, but he's gonna be met by Boboka. We have some nice blocks.
Yeah, it only targets Ancients at night, so that's the only time he can kill the Overlorded Ancient creature.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, this is a completely out of left field pick. Nobody expected it. You heard it, Eddie. They were not expecting it at all. Stormstormer and Toby, obviously, and I'd be willing to bet that Aster had no clue this was coming either. So, you know, that's sometimes surprise picks like this show up amazingly, and sometimes they fall flat. Either way, it's a really creative response here for Liquid, and it's a pretty polarizing carry. I'll say that much. Night Stalker has his games, but he also has games where he falls completely flat.
You are the expert on this hero too.
I used to play it mid. It was a different time. You don't go that build anymore. Well, to be fair, nobody went that build.
What was the build?
I went Earn Ewells.
Oh my god.
It was different. Yeah, it sounds horrible now, doesn't it?
Just awful.
It worked back then.
Your career makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
We are into
Everyone
the game,
was
of course.
awful.
Siamese Cat getting pushed out here by Zai, playing the Pangolier. Yeah, talk to me about the Drow Ranger, because you guys all predicted it. Why is it so good this game?
So first of all, you have the Beastmaster Aura, which is nice for ranged right-click carries. Secondly, Liquid don't have the best backline jump, right? And it's also just a favorite of Aster's in this tournament. You saw them play Sniper 2 games in a row. They like playing Monet on this heavy long-range artillery, so it just fits the bill. The only catch that Liquid had until they picked the Night Stalker that could maybe get on top of her is a Tusk or a Pango, which both kind of get countered by Force Staff. So you naturally want to buy Pyke on this hero anyway, so it feels good. And that's why we have so much focus on this NS, because I think he has a very clear job in this game that he needs to perform. And if he does get to do that, it could look amazing. So mid lane, something we talked about as well, how well does Lina do against Primal? So far so good for Mickey. He's been playing a great Lina this tournament in general. He won with it in game 1.
Well, what's the reason that Primal, I wouldn't say he's fallen off necessarily, but he was completely ignored in the first 2 games, I believe. This is a hero that was picked or banned in basically every game in the group stage and a lot of the main stage.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't consider it good enough. It's hard to remember all the drafts by heart, because there might have been some counters in play or other heroes picked that, you know, just bumped his priority down a little bit. But it was pretty surprising to see overall, given how even the later stages of this tournament, Primal's just been like a top tier prioritized hero.
I mean, we even cast a game, I believe it was Ace playing Primal Beast, where like there's 3 hard counters this year, and he destroyed.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't even matter.
Oh, top lane, big damage onto Zai here.
Yep, he has a shield crash for that damage mitigation, but it's worn off now. Gets off the swashbuckle with the tag team combo as well, but it's not enough. Aster strikes first, and Monet is going to get help with this Frostbite from Siamese Cat. Is it going to be enough for a double kill? Indeed. They get 1 each, and Aster on the board early, and obviously not a good start here for Liquid. You can see what they were going with the swashbuckle tag team combo is extremely strong. There's not enough damage yet.
Drow has pretty decent armor. She's playing with 7 armor in the lane with the Wraith Band. And Crystal Maiden Crystal Maiden is really good against this lane, I have to say. Like, the slow against Tusk is amazing for countering out tag team. You have Frostbite as a disarm as well. Like, there's not enough in the tank there for Liquid. And it's kind of understandable that I wouldn't say they're desperate, but they're really eager to try to find a kill in this lane because that's what's going to give them comfort. But that was just not the time. Maybe a level 3 timing would have been a lot stronger for them, with 2 in tag team perhaps, or 2 in the either Crash or Swashbuckle. See, Zai will choose the Crash here. Instant Frostbite. He's going to take quite a beating actually for getting that creep.
Gets the Swash off, but he's going to lose a lot of creeps to denies, it looks like. Can't really get too close. You can hear Primal Beast just belching in the background. I don't know what the hell that was.
Yeah, you love that.
Up top lane, got the multi-shot coming out. Siamese Cat's in a lot of trouble though. He's gonna get taken out finally here from the Liquid side. As Zai will barely get away. Monet just continuing to get these the CS. He's 16-5 right now versus the Night Stalker, which is Matu, of course, 23-3 in the opposite lane. So in terms of the position 1 CS, it's Liquid favored right now. But obviously kill-wise, not so much.
Yeah, Matu's finding some great farm for sure. He has 3 mangoes that he can use during nighttime, which is coming up. That could lead to a chase. Speaking of chase,
from Boxy, Monet, he's gonna get the multi-shot off, and they're just gonna turn this around onto Zai. Nice kill for Aster. An attempted TP out from Boxy should be fine.
Yeah, that's still, even if you survive there on Tusk, this still feels bad, right? Because you're abandoning a lane with creeps in, that all this experience just effectively going to waste now. Monet is going to be close to level 5 when Zai returns on level 3. This top lane is just... it's toast for Liquid. This lane is not good. But the other 2 are going great. So both the Lina as well as the Night Stalker are having a good time. And as we talked about, nighttime now for Matu could lead to some aggression in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Unfortunately for him, Undying, not the best kill partner during nighttime. He kind of has to do most of the work himself. Doesn't have like a slow or a stun to bring to the table. But at the very least, Matu will be finding excellent farm down here. XXS isn't doing too bad, though.
Yeah, but mid lane, you mentioned, Mickey is owning. 38-12 versus Ori's 23-1. So Mickey with the huge advantage as bottom lane. Insania getting basically out of mana at this point, but 3 mangoes there for Matu if he wants to feed his support a bit.
Yeah, it is actually kind of tricky for the NS when you look at it. There's both the Orb of Venom on the Naga and the Boars. When the Boars hit level 3 here in a second, this slow is going to be pretty substantial. Struggle to play as aggressively as you would like. Loving this from Mickey though, in the mid lane, getting half the tower, playing very aggressively with his siege creep wave. Could even choose to glyph it here and just squeeze as much out of this as possible, but we'll choose not to.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We do have the Crystal Maiden setting up. So Ori hitting level 6 from this wave. Pichu is in the neighborhood in case an opportunity opens up, but looks like not the case, so we'll just back off, cover at that angle.
This'll come in handy.
And in the meantime, Money is just having the time of his life top, just running at Zai. Look at that damage with the multi-shot. Zai now down to 200 health. This, I think, I dare say, might be Zai's lowest net worth this tournament, minute 7.
Yeah, Pango versus these long-range heroes. Any hero that can orb block is a pain for this hero.
1,600 net worth on Pango to the 2,800 of Beast, so 1,000 net worth difference between the offlaners. And Zai is just not being given any space. He buys a Ring of Health to try to sustain, but he's almost going to get killed off by the Crystal Maiden here.
Yeah.
Has to back off once again, and it's tricky now for Boxy as well, right? Because where do you go as Tusk? It's hard to gank mid against the Primal. If he has any vision, he can get away with this onslaught.
Bottom lane, we're going to see the Tombstone come out with the Void, but XXS can just TP away knowing that the Void is on cooldown.
Tombstone used as well, pretty long cooldown.
Yeah, but still, Matu farming extremely well, and kind of items that we're expecting here from early on. He has the phase boots going for the armlet. He had the Helm of the Iron Will very early, so he can turn that into the armlet soon. Pulverize onto Insania, trample to follow. Soul Rip's not going to be nearly enough to heal him out of that. And top lane, again, the aggression coming out from Monet. The multi-shot has been owning. Boxy gets off the health salve. It's going to get canceled, but can he get out of this? He pops another one, it looks like. He's still going to live. And Zai is there.
Yeah.
Fists.
That's Pango this game so far.
I mean, is there any consideration? I mean, I know it's elimination game, but to give Boxy some farm and have like kind of a transition into core.
I think that ship has almost sailed. It's 8 minutes in and he has no net worth. So his recovery curve is way too hard, right? He has the lowest net worth in the game.
Oh, nice LSA. Pulverize came in, or Ori still had the Pulverize available. Looks like this is going to be a kill, but the Laguna Blade comes out onto Ori. That is enough to turn this around as Liquid TP in spades. Double kill from Matu. LSA connects onto the high ground. Ice Shards are there as well, and 3 kills in the name of Liquid.
Great punish. Also at the same time felt a little bit forced. I think Ori didn't have enough mana to go for the combo he wanted to. Monet threatening Zai here, will lose vision in the fog and not try to chase.
He has been on 10% HP the entire game, it feels like.
Yep.
But Liquid, like you said, in the other 2 lanes, pretty damn good. They get the tier 1 mid as well, and still with another minute to go on the nighttime for Matsu.
Matsu did get involved with the ult, so once nighttime ends, he will not have that to work with. But with this natural night still happening, he might go for the dive here.
Yeah, they're going for it. Monet was slowed initially by 1 zombie, gets a nice multi-shot off. He's going to be stuck by the Ice Shards now. Swashbuckle from Zai to try to get some form of revenge. And Monet falls as Liquid finding tons of kills on the map now.
It's gonna loosen their bot tower. XXS with the Helm of the Dominator will push this tower minute 9, but if Liquid can get this trade top, I think they're pretty happy with this. Like, given how terrible Zai's lane is, he's found his level 6. They bring this down as well, starting to stabilize a little bit more. And as for Matsu's build, I think you go Armlet. He's getting the Shard, which is just a given here against Beastmaster. Probably just BKB after, right? I don't think there's any reason to buy Ags when the Naga is support.
That's true.
You'd rather get some hard-hitting single target.
Initiation on Mickey. Snowball comes in from Boxy, but Mickey taking the brunt of the damage from these illusions. Gets off the Laguna Blade though. Man fight versus Ori, but looks like he's resigned to his death here. LSA not able to connect as Mickey drops to XXS in the end. Zai's rolling Thunder. Not doing a ton here. He's gonna be able to snag the Invis rune at the very least. But we got the onslaught coming in, but no vision. Although Zai will get clipped a bit by the trample.
Yeah.
Now they know there's no
showing up
there
with the Hurricane. Pushed back into Lina for the kill. And they're going to turn this into a tower push. So this is kind of scary times for Liquid. You don't have Dark Ascension for 10 seconds, but at least you have the Glyph. Maybe it's enough to hold this tower. Zai obviously has the Invis rune, which is something they also have to be wary of. They know he has it. He could be anywhere right now. That's how Invis works.
Thank you.
And he's actually going to... Oh, that's an Observer Ward. Never mind. He's not going to. He gets some important information that Liquid could act on here. Still no Rolling Thunder, and now he's showing. Roar was faked out.
Yep, gets the swash and shield crash off. He's playing very cocky right now, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of his team is in the area. But XXS is quite tanky, going for the Wraith Pact, of course, after the Helm.
Yeah, maybe you just don't go Helm of the Overlord at all.
Because he can eat it?
Because of NS. Like, maybe it's not worth it.
It's only half the time.
It's a lot of the time. And when you enter a team fight, you don't have Ancients nearby, right? So you bring your Ancient, he eats it, and then... And even if you're using it to split push, you're essentially just funneling in a lot of gold into NS. So I feel like we've seen this before when Night Stalker offlane started becoming a pseudo counter to Beast, that Beastmasters would just bypass Overlord because you're kind of just giving too much over.
Yeah.
So I kind of like this approach. You still want the Dom because it just does that much this early in the game, but don't spend too much net worth on just getting creeps even.
Ori on the other side of the Ice Shards. Nicely done from him. But we can see the CM here as Matu able to get the 4-shot off. It's a lot of damage coming out from Dark Ascension.
But that's Dark Ascension. I think he was hoping to get a bigger kill on the Primal Beast there, but Boxy's charge just barely too short, not clipping. What a weird net worth distribution this is. Liquid easily have the top 2, and then they easily have 6th. It's which isn't too unhealthy for their lineup, to be honest. If there's a hero in this game that can have low net worth and still find major impact, it kind of is the Pangolier, right? So it's not a requirement for Zai to be farmed. Maybe he's going to go something like a Dagger and just try to find a good ult here or there, or at least eat the Roar for his Night Stalker, which is also really important. Yeah, very close for now.
We've seen games, I think it was at the Arlington Major, Night Stalker. It might have been, was it carrying Night Stalker? Yeah, I think it was Saberlight playing, where You get the shard, you get Midas every game, but it seems that has fallen off. Maybe a little too risky, being kind of pushed down by the likes of Beastmaster and Drought. But will be actually not going shard first. Has the Ogre Club right now.
So he will go BKB.
The shard definitely adds a lot of farm.
Yeah, and he
for a hero that doesn't get
can't
much.
be adjusting to XXS not going Overlord because he wouldn't know that yet. So
true.
He just thinks the BKB is the better timing, wants to be able to fight sooner rather than later. And it is a mandatory item in NS carry this game. You can't play without it. He has to have it. Or it's going to get kited too hard.
I'm showing in the bot lane now is you can hear Ori going to town, but not going to connect onto Matu. But the TP is coming in, so Liquid want to defend. See the Troll Summoner out and about, got the rally skeletons ready to go. Actually, it's only one. It's a singular rally, not very powerful at all. But Matu defends successfully. And in terms of itemization for Mickey, looks like, yeah, I think they're trying to line up these BKBs on both him and Matu right now. Looks like he's already picked it up actually. So we'll see if they fight a little early on, but Tier 1 tower might get denied. No, not even a chance here. So a freebie for Aster.
Beastmaster with a troll creep and 2 Boris. They don't need to risk anything by putting a hero in range of that tower. Just let the summons do it, stand back. And Boxy also doesn't really dare to commit onto killing the summons. First of all, he's terrible at it, but even if he were to try, he could die in Aurora. So yeah, you just have to give that one up, but you can look for your own move. Liquid will try to find some sort of opening, and there might be a little bit of a false feeling of safety here with that Hawk finding nobody. Liquid know it's there though, because they have a sentry. But this could open up a potential play for them if they can somehow get the right vision. They see XXS on this ward at the bottom Tier 1.
Bye.
But no way to invade.
Yeah, so it's just going to continue to be farm session here. As I should mention, Baboka, you did bring up the potential Aghanim Scepter. It is not a carry Naga, of course, but be able to get the ensnare on the Rolling Thunder. But I mean, it feels like Pango does go shard every game anyway.
Yeah, then you ensnare the Night Stalker instead, which is true, mega high impact. So if he gets there on the Naga, it could be a game-deciding item. Usually support Nagas will not get this until pretty late, but given the map control that Aster have and the way they're playing, if they just keep pushing out these lanes with the Beastmaster, with the Primal Beast, and Naga gets to jungle like this, I mean, you get there eventually. He's been giving a lot of space. You can see Baboka is fully committed to the idea. He buys the Blade of Alacrity first.
Thought they were going to go for Monet, but instead they find Ori, who easily gets out thanks to his onslaught. So gank attempt from Liquid is thwarted.
That's a Dark Ascension. So
yeah, and it's a full 4 minutes until night. So Matu's going to be at a big disadvantage. And
right, Liquid are going to try to put it to use here.
Okay.
So
they're going to lose their Tier 2 in all likelihood, but they can get this first Roche.
It's just pretty much the biggest value they could get out of this insult when it fails to connect.
Might be a contest. There's a smoke here from Aster. Zai's gonna get off the Rolling Thunder. It's only been an illusion to start. Baboka looking for the song, but he's getting controlled. Will they be able to keep it at bay? They do! And Mickey gets the Aegis. The roar applied to Zai, but it's really just a delay tactic, it feels like. Gets a snare on top of this, but Monet and company still want to fight, but he's gonna get Laguna bladed. Mickey pops the BKB, focusing on the CM, but now on the other side of the tree line, taking the right clicks. Looks like he's gonna be the first to fall in this engagement. But Pango died on the other side, and now they're gonna get the Night Stalker. Matu in a lot of trouble. The LSA's connecting. He's gonna get saved as a result. Ori's dead. Beautiful stun from Mickey. Centaur gets the stun on top of him now. And he's left to his own devices, completely surrounded. The Gust is there, multi-shot, and the axes. So Aster, they get some kills in retribution. Liquid taking the Aegis away in some respect from Aster.
Yeah, what a great fight from Matu that was. Just perfect armlet toggles, keeping him alive 2 times in a row. So at the very least, Liquid get out with him alive, but they do lose their Aegis and the second life on Lina, so can't really consider it a true win. At the very least, they don't need to worry about the Roche going Aster's way in the next minutes, but Aster, I think, still should be feeling pretty good about this overall exchange, considering the song didn't get them the Aegis contesting, and they wrote the Pango, I should say, just to save the Naga, so they didn't have this for the Lina or for the NS, which also prompted Liquid to feel strong in this fight, right? But keep a look at Matu here. So first the Pulverize here comes out, no follow-up damage is available, he's frostbitten. is going to toggle out of this one with Monet's shot midair and the charge.
Yeah.
We're back to
another
live.
fight. Hold the horses here, Synderen. Looks like Siamese Cat's gonna be the first to fall, and now XXS is the one that's completely surrounded, so wrong territory for him. Matu gets credit for that one, and he is very close to a BKB.
Yeah, that was a killing spree, so some extra gold on that one for NS. 100 gold to go.
Still another 2 minutes in the nighttime. So he should have his BKB in his inventory with nighttime still here.
Yeah.
If Liquid wanna try to take advantage. Of course, still has Dark Ascension. And does have the shard, by the way, so has been eating creeps. So I guess he went for the casual Ogre axe into shard, and now is finishing BKB.
Yeah. I guess he changed his idea, changed his mind halfway. Seems like a little bit of a weird way to do it, but...
Well, that Ogre Club, it seemed to save him in that last fight.
I guess so.
Extra HP is pretty nice.
Oh, XXS close to connecting the roar there, but not quite.
Blocked out, but yeah, Liquid not wanting to engage, it looks like. Very even game. And Aster showing some balls. I mean, they fought despite not getting the Aegis.
Yeah,
not
and
having
throwing the
Song.
roar and the Pango, yeah.
Yeah, no roar as well.
But sometimes, even with key cooldowns in Dota, if you have the right angle and you get to take the initiative, it can work. And I don't know if you would consider that fight successful for either team. It was kind of a draw, but you could see where Aster were coming from. The fact that Pango roll is down is very important for especially the Primal Beast, who now has BKB. So the next fight will be of a totally different nature coming out from Ori. Liquid might choose to smoke here. They are grouping up forward, they will. Aster in a strong offensive position down here, pushing the tower with Ori in front. They have the ward covering the back angle. And they're gonna expect Liquid to do this because of the no heroes on the map. They have the prediction that this play is coming. Liquid do have Dark Ascension though.
His smoke gets popped. He's gonna pop Dark Ascension, but he's the focus. He's gonna get roared inside his BKB, so he mitigates a ton of this damage. Now XXS is the one stuck basically on this cliff area. He's gonna get right-clicked down quite easily. So nice kill to start things out for Liquid. Sai on the other side here is Laguna Blade's gonna find Siamese Cat, so just like that, it's 5v3. Now Mickey pops his BKB, Ori kind of in no man's land. His team still has Song available if they need to pop it, they will. Mickey, his BKB runs out, and the rest of Aster are gonna be able to walk away, it looks like.
Outstanding fight from Liquid there. The BKB usage was just perfect, right? Matsu gets it off before he gets roared, and Ori thought he was going to connect on the roar outside of BKB, so he committed all his stuff to go in on the Beastmaster, or sorry, on the Night Stalker, together with Beastmaster. That play fails, then Beastmaster's isolated and gets killed. Pango, in the meantime, is completely cutting off Drow from the entire fight for like 10 seconds. We're going to see the replay here, so look at this. This BKB crucial, right? Otherwise, Ori plus XXS and the Drow probably just kill off Matsu, but he stays alive. And now Pango on the bottom right is just rolling Drow out of the picture, quite literally, the entire fight until he finally gets to turn around. Now the fight's already over. This play was kind of crazy for Ori.
Yeah.
I don't know if he accounted for if he thought Mickey had used BKB. It turns into a BKB trade in the end, which isn't all the worst for him, but yeah.
2K lead now for Team Liquid. And the Aghanim Scepter for Baboka almost there, 80 gold away, and he'll be able to ensnare the Rolling Thunder, as we've said, and of course, more importantly, he'll be able to reel in enemies, Synderen.
Yeah, we haven't seen that used very much.
And if we have, we've forgotten about it. I like the concept, but it definitely needs...
It has not been very favored to do in the song.
Yes. I mean, other than that, the axe is great. Like, we're gonna see here very shortly why that is.
Yeah, so Zai is not buying the shard that Toby talked about as kind of a pseudo counter to ensnare Axe, but he's going Lotus, which is another way of solving it. Doesn't have it yet though, so this coming fight could be a big surprise factor for Zai, where he's relying on going in on the Drow. If he gets ensnared and Drow gets to focus him for a few seconds, he dies. The fight's going to be of a totally different nature than the last one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the downside of Lotus, is it's way more expensive than Shard, obviously, and he is pretty far away.
The upside is he can use it on NS if he gets ensnared.
True.
So that is a pretty big help.
He'll get both, I'm sure.
Probably, yeah.
As he's actually had to use a tome for himself. That just shows how rough of a game it has been for Zai.
Are scanning.
The tier 2 tower is going to go down one way or another as the tombstone is placed. Pulverize coming in from Ori, pretty much full duration here on Insania, but he's more than healthy enough to continue to fight as now Ori is stuck in no man's land. Laguna's blade, down he goes as Zai going in with the Rolling Thunder, now applying all the pressure to XXS. He's going to get disarmed for the time being. This is looking like 3 kills very easily for Liquid. Song was available, but still BKBs were up.
I think
Boca, he might still have to use it here.
It only just came up toward the end of that. He didn't have it to save Ori. I think he could have maybe BKB TP'd out, but I guess maybe Tusk was in range for a punch. But yeah, these engages from Ori have just not worked out the way he wanted it to. He's charging up the onslaught, and the moment he does that, Insania drops the tombstone before he gets jumped, and the follow-up damage just wasn't there anyways. They didn't even kill the Undying to start off the fight, and Liquid make a very easy fight out of that one.
Liquid with a lot of fans here, obviously, now gaining some momentum in this crucial game number 3. Getting this tier 1 tower, but it looks like Aster wants to try to defend.
They're too late.
They are. Tower falls. Now we have a Silver Edge on Mickey.
At the same time, Drow gets BKB, so Aster now have another tool against the Pango roll that's been ruining Mone's game so far. Now he can reliably get some damage off.
I got everything off. Yeah. Clicking ulti. They need to get the fuck out. He's gonna TP out on Primal too. Oh, he has no. I'm running it. I'm running it. Primal. TP, I'm killing Primal. Look at me. Yeah. Looking at side. Looking at side. Kill 2 boys. Look at the beast. Running. I'm killing CM. CM dead to me. Look at this. Still running in.
They almost seemed surprised that he was there. It's like, oh, there's a Primal Beast here all alone. Okay, we'll take it. Interesting build from Matu. After the BKB armlet, now has a Basher, but not opting for a Blink Dagger or anything like that. Instead, going for a Nullifier. Very cool item.
Yeah, is a good way for him to counter off the Pike from Dara if she doesn't have the BKB. Not much else to nullify for now, right?
I mean, if you get it off before the BKB doesn't do anything anyway.
Yeah.
It remains.
I wonder if...
But I feel like Blink Dagger at some point is going to be pretty important for him. But into the Roche Pit, Liquid go. And yeah, Aster have an idea this is happening. They're going to smoke up. Is it going to be too late? No, it's at half HP right now. The Rolling Thunder coming in, mostly on illusions. He's going to get roared right off the bat. They're focusing on the pit now. No Song to come as Mickey gets the Aegis. Song a little bit late. Is there a shard on the ground? There is. But Boca steals the shard. As here comes the onslaught. Looks like the focus is on the Tusk to start this out. The Naga's going to be the trade, so it's a 1-for-1. Matu wants to fight, but a big multi-shot coming from Monet, but a bigger BKB from Matu. And now they're going to get triple kill from Mickey. Aster are dropping like flies. Ori has to BKB. Onslaught to safety. Looks like he's fine. But Liquid coming out on top again in this fight.
Yeah, these Roche calls they've made so far in this game have been absolutely perfect. Again, Zai with the coverage against the Naga rotating in and getting the Song off. And it took them quite a while to kill Zai during the Roar as well, because he has the armor of Lotus Orb instead of the Shard. Makes him a lot tankier against the Drow. So you're going to see the replay here. Pretty much same situation as earlier in the game. The exact same spot, same logic. Song too late. He's like, wait, there's a Shard. So we'll go and grab that.
And he consumed it, by the way. We're going to need to see what the other shards are in this game. I mean, there's a Beastmaster shard that he has not purchased in there. I don't know about that auto-consumption. Song healing is...
It is good.
Definitely, it's not bad, but it's one of the weaker ones on their teams for sure. Yeah, that's very surprising. That
I wonder which the best one is. Like, maybe Drow? I don't know. It's maybe Drow or Primal Beast have been good.
I think Beastmasters is the best by far, surely. The diving bombs or whatever.
Yeah, the thing about Dive Bomb being a root, right? They already have the Lotus, which I believe counters it. They have BKBs, so I'm not sure if that does enough compared to the other ones, but either way, they now have a Song that heals.
They could have had Rock Throw, for God's sake.
Yeah, I think the Rock Throw could have also been good this game.
I mean, in the pit, that's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also amazing for Ori because it gives him a reliable Q that he can go in. Like, if he hits a Rock Throw on, let's say, the Night Stalker, perhaps he has the confidence to get a charge that is going to connect, right?
Yeah.
Which has been a problem for him so far in this game, is going in and actually accomplishing something with this Onslaught, which Liquid have covered really well. They're now going to take the top tier 2. Building their lead to now 7,000. With Aegis in the hands of Lina for another 2.5 minutes, you would imagine they want to go and get the mid tower as well.
Yeah, most likely. Wraith Pact almost online for Boxy. And Matu switched it up. Unfortunately, won't be seeing Nullify. He's going for the AC, which not only makes him tankier and a little bit more right-clicky, but pushing towers is going to be even easier.
Yeah.
And for the side of Aster, what are the items that they're waiting for? It looks like for XXS, the BKB is still not there. About 1,000 away from finishing that, but it looks like they're going to smoke into this Aegis. Maybe this will catch Liquid off of guard here. Hawk giving a little bit of vision. Boxy.
Nonton lagi.
Not going to pop smokes initially, though.
Liquid kind of know this is happening. They break the illusions here.
Yep. And smoke just pops there. Laboka with the instant ensnare. Wants to get off the song, but won't need to. They'll just walk away casually. D-warding. Still a little less than 2 minutes on this Aegis.
Marah dia
They
sama
want to
kali
use
itu.
it though. There's no
Gila
repositioning
numpang
from
menang
Aster,
loh.
so you can go and hit
Wah,
this
gue
tower with
cinta lah.
Lina,
Aku tim main sama
knowing
mereka
that
tuh.
the Aegis will be sufficient coverage. Like you're not going to get swapped into base and killed there and die again, for example. So
There's no Vengeful Spirit in the game? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, well, that's one of the displacement spells, Shan. There's more than that.
That's true.
There's no Marcy.
There's no Pudge anymore.
No Pudge.
Sadly.
Yeah. Starting to look better and better for Liquid. Mickey is now solo pushing bottom tier 2. Super confident here.
Yeah.
Knowing where Aster are. We'll grab this tower.
They're reading this situation very, very right. So tier 2 dead, and Mickey can now, you know, poke at the tier 3 a little bit if he wants.
He does.
Now that his teammates are arriving. We see the win probability right now, 77% for Team Liquid in this game number 3.
Guess what? It was 81 for Aster earlier.
Wow, really?
Minute 15. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked at it. Like, I don't know if
81?
I don't know if
I mean, they were winning, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
80-20. That's wow. Surprising. So yeah, the Aegis looks like it's just going to be expiring the old-fashioned way. And is that because they just didn't have enough time? Is it literally nighttime related, perhaps?
I don't know. I do feel like they could have put this a bit more to use, to be honest. I think there was a way for Mickey to push out a little bit more, but like you said, nighttime might be a concern. And also, if you're feeling in a pretty good control of the game, this is maybe the one way you give Aster a big comeback, is setting them up for a successful kill in their base into Song and more kills when you try to escape. This way you can just keep controlling the map. You're closing in on the AC on Night Stalker as well, so that's going to be a part of the next fight. He's coming out now, as a matter of fact. So yeah, they're just keeping it cool. It's obviously a huge moment for them. This is a top 3 at TI.
Yep.
Don't want to mess it up.
Well, the time has been given out for XXS to at least finish his BKB. He's about to get that as Matu's AC gets delivered as well. So some potential power spikes coming out. I mean, a fresh BKB, pretty important, but it is a Beastmaster.
Yeah, not sure how impactful this is really going to be. It feels like he's been able to get his roar off the last fights anyway. So I don't really know if this is going to be very noticeable compared to the Night Stalker AC, which is definitely a big bump up in strength for Liquid.
Scan coming out, it's gonna miss, but onto the high ground they go. Siamese Cat is completely isolated now. He gets destroyed inside with a huge rolling thunder onto 2, forcing the BKB from Monet, as it looks like Baboka will be the sacrifice. So 2 quick kills for Liquid. Tombstone has been expended along with the Dark Ascension. And now the high ground they go. Both supports for Aster have buyback. Here comes the pulverized BKB from Ori.
Wala, pulang kampung Aster, bro.
Masih ada buyback
Now the
sih.
BKB from Matu, able to walk away from the song relatively easily, but actually stuck inside him. He gets reeled in to the high
Mana ada buyback?
Nggak, Mato Mame nggak ada karat. Kalau mereka bisa bunuh mati. Wah, Zai gila
He's
kali.
gonna right click a bit onto the tower, but now that the reel-in is down, there's nothing to fear for Liquid. In a 5v4 situation, Zaya with the Basher, so the swashbuckle becoming much more fearsome.
Reset lah Bantang, dia dapat 2
I wonder if
buyback.
he's going to go for Axe next just to ramp up on that, or if he will get another defensive item like Lincoln's.
Apa
But
buyback?
yeah, another huge moment
Naga
for
Shiran
Liquid.
sama
Die back on
apa?
Naga. They
JM
lost
support.
absolutely nothing there, Liquid did, right? Nope, nothing at all.
Apakah
And now
menang
they're,
ini?
again, with the map position they have and the amazing warding they have, they're in a really good spot to maybe get the next Roche. You see this roll from Zai, just forcing the whole situation. Has to BKB on Mane, and that means he won't have that in the follow-up fight here as Naga returns to the fight.
I was hoping we get a replay of the reel in, if I'm being honest. Really hype. Good initiation from Ori, though. And
they just don't have enough damage. He's too tanky.
Indeed.
Drow is not quite there yet.
Wait, we're gonna wait. Reel in. Wait.
Aster.
There it is. Unbelievable. And then he dies. Very dangerous fish to reel in, no doubt about it. As like you said, Rosh is probably next on the list here for Liquid if they can continue to have this map control. We won't know for another 10 seconds when it spawns. As now Matu is eyeing the nullifier. Is it just for the Hurricane Pipe? Oh, there's also a Ghost Scepter on Siamese Cat. Yep. I don't think there's any Yules though. But still, pretty big counters to both those items. And it's going to be a relatively late rush.
AK is so insanely farmed. I just realized he's 150 CS ahead of the next hero in the game.
And he seems to have a double damage quite often this game.
Ori will clean up the wave, still be forced to glyph though. Yeah. This should not be underestimated how much this could end up meaning later. Because the Rosh will be falling likely before this glyph comes back up, whichever team gets it. And if that is Liquid, that basically opens up for a free tier 3. They'll obviously get another glyph after that, but this Radiant lineup kills towers really fast if Lino gets to just stand and deliver.
Indeed. But Aster,
push up mid.
They want to aggress. They're going to find Insania, the instant pulverized gust to follow, but the Rolling Thunder is coming in. Insania is going to live. Now the Roar on top of Zai. They're right-clicking him very easily, but XXS is taking damage as well. So it's a 1-for-1 in terms of the position 3s, but they lose the Primal Beast as well. And no buyback here for Aster as they're left with 3 members. And still 50 seconds on Rosh, so Aster will technically, in fact, everyone will be up.
Such an awkward situation to play as Naga Siren there as well, right? What do? Do you use Song to try to save your Beastmaster with the heal? Then you're also saving the enemy Pango. So, or actually, no, he could have Songed, right? He was in roll. I actually think Boboka maybe with the heal would have made the difference, but he was holding on to it.
Yeah, Matu ends up getting the tower here.
Tonton George. Dia minta spoiler terus.
Applied, but you can see Mickey is the real right clicker here. Fortifications popped. And they're going to reset. They're not even, they're not going to go for the melee. Don't want to overextend. And Rosh will be up in 10.
And they do have Natural Night for 4 minutes, so Night Stalker is still very powerful despite not having Ascension. Matu can still do.
Oh, nice Ice Shards. Here comes the initiation. Oh, instant snowball actually ruins it for Ori. But he gets the pulverize off after the BKB, getting kind of to a high degree here, but LSA not going to connect as Matu. Continue the pressure as Zai gets off the Rolling Thunder, and Ori left to his own devices. 1 minute of no Primal Beast. XSS takes the Laguna Blade and takes another death to his name. 5 versus 3. They're going to get the melee racks and likely go for Rosh after, although there are no creeps here, so the backdoor protection is enabled.
The wave is coming now, though, so easily going to get the first lane. The question is, are they going to stop there? Mickey is insanely farmed. He's so far ahead. 10k over the Drow.
And now they're going for the second set.
Yes.
Yep, they know that these buybacks are long cooldowns. That's 2 sets, and they probably still have time to go get Rosh. Of course, they do have to be careful. We've seen the Song come into play, and it's going to be up in 6 seconds.
Yeah, Matu does not want to go home today. Could have been his last game, but he's 10-0 and 11 on the Night Stalker that his coach said he can't play. So kind of making a point that he can play whatever you damn want.
That's right, and they're in the Rosh pit. And Rosh has the Aghanim Scepter, which I hope it's on Matu. For the love of God, please.
It will probably be on Mickey.
Damn it. Wait.
It was on... currently Zai? Okay, yeah, they want the extra fast chance.
Okay, fair enough.
Also good.
Very good Ags.
We're discussing him buying it himself. He just gets it for free.
And look at that, he's top 3 net worth now. Would you look at that, Cinder? And after that rough start, all it takes is some Roshes.
He had a great start. No surprise to see him on 3rd here.
And Aster left to be kind of in defense mode, but the longer they're in defense mode, the bigger the deficit becomes. 32k lead for Liquid as they're on the doorstep of securing themselves top 3 here. And that's going to lead to, potentially, if this happens, 3 EU teams left at TI 11. And we have Mickey. Oh, the Lincolns is already procced, but there's the instant Walrus punch. Nicely done from Boxy. Huge rolling thunder. Down goes Primal Beast again. Baboka's song gives them a little bit of space, but he's getting controlled now. The rolling thunder continuing to proc, and he's dead as well. And now the focus is onto the Drow Ranger. No bash this time around, but Matu finds what he needs. Buyback now into the Drow. Snowball coming in. Walrus punch to follow. How much do they want to dive here? Freezing Field gets canceled. CM has to buy back into the game. Ice shards, not enough to keep them outside the fountain. So Liquid forcing themselves to go for the mega creeps. And Liquid looking extremely good. And we talked about the momentum from the last 5 days. It has definitely continued here today. And on to the throw, and GG is called. Team Liquid move on. Aster eliminated from TI-11.
Yeah, we had no idea what to expect out of this game. Some very different drafts. Baboka on Naga, we have Matu on Night Stalker. But the constant that has been working for Liquid so well in the playoffs, Mickey on the Lina again with an outstanding performance. Insane farm, insane damage, output, lane push, the whole shenanigans. He did an amazing job this game. Liquid can be so proud. Top 3 secured. They will know who they're playing against after the next series coming up later today, but I feel like no matter who loses that one, it's hard to call them a favorite at this point.
I was gonna
really scared.
The momentum we've seen in so many TIs, I mentioned it earlier. This is a team you do not want to play against right now. You could put Night Stalker position 1 for God's sake, and it worked out here for Liquid.
Let's go to the
panel and see what they have to say about Matu and the rest of Liquid's performance.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinder. And indeed, Matu's career continues for a little bit longer.
Yes,
and
go
they
Liquid.
are making it to the final day. We'll see
China
them
hopes
again
and dream
tomorrow.
gonna.
We're going to talk about this game. We're going to get a chance to talk to the winners as well. I'm here with Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. And there's a lot to break down in this game because we know that Blitz at the end of the draft was like, how'd you get Night Stalker? Well, we just asked Matu which hero he would like to play last, Jenkins. Anyways, Night Stalker, that he has not played at a TA game before.
Yeah, he had a flawless game on a stupid hero. I'm just going to put it out there. He was just trying to have a good time, try to have fun. It clearly worked. I'm kind of thinking that next year at TI, perhaps the meta, instead of, Yatoro with the bald meta, retirement might be the meta coming out because Matu's performance in this game was absolutely amazing. I mean, I think all of Liquid stepped up. Like in every single fight, Zai was jumping the backlines with his role. We saw twice he saved the Roshan. Insania, of course, he's probably the one making the Roshan calls, as we heard in the True site. Mickey, he functioned as the true carry this game, even though there was a flawless game from Matu. And Boxy, he's playing his Tusk. Like, the guy had some insane shards this game, just like he has in other games.
Absolutely. Like, the front line of Team Liquid in these games, like positioning, understanding who needs to soak up the damage, whether it's a Night Stalker with using the BKB, getting roared, and then Pangolier has a free pathing in the backlines. Like, Aster just did not have enough damage that goes through BKBs. Once they pop their BKBs, Aster runs, and they're already man down, maybe even 2-man down, and it makes the fight so very difficult. And I think the big key important here is also having vision advantage. You do have Night Stalker, you do have Tombstone, fighting underneath the ward so many times, and Matu, as we see him, clapping for himself, keeping his dream alive.
And genuinely, it was such a great Night Stalker pick. It fit the game so well. You have this Lina from the mid lane who's going to need protection, who can dish out the damage but is very susceptible to dying in this early game. And Liquid played around Mike on his Lina so well. They were reacting to those early game rotations so nicely. And because this Night Stalker went for that early game build with the armlet, all of a sudden they had this hero to play around from the safe lane while the Lina farmed up. And they just had the late game security of this Lina outscaling potentially anybody on Aster's draft. Also, Jenkins did mention this, but the Pangolier did so much in these teamfights and protecting objectives. Like camping the Pangolier near the stairs, near Roshan, because that's where Naga walks down from to try to steal it, is just so good. It worked out twice in one game.
And that is with Zai having a very, very bad game. And we have obviously last week heard Blitz do a speech a couple times. But what's better than the speech from Matu?
I mean, guys, no matter what happens today, we win and lose as a team. No matter who the fucks up or anything, we're gonna win and lose together, yeah?
very wholesome. And they won together with that as well. So congratulations once again. And I would also love to hear a little bit more from our winning team, which is why Avo is standing by with Insania.
Thank you, Shira. I'm here with Insania. What a series of games. You guys take every game to the third one. Are you just doing this so Matoman can play as many games as possible?
I mean, I wish it was intentional. It's not. I think they had a really good drafting game too, and the Sunday night kind of caught us off guard, I think, and we didn't really have a nice answer to it. So they really got us in game two. It was nothing intentional there. And they're a tough team, you know, like it comes down to very small margins, and I think they really had us there.
In the first game, you guys managed to beat the sniper pick as well, which was a big thorn in the side for a while. Was that a bit of a morale boost for you guys? Did you come in confidently against that pick?
I think game one went a lot according to plan. Maybe not gameplay-wise. I think having the 5-day break, we were kind of a little bit nervous, I think, when we started playing the game, but like halfway through the game, we got comfortable again. And you remembered, like, it's the same event we've been playing the entire way.
Right.
So yeah, no, game one went pretty well, I think. Yeah, Sniper, I don't know, it's a good hero, but I think we had good answers to it.
And finally, Matu, with the last pick, the Night Stalker, a new pick for him at TI. Was that a little bit of a pocket pick you had prepared in these final days, or spur of the moment kind of thing?
I'm trying to think if we actually did scrim it during these days. I'm not sure, but he's been playing it for a while. Like, he played it back when there was like this big puck meta. He would play it mid. So it's not a new hero for him, per se. But it's also kind of funny. Blitz said like, Matu, what do you want your last hero at TI to be? And we're like, what are you saying? And Matu's like, this is not going to be my last hero, and then he picks NS.
Well, we're going to thank you for the interview, Insania. A pleasure. Congratulations once again. And I'm going to go back to the panel to analyze that game.
This is not going to be my last hero. The confidence, that's good stuff coming from Insania there. Yeah, Team Liquid moving forward. I feel like we have to talk a little bit more about Team Aster as well, because eliminated from TI before the final day, our final team coming out of the region, China. Because you mentioned it earlier, it's not been done.
Yeah, since TI3, that was the last time China did not have a team in top 3, and this is going to be their, like, TI as well, but had a great performance. Like this whole year, you know, they were not able to go to LANs at the start, but once they show up at LAN, their performance is really good. Like, and they also show that you know, PSG LGD, they can beat them, they can eliminate them from TI, and you know, competition is their proud region, no doubt about it. And I think we got to give credit to all of these players. We have like Pichu, Sammy's Cat, up and coming player that showed up TI. And
first TI
carried really hard for position 5 as well.
Yeah.
And XXS, I cannot emphasize enough how much this player does for his team. He is such a clutch player. He's not just the playmaker, but he's the one who folds least under pressure. I can recount so many times where things look bad for Aster, but then he just comes out with these big black holes or these big arenas. So just having someone like that on your team who can bring things together for you is so important. And of course, Ori, who we mentioned, he really just pieced together the team. I think Aster should be really proud of their performance. I remember in an interview they said that once they were at Arlington and they heard the crowd cheer for the first time in a very long time, it just re-energized them and it gave them the excitement and the motivation to just play well. So I really hope that they can hold their heads up high and be satisfied with the results they got today.
Yep, XXS and Baboka. I just hope we get to see them together again next year. The greatest bubbies in Dota 2 history. I think they're #1 for played of all time. Or is that for teams that still exist? Because I know there's, you know, Dendi and Puppy, and I think maybe they're like 3rd of all time or something like that.
I know that they surpassed Fly and No-Tail at some point, because I know that
I think they are #1. I think
they're doing really well together.
At the very least, for the teams that still exist, people that are not retired, like these guys are the greatest of friends, and I'm happy to see that they still have the synergy after all of these years. They've got some, you know, young up-and-comer in their team that's, you know, giving them the energy. They've got the coach who's played 9 TIs. This is the 10th TI. And yeah, I have high hopes for them next year because they finally broke the curse. And this is the first year that we're seeing them break the curse. Usually it's some LGD at this point, and Aster is the team that loses, you know, maybe 7th or 8th. We'd be impressed by them. But next year, I think there's good things for this team coming.
Yeah, this is already a better result than they've had so far. Monet, of course, he did come 3rd. earlier, but the rest is as top 6 max, or as you heard from my panel, Pichu, this is the first TI he's played at.
4th place? That's amazing.
4th place is insane. Lanham, his highest position as a coach. He did come second at TI1, but you know, it's a pretty formidable team, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do next year. But first, I'm looking forward to hearing some final words from them as Avo is standing by with Baboka.
Thank you. Here with Baboka, and you guys, for Team Aster, there's been a big redemption year, especially in comparison to last year. We've seen an incredible improvement for you guys, both in majors and TI. How has this journey been for you guys? How do you feel about all the effort you managed to put in and seeing the fruits of your labor finally flourish?
Aster 在这一年当中有很大的进步，无论是打 Major 还是本次 TI。然后在这一年的努力当中，看到现在这种成果，你觉得自己的付出有成果了吗？
我觉得我们整个这个队 Aster 都尽力了吧，但是我们就还是差一点吧，就是我们就没怎么经历过这种比较激烈的时候吧，就是还是有点太急躁了。
I think as a team, Aster tried our best, but as a team, we lacked the experience and we didn't play to our fullest.
Is there anything you'd like to say to all the fans that have supported you throughout the year and will continue to support you after this TI performance?
有没有任何话想跟一直以来支持你们的粉丝说，然后本次 TI 支持你们的粉丝？
这只能抱歉了呀，感觉是有希望的，就因为自己的没打好，还有我们队整个的运营就没打好嘛，就反正是有机会的，说声抱歉吧。
All I can say is apologies. We could have done it. We had the chance, but we didn't play to our fullest. So all I can say is sorry, apologies.
We're gonna go now back to the panel.
Well, I don't think Aster has anything to apologize for. As we have highlighted, this is still top 4 TI, a very, very good result, something to be proud of for sure. We are, of course, moving forward without Aster. We've got 3 teams left remaining, and those 3 will stay until the end of the day. No more eliminations. This was our only one that we eliminated today, so you know it's always a painful moment, but it has to happen. But it's a good thing that we are one step closer to crowning a champion, and we are going to be having a little bit of a relief, of a breather, with our Dota 2 historian, Pyrion Flax.
I read more twists. How did they get the recipe? I don't even have that one in the archives. Ah, a welcome appearance and impeccable timing. A fresh import from our old friends Sithel and Quirt. Now they're engaged in a triumphant revival with something called the Candy Works. By all means, sample the fare. Oh my, could it be? But it is, here in my archives. Greevil Taffy. Exceedingly, no, astonishingly, cosmically rare. It would have to be. Can you imagine the nightmare of maintaining a healthy supply of Greevils? Records suggest only Roshan even likes the stuff. But I've also heard a different tale. That Roshan's not the only Dota beast beset by a craving for... So, how about it, pro players? Remember when you first played Diatide?
All I can say, like, the first Diatide was kind of epic. I feel like that was like the best mode ever released.
It was like 2013, 2014. These events I used to have play with a lot of friends, and I used to look forward to the holidays because there would be some cool event that comes.
It's also might be good at team building. Good.
Was that? No, the very idea is absurd. Technical difficulties strike even the best of us. A coincidence of little concern. Bring on the next dapper guest, one who surely remembers when.
可以跟自己的一些好朋友去参加，或者也可以跟一些。
Oh, bollocks, that's right. Where there's Greevil Taffy, there's Greevils. They'll ruin everything. Diatide. My archives. My Ascot. Wait a minute. The Grievals aren't a problem. They're an opportunity. The Candyworks opening soon. There's money to be made. Riches beyond the meager touch of Midas. Think what I could do with all that coin. I could expand the archives. Even consider paying the help. They've angered Roshan. We'd best get out of here before he pulps our gravy train into useless bits. You there, intern. Saddle my fiercest penguin. Tonight, we ride for gold. We ride for taffy. Punch Grievals. Destroy your enemies. Ride a penguin. Diatide is
Diatide is back. December pasti aja.
Oh, you love to see it and you love to play it. Looking forward to that for sure. Looking forward also to the Dota 2 that is going to be played very soon. We're going to just close the book on the series we just watched and look a little bit ahead. We've got 3 teams remaining, Effie.
Yeah, and all 3 of these teams are from Western Europe. The top 3 teams at TI are the teams who at this point know each other the best. They've spent the entire year playing against each other in pubs, in scrims, and in LANs. And I think it's no surprise for me personally that the top 3 of this tournament are the ones who attended the most tournaments this year, as other regions weren't really able to get to some of the majors because of certain reasons.
They did also play like 2 teams at the top 3 at the international are last chance qualified teams. So they did play some extra games. They did manage to get here, get the meta, and kind of form the meta for themselves and also for the rest of the teams, which is kind of impressive.
It is impressive indeed. We've already seen Liquid play. We still have 2 teams to play, but before that, we're first heading to the arena to see what Slax is up to.
Hello, everybody. It is time to show you the end of a very long journey. It's one of the best times of the year for me. It's time to tell you who won the Dota 2 short film contest. Now, before we get too into it here, I just want to say a word to everybody that submitted one. I mean, again, the Dota 2 community is so creative. Everything that you guys make has so much passion, and this is the moment for us to celebrate some of the hardest working guys in our community to show their love of Dota. So before we get to 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for everyone that submitted to the short film contest this year? Thank you so much. I'm sure they appreciate it. All right, well, time to get into it then. In our 3rd spot, it is a very exciting video. It was extremely rare and it's very hard to pull off without being cringe. Let's go ahead and take a look at our 3rd place winner.
Dia nggak ada sepatu lagi, kok nggak ada sepatu juga ya? Aku tengok graph aja. Ini nggak apalah, biar mati, aku dapat banyak booknya. Pukul. Nggak mati dia.
I think he's gone.
There you have it. Congratulations to Fierce Lego Link. I mean, the costumes, the set design, everything about that, and the live steer itself, absolutely incredible. But coming in second place is another very unique submission. This time, animated, hand-drawn, I believe, of an incredible moment that you might recognize. Let's check out our second place winner. And there you have it. Congratulations to 2D. And in case you didn't know what that was the iconic RTZ 1v5 Rampage that happened over at TI9. So such a cool little feature there. And the time has finally come for us to reveal the first place winner. Guys, please put your hands together for one of the best SFMs I have ever seen. Let's take a look at our winner.
Mati lah aku.
Pantai kencang kali larinya.
Nggak kencang, nggak mungkin, Pau. Nggak mungkin kencang, Pau. Kau tahu kenapa? Karena kau fastboot anjir. Aku nggak tahu apa yang terjadi anjir. Oh, ada salah main artinya.
Yang salah nih.
Aku tahu kan, Tik. Coba aku kasih tau ya. Kau laundry, kau kejar laundry. Kau ada fastboot. Kayak mana cara kau bisa nggak dapat dia anjir? Kau nanyakan lah itu baik-baik di sini, Pau. Nah, pula aku kasih tau.
And again, guys, it is so great to see these short films come out. Such creativity, such incredible,
Semakin kita main, kau semakin sengaja kan.
So thank you again to the community for releasing those. Congratulations for fun on your $25,000 first prize. But short films are not the only creative things that the community does know. In fact, just as creative is the world of cosplay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the cosplay competition at TI11. Fantastic. And I'm not alone here, my friends. I do have several friends here, co-hosts, judges, cosplay aficionados themselves. Alodia, hello.
Hi Slacks, love the energy. But before anything else, for you to participate here with us, you gotta wear a costume. Are you game with that?
Yes, absolutely. Please give me my sweet stinky hoodie. Hell yeah. Thank you.
Alright, so hi guys, I'm Alodia from the Philippines. Today I am cosplaying as Puck, and I'm such a huge gamer. I love Dota. I've been cosplaying for the past 20 years, and I am truly honored to be here today with all of you amazing guys. So thank you so much, Valve and Dota, for this prestigious event. I'm so lucky to be here.
Thank you for coming, and your puck looks amazing. Give it up in the puck. Woo! All right, fantastic. We also have some judges here as well. We have Tasha, of course, a fellow cosplayer. Fantastic, thank you. And you will be judging. And then who do we have over here?
Vera Chimera.
There you go, Vera Chimera. Give it up for our judges, please. There we go. All right, guys, we have got some fantastic cosplay. We are ready to go. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I've been ready. I'm in the hoodwink. I'm set. All right.
All right, game.
Yep. Okay, well, we're going to start things off. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not avert your eyes from the disgusting but delicious Hattie Acker as the Weaver.
Look at that. This cosplayer was able to successfully mimic Weaver's silhouette by crouching. He's able to hold this position and move around with the help of a trolley. All powered up with the help of lights. Be careful when he casts Swarm.
Fantastic. Coming up next in the other competition, watch out the trees. Comes Zainal Hazikas, the Timber Sauce.
So cool. This Timber Sauce armored weapons are made out of rubber sheets to make him look structured. He incorporated LED lights to make his weapon glow. Make sure not to be in his line of sight when he casts Swirling Death.
Fantastic. And coming up next, it is Fish Ice as the Hoodwink. Okay, I thought what? You're stealing my Hoodwink. Wow, that is beautiful. Now you win.
It's your twin. It's so adorable. So you think Hoodwink's weapon is made out of wood, but it's actually made out of rubber sheets painted to look like wood. So make sure to dodge his acorn shot.
Oh my goodness. Coming up next, it is some hot stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Ryuki as Lena. I remember her from the anime.
It's amazing. So if you look closely, look at her heels. They are transparent to make her look like she's floating, which is similar to the game. So also held up by her wires, her skirt is actually there to keep it rigid. So watch out for her Laguna Blade.
Oh my. Coming up next, Artificer and Avian Tees present the Rubik. Lifting them up and putting them down.
Insane. This Rubik, if you look closely, his staff is powered up by fairy lights cleverly embedded within the crystals. It is also used rubber and wood to craft the leaves. So, yep, no magic is definitely safe with this Grand Magus Spell Steal.
Fantastic. And up next, we have P-Teak as that disgusting lifesteal. Oh, it's hideous. It's real.
Gosh. Look at his stance. It's pretty intense. His suit is actually made of silicone, so it's more flexible for more movement. So don't let your guards down when he casts Infest.
Oh, infest me any day, my friend. Coming up next, we got Shabazz as the Ember Spirit. Oh.
This Ember Spirit's costume details are insane. The structure and shape are made out of rubber sheets, also using reflective and neon paint to make his weapons glow. Watch out when he does Fire Remnant.
Okay, and next up is King KJ. Is that really Lich? That's really Lich!
Yeah.
Nobody could be that tall!
Oh my gosh, he's huge. If you guys are here in the stadium, he is 2 meters tall. And if you look closely, he's using 2 poles to control his arms and hands. So be sure to disperse when he casts Chain Frost.
Fantastic. Coming up next is Mizuki Ottawa, as you know it from your band list, the Huskar.
Wild. Huskar used a combination of silicone molded to look like muscles for more movement and rubber sheets for his weapon. His eyes are also glowing with the help of LED lights. Always be on guard when he leaps on you with Life Break.
And last but not least, the librarian with the most. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rukia as a Warlock.
Amazing. Would you look at the Warlock's lamp? If you look closely, the mask and the lamp are all 3D printed to get that precise angles.
All right, before we give it up to our winners, please can everyone give a round of applause to all the cosplayers here today. Absolutely fantastic work here. And we will begin. Now, our first category here is called Best Technique. What exactly does that mean?
The Best Technique Award is for the cosplayer with the most clean and precise work. It should be designed
Nggak,
to
mereka udah
be easy to
apa?
move
Mereka udah
and
mereka nggak mau
durable.
reconnect lagi.
That's right. It's all
Udah
about the
abandon.
movement, the preciseness of the animation.
Mereka udah abandon.
Yeah,
Udah,
just like
udah
Hoodwink,
abandon.
that was perfect.
Oh,
Ladies and
Jason masih
gentlemen,
main.
your winner for Best Technique, it's Artificer and Aviantes as a Rubik! Give it up! Ah, yes, fantastic.
So next up, we have Biggest Transformation. So this is the cosplayer with a demonstrably impressive costume that shows a marked transformation in the cosplayer's appearance and physique. All right, so Biggest Transformation Award goes to...
The Biggest Transformation Award goes to Mizuko Otawa as a Husker!
Mati dia.
Transformative. All right, judge's choice. Now, can we talk a little bit about what a judge's choice is?
Absolutely. Well, judge's choice, it's a mixture of both portrayal and precision of the character. So we want to find a nice, healthy balance of all the little talents that we can find so this person can really up their cosplay career.
All right, fantastic. Judge's choice. The winner is your boy, Hadiaka at the Weaver! Skitter on it! Oh, look how happy he is! Oh, that reminds me of when the support Weaver was happy. Oh, Carrie Weaver, very depressing. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now for Best in Show.
Kok apa TP
The
sini
most
itu, Pante?
coveted of them. The best overall, right? Are you ready?
Kok TP sini kalau itu atas lah.
Oh, very.
Kuat aku lawan dia.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, Best in Show goes to the cosplayer who scored
Oh,
consistently
itu Jakarta
all
lemah aja
areas
gitu,
and
Bang.
criteria, which is accuracy, craftsmanship, portrayal, presence, and creativity.
Fantastic.
Aku ya dek popet sama apa aspeknya mati-mati semua anjing.
Of cosplay, TI-11 goes to Ember Spirit, the Shabazz!
Itu dia lagi sih.
There we go! The stance, the weapons, the flames! I'm feeling hot, baby! There it is, absolutely gorgeous. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our cosplayers! Fantastic. Alodia, what did you think of all the cosplayers here today?
They were amazing. Like, we saw them also the other day. It's like we were so excited to be here for you guys to see them in person.
Absolutely. Well, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us, seeing all the creativity of the Dota 2 community. We got short films, we got cosplay, and we've got such more great Dota to see here today. But you don't want to go anywhere, because we got something I know you're going to want to see coming your way right now.
We've been waiting here for like 2 hours. What is going on?
I don't know.
Is anyone in there? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, what can we do for you?
Hey, which one of you goons wants to have a meeting at 6:30 in the morning?
Aduh, itu.
They're firing us.
Okay, calm down. They're not going to fire us. I'm sure it's fine. No, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Mr. Newell called you in today concerning last year's Gabe Newell Mega Kills pack.
Okay, yeah, they're going to fire us. Okay. Mostly you, but...
Listen, I have zero money, okay? I spent every penny I have on the battle pass. My wife has no idea. I sold the car, I sold the house. I needed to make it. All right.
Okay, we'll talk about the naked acts another time. You listen to me.
All right.
I don't give a shit whether you're naked or not. I'm going to get us out of this, okay?
Okay. I got you, girl. All right.
Am I back? All right. All right, listen here, Gabe N. If you so much as think about firing us, I'm gonna pluck every last hair out of that giant beard of yours and burn this building down with you in it. Do you understand what I'm telling you, friend?
No. This is not a package deal. You want to fire her? I'm cool.
Mr. Newell is amused.
Yep.
That's why this year he would like to record a follow-up to his greatest success, his Mega Kill Pack. But this time, it's going to be recorded by you two.
Oh, that's great. All right, that's good. Yeah. Okay.
You'll
We're
find
done.
scripts personally written by Mr. Newell himself on your respective stools.
All right.
One for Casey and one for Jack.
Okay.
Kasih aja lah N emang.
Gabe knows that though. We've worked together a lot of times.
Your name's Jack.
Mereka bukannya dewa juga pun.
What?
It's Jack, okay? You're changing your name to Jack. Listen, this guy's fucking crazy, all right? Last year, I was the taste tester for pet food. For pet food. But now, I'm the VP and my name is fucking Gary. Gary, all right? So listen, just be happy that your new name starts with the same letter. Okay?
Could I please be Karen?
I don't know. Does the script say your name's Karen?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay, you guys are doing great. Keep up the good work.
Dewa mereka, tenang aja.
Let's start recording now.
Tolol gitu mereka. Kena update sama aku makro pecah ada kena update mereka.
Nice.
Double kill. Dab on those haters. Hello.
Oh, yeah! No, none of that. Stop that.
Monster kill. Is this what you guys want? Because I'll give you what you want. Gabe, is this what you want? Because I can do more. A lot more.
He hates it.
First blood.
Do that one, but with no teeth.
Okay.
Unstoppable. Oh my god, this is awful. Are you guys liking any of this? Because we both know it's not working. I think everybody knows it's not working.
Be cool, man.
Musa takut pukul Bera, pukul aja Bera kalau ada Bera. Kalau Bera kayak maju ke tempatan kali, pukul ya. Itu Bera lumayan penting juga buat mereka. Gondrenya nggak pandai pakai Bera, dia sekal-sekalin terus.
Good. You did a good job for once.
Good job, I know.
Nice, all right.
Thanks, Gabe.
Bye, thank you. Perfect.
Thanks,
we had a
Gabe.
great time. Nice again. When do you think it's coming out?
Well, let's see. They've got to edit.
Why is this door locked? How long is this gonna take?
I don't know. This is long, even for them. I'll take a look. Hey, how much longer are you guys gonna be? Gabe? Gary? Oh my god.
Oh my god. He's dead.
Duh. Oh
Aku udah mati
no.
pula anjir. Gimana?
Hey, did you look inside his pockets yet?
Postas lah.
Oh, okay. Going straight to the looting.
Yeah, why not?
Pretty standard.
This tracks.
Siapa taruh Ward 2 nih anjing?
Of course.
G-Money.
Oh, Gabe? Gabe, it's Casey and Slacks. We were just calling to check in on the status of the Casey and Slacks announcer pack, remember?
What?
The Casey and Slacks announcer pack. You know that thing you locked us in here 4 years ago to do?
Right. That was Garbo. Gary's fixing that, right?
Oh,
Dia terus jangan tinggalin kawannya.
Gabe, I don't know how to tell you this, but
Not again. Gary, bring me the potato phone.
Pantek lah si Gondry banci,
Gabe?
Gondry banci.
Gabe?
Gabe Johnson here, founder and CEO of Aperture Science. Welcome to this phone call.
K-Man, it's G-Fat.
Who?
Gabe. Gabe Newell. I saved your life in Man.
Right. Yeah. Choking on a hot dog. That was a dark day. What can I do for you?
I'm calling in a favor.
Sounds ominous. I'm in. What's going on? Nobody's talking. Are we still talking? Because I got a hot dog cooking. Okay, I'm hanging up now. In 3, 2, bye-bye.
Let's go! Let's go! A cosplay celebration! A Cave Johnson announcer pack! My boy J.K. Simmons coming in the clutch! Can you believe it, my friends? It's celebration time as we're getting ready for our next series. I'm here with Sheepstick, a Lizard, and T. Sheepo, can you believe it? A Portal announcer in my Dota 2?
Dude, I'm so excited. I was just talking the whole time. First because I thought it was Slacks and Casey, but then I thought it was Cave Johnson. Whew.
I'm here, don't worry. We gotta get on to some more of the Dota, so let's close this party down. I know we're having a lovely time, but we have Dota to get to. It's intense times here. This is upper bracket finals. It's Secret and it's Tundra, and it's going to be me guiding you through it. I've been given a little bit of a press release. James. We've had issues with James in the past. And that's not the case this time. No, he's actually feeling a little bit under the weather, so you're stuck with me for the rest of the day. Hopefully he will be back tomorrow. I'm sorry, people in Singapore, and I'm sorry here in Norway. Apologies, friends. You've been doing a great job building up all the chemistry over all of playoffs, but now I'm here to mess it all up. So, T-Gov, tell me about...
Oh, no, not me,
no, it's, don't worry, it's brackets. Let's talk about brackets. Is this my camera? Is that my camera?
Brackets.
Let's talk about brackets. I think that's how it works. Or we can talk about the state of the Dota. Yes, we just saw...
Pick your mind. Okay. Choose one thing.
We just saw Liquid take down Aster. And we can see how it all happened.
Oh, this is the second worst host I've ever had.
Good. We're setting the bar high. Lizard, you haven't gotten a chance to talk, and I know Too Good regularly stopped you. So here, the floor is yours. Where were we at in the bracket?
Should I even try talking?
I'm not going to cut you off.
I can actually speak?
Amazing.
Amazing.
T clearly wants to say something.
Yeah, we've come a long way to get where we are into the penultimate day with 3 EU teams already. Secret, Tundra, and Liquid waiting in that lower bracket. Secret and Tundra, the upcoming match. You guys have been like both. Wait, actually, it's T-Gov. You've been covering the EU scene, right? So you've seen this matchup many times before.
Yeah, too many times. No, but I think the surprising thing here, at least in regards to the history of Western Europe, Secret has always been 5th place in the region. So they come now to TI, and it's like the top 3. They're playing against the teams that always beat them inside the regions. So there's a lot of kind of redemption required for Secret, at least for how kind of difficult their whole DPC season has been.
Especially since they came all the way from last chance qualifiers. It has been a hell of a journey for 2 out of these 3 teams, but it's not that much of an anomaly for these teams who have taken the longest journey to TI to do well in it. This is all the teams that have come through wildcards, regional qualifiers, and now last chance qualifiers in TI 11. It's not that weird for them to do well. Sheepstick, we basically started the wildcard process come TI4, but it seems like a direct invite does not guarantee you a high placement.
Yeah, that's true. I think a couple of players talked about, going through the open qualifiers. I mean, that's just part of the call. Like OG, didn't they win one of their TIs off the back of that? It's right there, yeah. Like that was probably one of the biggest hype stories ever, and I'm happy to see other teams taking this momentum and just running with it.
It's the momentum, right? It's also the sheer amount of games that you're playing through the LCQ, through the group stages. Like, you get the feel of the meta, and if you have the right players that are very skilled, but perhaps need a little bit of refinement, like Crystalis is. Right. Actually, wasn't it Topson as well with Monkey King? Right, like the first year, the TI8, it was Topson with Monkey King as well that came into the scene.
Topson was a pub star. He was doing Meteor Hammer Invoker and then starts winning a TI afterwards. But it's all these teams put together that had a little bit of unique secret sauce that got them to this point too.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you have... I completely blanked, weren't I, mate? Yeah.
It's my fault, don't worry.
You just asked me the hard questions. I want James back.
Yeah.
Nah, it's good. But I think the main thing for at least, like, let's say Liquid, it's they're playing with their hearts. You know, I think Tundra, they're the team that's calculated. They break everything down. And Secret, they are kind of forged through the fire of having to go through some of the more difficult seasons. So now that we have our top three, we've got passion in one team, technical ability in the next team, and then kind of just Secret's just resilience in the other one. So it's just, it's an incredible top 3.
What is Tundra out of those 3? They're the technical,
yeah, they're the cool nerds of the group.
They're definitely the nerds.
Yeah, they're the ones that break it down.
I would argue that before them, right? Like when you imagine Insane,
I agree. I think Tundra, the
Mau teman kita
passion,
reconnect pun kita kalah
Tundra is
nih.
the team that works harder. They're more passionate. They care so much. You listen to them talk about Dota. It's like, yes, we spend all
Kalau
hours
mereka
of the
reconnect pun
day
kita kalah
scrimming,
pasti.
pubbing, talking to each other. Like they live and breathe Dota. Obviously, everyone that gets to this point in the tournament has, but they're very open and vocal about how much they love the game.
Every single one of us that has worked with AUI, with AUI, as an analyst, as a coach, that man lives and breathes Dota.
He's a degenerate, for sure. And
he eats with his bare hands.
Yes, I've witnessed it on multiple occasions. And obviously, Aster no longer in the tournament, but each of these pairings that brought them to success, Tigov. I think that it's a little bit unique how it's not always just the offlane and the carry that's winning these games. It's not always the mid and the support. Each team kind of has their own dynamic.
Yeah, coming into the top 4, shout out to my mate Benji, we went through this. We wanted to look through the average kills by 10 minutes from all the top 4 teams. These stats were based on from yesterday. They haven't taken into account the series we just witnessed. But if you already look here, for example, Liquid averaging 5.71 kills every 10 minutes. Compare that to Aster all the way down at 4.1. The key thing here is look at Secret and Tundra. They're biggest contributors to this kill average. For Secret, support Joe, Zayats and Puppey, the 4 and the 5, they unlock their lanes, they rotate around, they make the map quite big. On the other hand, Tundra, it's the offlane duo. It is like the world star offlane Saxa and 33. These guys, they are dominating lanes. They are crushing their opponents. And that gives Tundra the ability to enter the game. So we have these top 4 teams, now top 3. But the key on kind of enablers in the early game, it isn't always just the 4 and the 5 or just the mid lane. It is different from team to team. So that's going to be the big disparity in this matchup, at least Secret and Tundra. Can they shut down this offlane?
And I'm surprised that it's specifically not Resolution and Zayats that are doing the magic, because they were the pairing, I thought.
They were the pairing, right? Like they play in the same team, they come from the same region, but when you think about it, this is probably the team where Puppey feels the most comfortable with since Navi. They're pretty much all Eastern Europeans, right? Like you have Nisha as well, you have Zayats,
Kemarin 4 lawan 5 menang kami Patimo.
Zayats and Rezo, you can feel the full Davai momentum from them, right?
Yeah,
like
emang gak bisa.
I mean, yeah, Rezo and Zayats,
Kalau kita 5 lawan 5 pun kayak kalah
synergy, their ability to talk to each other and have a good lane, but Rezo's not really the playmaker of the team. He's very much like they're playing him as
Jadi kayak kita wipe mereka 2 kali, Pau. Saya itu kau maju budi kan. Maju budi lagi. Ya apa kita nggak bisa menang tadi.
We're gonna make Rezo have a good game. He will stay in his lane and farm.
Kan kau udah belajar bahwa farming dekat tim aja. Kau menjauh lagi lah.
Or there's a Rosh down that can be taken, because this team also plays really nicely around having heroes that can take Rosh early with the Slardar, the Marcy's, the Tusk, all this stuff.
And we talk about Tundra being a bunch of nerds, but it's a nice argument. But why don't we back it up with a source? What better source to talk on Tundra than Secret's Puppey?
I think Tundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, they're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, 33 is just gonna come up with some stuff and you're gonna look at it and you're gonna be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Spirit Breaker mid lane.
Tundra using a lot of Zoo heroes for Search 3, because that heroes kinda cheesy. Because
let's go.
If he plays it and you not counter well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Tundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like manipulate the game a lot, and that's what Dota really is about. It's about breaking the game. And
And they were able to break the game all the way here to the upper bracket final. But they've been here before, T. Stockholm Major, I remember everyone's like, oh, Tundra, Tundra, Tundra. They completely massacred the group stage, come in, and then at the finish line, they kind of stumbled.
Yeah, I think the thing for Tundra is they always have like the smallest hero pools of any team, but they have like the strongest understanding of how they want to play it. Like in the interview, they're mentioning 33's offlane. He's played 6 heroes so far at TI, and they're all kind of the Zooey annoying heroes, the Enigmas, the Visage, the Beastmasters. So if you're against this type of team, if you can do the prep, there's been a 5-day break. You've been able to study everything. This is where Tundra could potentially falter, but they're also so damn good.
I also hope they don't overthink it, because that can sometimes hurt you even more, right? Like you're overthinking it, you're thinking like, which one of those Zoo heroes should we ban from 33 so that we don't lose 2 games under 30 minutes once again, like in the groups.
Is it for the Konami for this one, Sheep? You think that they took their time off like Liquid did and won?
Oh, I mean, Tundra, they had the smallest hero pool coming into this final, so maybe they have new heroes. A lot of the players like to talk about bringing new stuff in. It's hard to know, though. I mean, it's not all about the cheese. You know, we got the Doom as well for 33 that he loves and has a lot of success with.
Oh, new hero. Let's go.
All right, you want to see new heroes? Let's see some new players. Let's bring out Tundra Esports.
Menginjakan tentang. Let's go. Tunggu dulu, ini Dota lu nggak mau masuk ya.
The first of the 3 Western European teams that remain here in the top 3 of TI11. I'd say Western European though, but I broke up the British panel so I can root on my boy Snake King, doing it for the USA, repping NA, but he's gonna have a hell of a journey to go through as they make their way up the journey, because they are going to face off against Team Secret. How superstitious are you? Because if you believe Puppy's trends throughout the past few TIs, it seems already fated that he should be second place in this one. Win or lose in this game, he may end up in that grand final. But is it his turn to take an Aegis one more time? Will he be able to do it with his teammates that he has brought from the brink of near irrelevancy this year? Secret made 78 DPC points for the entire season. Now they show up here October in Singapore, and they're ready to take it away. Now let's see how they faced off against their opponents. I want to see what Tundra thought about Team Secret.
And Monet here to assist with the damage. Her BKB's already been used, but it doesn't matter. The cleanup from Aster is here. The 5 for nothing. They will take that.
Our first day, I would say, was not too successful. We had a series that we really thought we should have won, and we ended up losing them. Nobody really kind of played to their best.
I'm used to sitting alone in my room with the PC, right? No distractions and just focusing on the game, and suddenly there's people screaming, you know, crowd cheering maybe for the opponent, you know, reacting to the plays, and it's just a lot of new stuff being introduced. So I think it's just, you know, getting used to it is the most important thing.
The stress still kind of gets to you sometimes.
First upper bracket game against OG, where I played Slark. During the lane, I fed the first blood.
Oh my! Wow, that was a crucial mistake for Skitter, staying up a little bit too long.
When you're kind of dying on stage, and then the audience is cheering for the opposing team, like you kind of have to kind of mentally block that out, because like if you let that get to you and affect you, you're just gonna be on a downward spiral.
He's got a BKB. Charge from behind. Jump out there. Ooh. This is interesting. Managed gets 2. The most important hero. Oracle dies first, and Misha's gonna fall too. BZM has already lost his Aegis. Tundra. This charge in from 9 may have just set them up for a fantastic team.
We really gave it everything this year.
And Skeeter is completely uncontested. One by one, he will just knock down these heroes, take away their agility.
And also, I can say just from individual point, I think every one of our players is like now at the best form they've been in their life. I can say for myself, like this is the best I've played. I feel very confident, and I think it's the same for my teammates. And when these things happen, it's just you know, anything can happen.
This is my first TI, first time on a really big stage. For me, it's all about managing stress. I like playing against EU teams because it makes me feel way more comfortable, because we know them, as you said, you know. So not much of a surprise if you play them. We kind of know what's gonna happen. We all accumulated so much knowledge over the years, try to learn from all the mistakes, and I think we managed to create like a really good structure. And I feel like we understand how to get to the top, and we are trying to prove it to ourselves and to the world.
Diamonds are formed under pressure, and what higher pressure is there than being in this situation, being in this arena, being in front of this crowd right now? Some of the players on Tundra are no stranger to it, but some of them may not have made it to this point. At least the man standing behind them, AUI 2000, has climbed the mountaintop, and he knows what it takes to get here. And now, Sheepstick, we have to see how these two teams face off. They've done it a million times. This is a classic Western European DPC face-off.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to be looking towards this mid lane and how these players are able to make moves on the map, because it feels to me like both of them are quite space-creating players. Like even Nisha, when he plays something a little bit more greedy, like Alina or Lesh, he either makes space just by, or like makes farm for himself just by killing everyone and having a huge game, or like he'll itemize, he'll get boosted travel on Alina, he'll make sure he's always able to connect to his team and make moves. He'll go for that ether lens, the less greedy builds. Like he is always there to just destroy everyone and build his team up.
Yeah, coming from the European region, I remember Nisha back in Alternate Attacks. I felt him on my skin. I felt just how difficult it is to play against that guy, because no matter what you do to his lane, no matter what you do to him, eventually he finds farm, and he's just so stable. Like you can't break him. He's silent. He doesn't give any interviews, but he brings all that energy into his gameplay.
He's always having an outstanding game. But how does that contrast to Nine, who's going to be facing on the other side of that river, T?
Again, I think for Nine, at least within the draft, Tundra always does an exceptional job at just having a really strong foundation in regards to you already know roughly what 33 is going to play. You kind of know what skill is going to be going, and it gives Nine a little bit more creativity to kind of lean into his deeper part of the hero pool. And maybe we get to see that today. There has been a 5-day break. I've looked at his pubs. He is playing a couple of the spicier heroes. Only a couple games, but I'm not going to spoil it.
Please, don't.
Yeah,
I want to keep these secrets. But I know we watched the previous series, Sheep, and you were very like, oh, nothing's changed. It's the exact same. So did these 5 days, were they just there for people to take some time off?
Well, I think Aster had a little bit of creativity there, and also we had that Night Stalker. But for the most part, it's like, oh, they're picking Leshrac and Marcy and stuff. But I like what you're saying. Nine does play creative stuff. I think that's cool. He probably might bring something else out, and he makes them work. Like his Tusk, he maxes Ice Shards and Snowball, and then he'll just go and gank somewhere, and then farm through the jungle with those two spells back to mid, and he's always keeping up farm that way.
To hijack Tsunami's question though, they had 5 days, and Tundra, they're a known team for, maybe...
Say it, Lizard, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah, they flake at lands, right? It gets a little bit difficult. Do you guys think that these 5 days break might have been rough on them?
I actually will go
overthinking and
I'm going to say the opposite.
Okay.
I think that the 5-day break will give them the confidence and kind of the learning requirement to bounce back.
But they were good already.
Yeah, no, but I mean more so they were dominating in Stockholm and stuff, right? And then the intensity and the speed, then they fall, right?
Okay.
But now it's like, you win, you get top 3, you take a 5-day break, you get to kind of reassure yourself, this is why we're doing well. Let's maybe think about this at Spice.
Are you telling me they don't go to sleep dreaming about Puppey staring at them from across the stadium every single night?
Every player does.
That's true.
I don't know. I feel like I saw people going around saying, "Oh, Liquid, their momentum stopped. How could they possibly win?" And they won. So, does Secret's momentum here count? Maybe Tundra don't win here, or maybe they do because they're just very smart players.
Who do you have higher expectations of? Who do you think that you come to this point and they're like, "Oh my God, we're at upper bracket finals TI"? Is this getting rattled?
Coming to this point, at this stage, basically the pinnacle of esports in Dota 2, right?
Exactly.
I believe you're looking at Puppey, you're looking at Team.
Okay.
They must have prepared something really nice for Tundra, because Puppey is that stoic Estonian. He doesn't mess around. He's like, if I'm correct, we win. If I'm not, we lose. And I'm sure that he figured out the correct way to play this series.
Puppey loves ideas. He talks about it. He's like, we don't think this team is better or worse. We think that they have different ideas to us. And these matches at TI, it comes down to who has the better ideas. And they're going to be confident, right? They've figured out Entity. That was one of the roadblocks in their way that forged them into being a better team, through that last chance qualifier. And Tundra, they also talked in an interview in the break about how they think their ideas are the best coming into this final. So I'm super excited to see them put that to the test.
Yeah, just compare the captains, right? Snaking versus Puppey. So far in their careers, I think Puppey's won 26 games, Snaking's won 25. So in regards to the captaining side...
head-to-head?
Head-to-head.
Okay.
Just player to player. Not talking about teams, just purely head-to-head of the captains. And, maybe Snaking, he understands Secret and the Puppey kind of style of play because, statistically, they're pretty even on the captaining side.
Yeah, and I want to see if that experience does play a favor. I do think that the devil may care attitude has been very successful. We saw the previous True Sight. Silent obviously is a little bit more storied on team spirit, giving those speeches and giving that foundation. But the players, they were just happy to be there. And I can see some of that on both sides, on Tundra and Secret. If they have the strong base, I mean, you brought up Crystallis Lizard. This has been a glow-up story for him.
Oh, for sure, it has been. Like when he came into the scene, when I was watching his games, like every single time I open Western European DPC, I see a Monkey King played by Secret, and most of the time they're losing, right? But not only did he grow throughout the LCQ, but in the group stages as well. His hero pool has widened, and the way he plays his heroes, he adjusts to the game. Like Rezo, in so many games, he's the actual carry. Like, he's playing this Marcy on the offlane, he's getting BKB Blink, Dezel, whatever, like, he's just bashing you. Meanwhile, Crystallis is just there, some Ursa, making space, going in, creating stuff, making things happen for Nisha and Rezo.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how these two styles
Gila, mati lah.
contrast against one another.
Itu,
Let's see
itu
it with the
dapat
draft.
sniper
It's
tuh, itu salah
game
satu orang
number
bunga
one.
ini. Jangan ikutin gerakan si sniper bego tuh aja.
Secret. Game 1.
Oke, po.
Kalau lihat line up mereka kan ada Puch, Yope, ada Elder Titan, ada Earthshaker. Oh, dia pick sniper aja. Itu namanya apa? Itu namanya bunuh diri.
We've got two Western European juggernauts matching up against each other. Both of them have won 11 games in a row. That's finally going to break open here in this game. I've got SVG, Quinn, as well as Fly, who are going to be joining me for the draft here of this opening game one. Gentlemen, I want to take with you, Fly. What's your first opening thoughts about this upcoming final?
So I think this is definitely one of the more exciting matches that we have, because I think these are two very different teams in how they approach the game, how they want to draft, how they want to play the game. So it's going to be a battle of two different concepts. So I think that's something I really want to see, how they play out, how did they come here with all the preparation time they've had.
Yeah, I mean, Sheep talked about the differentiating ideas and like the play styles, like Fly just said, and like the hero pools are just completely different. Neither team even dips into the other team's hero pool at all, as opposed to the OG series against Tundra, where they're trying to steal each other's heroes, like mishmash and stuff. Like they just pick completely different stuff.
I mean, we already see with the bans, right? Blishrak, Team Spirit have won their last 4 games with this hero. Tundra, I don't think they touched it ever in the tournament. Same with Doom and CM on the flip side. I tend to agree. These guys have very different hero pools. They use them in very different ways. I'm kind of curious what Secret chooses to leave in. Obviously, they're going to this Doom strategy, which I think was one of the underrated strategies Tundra's actually used in this tournament. But again, you're leaving all of those Zoo heroes for 33, and you're also leaving some of Sox's best heroes in the Tiny, the Hoodwink, some of these low CD stun skirmishes. You have to be able to deal with these, and I think in some ways Secret have to understand where these strategies are going to come and already have the preparation done.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what the pretense behind this Tusk pick is, right? You have, like we said, you have a long break to think about, you know, okay, Tundra likes the Zoo, they like the, you know, the 5-man, this ball, and you open with a Tusk, and you wonder like what the idea behind that is.
So we see the Mirana, that's a hero they've been picking, I think, in every last game pretty much, with a Broodmother first too, so this is something they definitely prepared. And we see that they keep picking this Mirana. Initially it was versus heroes like Marcy, so it's a hero that can get away in lane. It's hard for you to kill him. I think it's a similar concept, you know, versus the Tusk. You know, you can get out of shards. And then this Broodmother first too, we saw it earlier today. It did kind of struggle earlier today, so I'm kind of curious to see what Secret's answer is to this Broodmother.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Tundra. They are always going to jam this Netta offlane duo, and they're just going to say, hey, here's our heroes, deal with it. Netta's played this Brood vs Monkey matchup a million times. I'm sure Crystallis has as well. So it comes down to, hey, we're both okay with this matchup. Let's see which one of us is actually right about how this lane goes.
I do think Secret's one of the teams that's happier than a lot of others taking their carry early this tournament. Yeah. Especially for Crystallis. I feel like they're pretty content. Just, okay, what do you want versus the Brood? They already thought about it. Pick the Monkey. They're happy to go into these second phases, getting what they want. This is kind of an awkward opener to me, though. I feel like a lot of times Tundra either goes this Brood route, they go the Mirana skirmish route, not necessarily together. Like, this opener to me needs some stuns and some lockdown. Otherwise you're getting kited around in the fights. I feel like especially when you play with Mirana, you generally get that stun setup from your offlane.
Bisa oke kali anjir, saya ada mana 20 nih mana ya. Untuk pakai Q anjir.
It's kind of like you need both things to get enabled in the second phase. So Tundra really have to think about what they want to ban here, so when they get to that second phase, something comes out to enable both these together.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, you have 9, so you have this counterbalance in that your mid hero will probably have a stun. 9 almost always plays these random skirmishy heroes, but the bans being on point is very important because if you're picking this melee this melee mid hero, weak laner against Nisha, one of like the best players in the world, insanely high skill, you have to worry about, hey, is this lane gonna be okay if we pick Spirit Breaker mid, and if you can counter pick this bam, and you know you get slammed. So you have to be really careful about that.
I mean, something else I want to note is that they actually did take the Tusk first pick, which is one of the heroes Tundra has played the most for the mid lane. So we talked about them not really sharing the same hero pool, but Tusk is one hero that Secret plays. You know, usually it's been on Zayak. I think it's only been on Zayak. And it is something that 9 plays. So they are going to try to find something else mid lane that could fulfill that similar role. I think especially for like you guys said, it is important to have some kind of stun. If you have a Mirana and a Broodmother, they might look at something like Primal Beast for mid lane for 9. What else does this guy play that, you know, could do this for them?
Yeah, I mean, there's the Spirit Breaker. He's played like a Void Spirit in the past. A lot of these, you know, sort of unorthodox heroes you don't see super often. I mean, Avery talks about the Brood and Potem being sort of awkward, but I think there can be some sort of similar dynamics with Tusk Monkey King. Generally, when you pick a Tusk first phase, you sort of balance it with some magic damage, maybe a ranged hero to lane with it, and then pick the Monkey King instead because they're getting that response to Brood. So you look at a first phase where both teams have heroes that they want, but maybe the heroes themselves, the way they interact is just a bit unusual, which I think adds to like how will things turn out because it's not very common hero pairings.
Yeah, so these bans are a bit telling, right? Because Secret is banning Slark, they're banning Ursa. These are heroes that are good against these melee types of offlaners, so you can kind of see that they're planning something in the next phase already. I don't think these bans have anything to do with the Monkey King necessarily. They're kind of planning their second phase because they are first pick. They're gonna have to pick blind. They're gonna get counter picked. So it's interesting to see. Like this gives us a clue as to what they're up to.
There's also a possibility they just want some beefy hero for Rezo in terms of Tidehunter. We've seen him played a couple times. That would indicate the Slark Ursa bans like you're talking about, right? And then go. I honestly think this Enigma ban is kind of whatever for me. Yeah. So I think when you do this Brood opener, I don't think you care about it. If Secret really wanted that Tusk Enigma, they would have taken it. And I think it's almost like a bait at this point. Because I'm more in line with what you're saying, Tal. Like, they're probably going for something to help deal with the Brood in terms of AoE, that they're afraid of the safe lane just running you, beat you down heroes, making the lane matchup too unplayable. I also wouldn't be surprised to just see Hoodwink come out for Tundra out of phase. I think it's their go-to with this Brood. It's like either Hoodwink or Tiny here to get their low CD stun playmaker, and then I think Secret will be thinking about what is Puppey going to play into that. If you want the big AoE team fighter, you have to think about what that hero's going to do in the Brood lane, because that lane is deadly for a lot of those types of heroes.
10 seconds. Yeah, I mean, Tundra pre-picks this Potem, so Puppey may be less likely to want the Chen. I think the interesting thing about a lot of these bans is they're not really banning like heroes that maybe are like super ideal for the specific situation. They're kind of just like going down the list of, hey, this team likes these heroes, let's ban them, because both teams have a very specific hero pool, and they're like, you know, there's a Kunkka ban, you know, that you wouldn't see that against any other team. You know, there's this like Dirge ban because they play 4 Dirge. There's like a lot of really specific things like that.
Yeah, so I think we are going to see. I'm expecting something like the Tiny, like SVG said, for Tundra. We're going to see, because this is going to be one of their setups, most likely. And then the whole draft is going to be revealed from Secret side, and Tundra is just going to get to respond. So they're thinking pretty hard about this ban. They're taking a lot of time because they're going to ban. They're going to pick their hero here. So they banned the Pangolier, another hero that's pretty good against Broodmother. And let's see what they take here. Okay, there's a Tiny.
Yeah, good call, has good synergy. I think heroes they're all very, very comfortable on. Saksa is very, very good at laning on the hero. He'll skill the tree, they'll go in lane, they'll contest every CS. Like, they're not going to give you these denies in CS for free. They're going to fight them. They're going to double last hit. They're going to use this tree. You know, maybe he'll pull some wave by throwing the tree. Like, they have all sorts of shenanigans.
I mean, I now think if you're Puppey, you're just taking that damage dealer. I think your options are, like, we've seen Jakiro and Lich played a lot this tournament. I think both be solid. I would like to see a Wyvern, but Disruptor.
That is a good killer for both Broodmother and Mirana. She cannot leap out of the kinetic field. It's also, if you ever get to see Broodmother, you get to glimpse her back and you get to contain her, because this hero is very hard to kill otherwise. So it is one of the best Brood killers. And I think this other pick is going to be something along Tidehunter, Mars. Those are what the bans indicated to me. So something that deals with Brood again, because you do have to address this. And they go with Magnus, actually. That's a different one.
Very interesting choice here. If we were looking at pub history, Rezo was playing this a bit in pubs over the break. So this could definitely be some mag strat they built and having a good idea going in, like, hey, we're going to get second phase mag. Gila dong dia kasih sniper FIFA going into this game 1, right?
I think it's also not out of the question. This is a soft flex. This is a player who can play practically any hero in the game.
Gak dapat kill lagi dia, mati lah dia pantik QP bunga, QP bunga.
So likely you'll be playing in something that's somewhat playable. Maybe they get some Viper, some sneaky hero last pick that makes Skitter's lane almost impossible.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call because it is something that
Rotasi
Puppy as a
Pucha kan
captain has always
mati
taken a
tapi
liking
si
to,
apa ya?
being able to flex his
Si
heroes,
Pucha
whether
ini.
it's a Monkey King that can go middle or safe lane.
Atas
In
reform
this
kan,
case, the
tapi ikut
Magnus.
ini sih.
They
Ini
are
masalah
willing to
kalau
put
itu.
supports in either lanes. And we see the response, Naga Siren. Okay, how do you guys like that?
The Skeeter classic, right? Manta, Orchid, Heart, every game, push the tempo, abuse the early team fighting. It's also an arrow setup. You get this sleep attack combo, which is really nice. The lane always feels good because you get the minus armor with the extra Mirana right clicks. Again, I think the more setups you have for this Mirana, it's nice. I think it's also a combo they've abused vision-wise a lot this tournament. Like Naga's pushing in the lanes, making people show, sending illusions in the fight, and then at the same time you have this Pada multi that's hiding your backline. It's super deadly in these team fights. We're talking about a team fight from Secret, which might be predicated around glimpses or big RPs. Suddenly you have illusions going in, and you can't see anybody through the Mirana ult. Makes all of those spells tremendously harder, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the theme of the way these team fights play out is super interesting. Like, depending how the early game goes, there's a world where Team Secret has an impenetrable wall. They're chasing you, you can't run into them because they'll glimpse you back. They have this RP waiting in the wings, a really fat Monkey King. And there's another world where Tundra has all this garbage running at you. You can't see anything, and they see you, and they kite you, and they poke you, and you have Disruptor playing on the defensive, which is just generally not what you want.
They're basically the zookeepers here. I do think Tundra is definitely going for this vision type of game, right? They're gonna push the lanes in, and Secret has to show in order to push the lanes back. They don't have that much nuke right now, and then they're gonna play around with this vision. They're gonna set up kills on the map, and meanwhile Secret's just gonna want to fight them. Whenever they see them, they can bring numbers. They can just take the team fight. They have a bunch of strong spells. You know, RP. You have the Disruptor ulti, the Monkey ulti. They have all these team fight spells, and Tundra doesn't. So it's again 2 different approaches, which is what we were expecting going into this. And this Wyvern ban is actually a pretty smart one, I think, because 9 does play Wyvern mid, and this is a fantastic Wyvern game if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that was a really clutch read, honestly.
Yeah, one of the old school mag lineup counters, right? I mean, do you think the lane shove here for Secret is going to be an issue in terms of like Disruptor Tusk? Not the greatest heroes at dealing with these illusions later. They can't really interact with the brood lanes that are ghost shoving waves. It kind of forces Secret's cores to show here a lot in the game. And then at the same time, you have a support duo that kind of wants to set up kills and make stuff happen. I feel like you're getting split up too much. You're not going to have, you might fall off with the damage at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they could be looking for something like a Zeus, which, you know, maybe helps with the damage, gives them sort of this global presence so they can help deal with the lane some. I think this, you know, sort of sneaky, maybe niche mid-hero you wouldn't think of so much. This type of hero for niche could be very good here. Zeus Tinker,
It's like Tinker to me. What do you guys think about a Timbersaw for Secret? Could potentially go different lanes. They don't really have any damage for him. They do have a Vessel Buyer and a Mirana, so they can't find an answer. But this Batrider ban is also something that's potentially giving a hint towards Timbersaw. But I do agree, either way, they need a hero that can deal with these illusions, with these summons. Just something that can also connect to the team, ideally. So, you know, you might see a hero like Ember Spirit as well, something like that.
I think anything mobile that can deal with the lane pressure so that other heroes can group a little bit where those spell synergy will shine is going to feel good for Secret here. And like you said, I mean, any of those heroes is right up Nisha's playbook, right? We've seen him dominate the year on a lot of those spellcaster carries.
I mean, you can see Tundra, they're thinking about the Magnus mid potentially as well. They banned the Darkseer, so clearly thinking, hey, this Magnus is not guaranteed to the offlane, so you could have some flexibility here. Like, let's keep our mind open about these bans.
Call is Timbersaw, otherwise I'm gonna go with something like Ember Spirit or Storm. That's my call here. Let's see.
I respect the chatting up.
Let's see the Tinker. Tinker busted out. I'm down for it.
If they go Tinker, I feel like we'll see an immediate Zeus.
Yeah, that
is very classic. So I'm not feeling the Tinker right now.
It is an extremely good Zeus game for Tundra as well, if depending on what Secret's pick is.
I do really like Zeus for their heroes. It's perfect for how they play this map.
Do you think they just steal it here?
Like
Puppy thinking about, hey, if we give him this last pick, Zeus, suddenly the global threat with so much lane shove just becomes debilitating.
It's not bad, actually. It's not bad.
Mereka
They don't
kasih
have that
sniper
much
apa
reach
FIFA
between their heroes. They have the sleep. But
Lagi
other
dong
than
Maelstrom
that,
dia.
Ember Spirit. Okay, they go for the stable pick.
And it soft blocks the Zeus a little bit, right? At least you're gonna need some gap close on him. You're gonna threaten him a little bit. You can control the runes against him, which is nice.
Early game tempo is quite nice.
All right, Quinn, what is he gonna play mid? I feel like this is your wheelhouse. You see an Ember Spirit. Your name is 9 right now.
My name is 9. I mean, I think the Zeus is honestly not that unlikely. I think them having this sort of long range, like if you look at Secret's lineup, it's kind of scary to just straight up run into without abusing this vision, abusing the long range poke. We talked about that being sort of thematically what their lineup wants. If I think about heroes that 9 plays that fit in that wheelhouse, it's the Wyvern, it's the Zeus.
Hoodwink?
Yeah, I mean, even something like a Hoodwink is possible, to be honest.
Talking about long-range burst.
I feel like 9 is such a unique player that it's very hard for me to call what he's actually going to play here.
The only other hero I can think of he's played on playoffs, especially with the Mirana, was the Spirit Breaker game that he had.
I think it's pretty tough against Ember Spirit, right, Quinn? I feel like that one's kind of hard.
The game, I mean, you just can never charge him. He just presses W. If his fingers are on the keyboard, then you're not stunning him.
Does he play Huskar? Not even a consideration here.
Does not, I don't think.
Are we okay with Tiny Mid?
There is OD. He's also played a lot of OD.
Oh, just at the tail end of it. Avery locks it in.
I mean, I was thinking, you know, because every time they see this morph, they see this Ember, they're thinking, Hour of Devour. I thought they were going to pick it earlier on in the tournament. He goes Midas, he goes Ags. Suddenly the multiple saves come out in the fight for RP and Static Storm. It's going to chunk through the cores without BKB. Pretty obnoxious pick.
Yeah, fits that style, fits that long range, sort of gives you that damage, that scale, so you aren't all in on this Naga who's playing against a Magnus, who's playing against AoE clear and the Ember and the Monkey empowered. I think it helps their lineup a lot.
Yeah, it's also decent against Disruptor. I'm gonna go with Secret on this one still. I think they have a really solid lineup. I think Tundra has to play a very concept style of game. Like it is their view of Dota, and they have to really make it work this game. But I think Secret has a easier understanding of how they're gonna play this game. They can just brawl. Tundra has to be very smart about which fights they take.
Yeah, I mean, ease of execution is definitely on Secret's side. As the game progresses, this Ember and Monkey with Empower, your Broodmother impact starts to dip a little bit, Naga Illusions start dying, suddenly you don't have this vision advantage anymore, and you're just terrified of this RP all the time on OD. You can't show, you can't hit, you're just waiting.
So you're both favoring Secret right now, right?
I'm favoring Secret.
I think so, yeah.
Avery, last one on the panel, and I'll just remind everybody, 100% win rate, 9 OD. There have only been 4 games, 3 of them have been Tundra. They've won all of them.
Well, you're convincing me with every stat you throw.
You gonna stick with the stats, Avery?
I think Tundra might take this just because this type of playstyle with the lane shove being super obnoxious on the map, so many summons, so many illusions. You lose one hero, your map starts to crumble. It's so annoying in a game 1 scenario. I think that's when you're the least mentally prepared for it. Like, you think you're gonna deal with it, but then you get halfway through and you're like, a little too many things on the map right now, you know?
And this exactly harkens back to what we said at the start. This is a clash of styles, right? You guys said that Tundra has a very set style. Secret, they need to find a way to counter it. This draft pretty much spells that out, right?
Yeah, very much so. I think this is exactly the type of lineup you want as Secret against Tundra.
All right, Fly, any last thoughts? I mean, what do we need to see from the side of Tundra?
I think Tundra has to do well in their lanes, especially when it comes to counter
Pante, itu push ku bunuh, QOP mati. Elra itu mati, semua yang mati.
They're good to go.
Semua mati.
All right, Avery, and the side of Secret.
Mati semua.
Don't feed too many kills around the map. Make sure when you take the fights, you drop the hammer on the OD instead of the other way around, and you get the big RP with your BKB timings. Secure Roshan. Make sure you fight around good areas with your vision. Don't get outclassed by that Mirana ulti.
All right, everybody, I know you want to be able to see Secret versus Tundra, but of course, we got to be able to check in with our favorite man on stage. It's Sir Action Slacks with the coach interview.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I am here with Aoi 2000. Sir, this is my first chance to catch up with you. You know, your drafts have been called disgusting, cheating. Team Secret said before they got into this that you guys are cheaters with these drafts. Is that how you feel still? Are you guys keeping up with that sick theme?
What?
That's what they said. They said you guys are cheaters because your drafts are so disgusting.
Maybe. I think we're playing heroes that we're comfortable on, and
Okay,
I think this game
give
it like a good vision of the game's supposed to go, and if we execute, then we'll feel really good.
Speaking of heroes that you're good on, my friend, I think we got a 100% win rate on OD very, very fast. Is this going to continue that for you guys?
Hope so.
Okay, well, he hopes so, and we hope for a great game. So let's throw it over to our casters standing by.
Thank you, Slacks. That's right, it's Cap and Avery in case you forgot, Slacks. But here we are. We got to pause just to be able to catch things up because we did have a situation where the team's kind of walking around while this coach interview was happening. Fortunately, we got this pause. Avery, we were talking about it before this game started. What was the storyline to this upper bracket finals? And for me, you actually said something that I thought was very fitting. You reminded me that Tundra was once upon a time 1 series away from being able to go to TI 10. They barely missed out on that one. Second chance for them, right? At being able to be here at TI 11, and they've made the most of that chance. They've gone very far through the tournament so far. And Secret, of course, everybody knows about that. There's a huge second chance right there. They had to go through the last chance qualifier. That's the ultimate second chance right there.
That's all you get. After that, there was no other opportunity. They've made the most of it, right? I mean, these two teams, second chances.